Let's talk about excrement. Let's talk about poo, poo, poo. Let's talk about all the crap that this POS will do. Let's talk about shit. Let's talk about shit. Let's talk about shit. Let's talk about shit. Hey Willow, how you doing? I'm alright. I'm alright. Just a little shocked that after, all this time and of trying to, have a country that's not, you know, no country is the, best, but when asked if we would live somewhere else, there used to be a time when people would be like, no, nah. There used to be a time when people thought that God shed his grace on thee. And now I think that we are all watching. Hello, Justin. And no, I'm not having anybody come up. Hi, Wild Wisdom. Because, Justin, this is a mission. I mean, and I know that you love Sesame Street, right, Justin? As do I. I love PBS. I love PBS. That's the channel that has broadcast Sesame Street, the public broadcasting system. No, no, Justin. But they're trying to get rid of PBS and Sesame Street. They're trying to get rid of that you love so much, and that I love so much, that plenty of people love so much. And oh my God, I can't believe every time I go live, this cat does this. It's just so crazy. And I'll watch the videos. I'll do my research, and it's so disturbing. So disturbing. It's so exhausting. It's distressing. It's draining. But they all say the same thing. They say, keep talking about it. I mean, they're not speaking specifically to me. They're speaking to people in America. That's me, you, all of us. I'm curious. With no plans in place to break down the Department of Education, but their plan is that all the money will go to vouchers for people who are rich to send their kids to private schools. Justin, because I do commentary and I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission. I mean, and when I'm planning what I'm going to do, no, I'm not, Justin. No, I'm not. I mean, are you picking up what I'm laying down here? You say that you like Sesame Street. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Like, They want to get rid of your Sesame Street, of our Sesame Street, of the world's Sesame Street. Uh, eh, eh, this is very important. Willow, you have young kids. What are you going to do about school now? They've dismantled the education system. What are you going to do about daycare if you go back to work, or you might be working now? What are you going to do about health insurance for them? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'll also take the good old USA. But the key word there is old USA, because this is not the freedom that we've been fighting for. So I understand that it's distressing for some people, or maybe they just aren't interested in politics. But if you love your country, then it's very important. So, and it's very important. Well, yeah, but they didn't get to go in. They didn't get to go in, though. They didn't get to go in. I don't understand why that. I feel like Trump has had his eye on the Gaza Strip for a long time. I feel that something to do with the felon, something to do with him was the reason why the Iron Dome was turned off on October 7th, in my opinion. Wild wisdom. The thing is they put things in, like, he's already got the nuclear codes. They've hired back this racist that was making posts saying, they should just kill all the people in Gaza and all the people in Israel. And he's working with them. It's all very, very disturbing. And I hope that out of the 21 people that are here, they'll speak to you, wild wisdom, and they'll speak to me. And they'll speak out and, speak about things. Like, they'll care about things, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, but they can't. No, if it was illegal, they'd just arrest him. But instead, they're not doing that. They're somebody's got something on someone, and we've been breached. I mean, our security has been breached. We are very vulnerable right now. The most vulnerable we've probably ever been in history, in my opinion. I mean, really, in my opinion, we are the most vulnerable that we have ever been. And it's a shame. It is a shame. If it was illegal, then they should be arresting you. Like, anything they're doing and saying. No, I'm saying they're even even referring to Elon as the president is is blowing it. Like his head is just probably so, it's a battle of egos between the two. There's some shit going on. So, and we're going to do a little, commentary on it all. So disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video, but I am using it within the Fair Use Act guidelines. It has been altered in speed and is being used for commentary, educational, critiquing purposes only within the Fair Use Act guidelines.
Kanye West started off this week posing next to his wife at the Grammys, who was, at that point, effectively naked. And then it got weird.
His wife was naked at the Grammys. See, now that's another thing that's really fucked up. I did see a couple of the outfits that I still have faith too. I do. Wow, wisdom, I do. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. I really am.
After that, he capped it off.
And no, Swiss. Don't try to throw some fucking, sledgehammer on me and Annette's friendship. She knows how passionate and disturbing all of this stuff is to me. She understands that. So don't even fucking try it, Swiss. You fucking douchebag. Nothing.
By publicly embracing Hitler. It's been a lot. So he went on a Twitter tirade posting so many things. We're not going to read all of them because nobody's got time for that, except apparently Kanye West. This one really sums it up. I'm a Nazi.
He should lose everything with that statement. He should fucking lose everything with that statement. 34.2 million people saw that. He posted at 3:21 a.m. He should be just expelled for that. He should be fucking arrested, to be quite honest with you.
All caps. If it wasn't in all caps, I wouldn't know how serious he was. He says, I love Hitler. Now what? Okay. Now what? I also am wondering, now what? Jesus.
Yeah, now what? Now what?
Call me Yadolf Hitler, and your blank still wants to blank. Hitler was...
This motherfucker should have to get the fuck out of this country.
So fresh. I'm going to normalize talking about Hitler. The way they talk about killing N-words has been normalized.
No. First of all, dude, you using the N-word, you're just disrespecting yourself. Okay? Nobody talks about killing N-words and thinks it's normal, okay? You're not normalizing talking about Hitler. You're making yourself look like a motherfucker.
Don't try to like both sides this now, buddy. You're like 7 Hitler tweets deep at this point. Don't try to make like a deeper point. Don't try to like Chappelle it or whatever with what you're doing. I'm racist. Stereotypes exist for a reason, and they all be true. He claims some of his best friends are Jewish, which generally...
They all be true? Oh, wait. You claim some of your best friends are Jewish. And he says, and I don't trust any of them. Oh. then they're not your friends. Your best friends. Oh, your best friends. Wow.
That's not even a good start to a sentence, and I don't trust any of them. And then he did I think it was a laughing, crying face. So you know he's cool and also hip. I don't even know what the F anti-Semitic means. It's just some BS Jewish people made up to protect their BS. Was that the right there? I love Hitler. Now what? Bees. So,
okay, first of all, did that motherfucker ever go to school?
there's a lot there. And if we have time, we can get into the other weird thing about his wife. But let's start there, Ben. What do you think about Kanye?
I think it's lovely. I think it's a real breath of fresh air that we needed in this already bonkers beginning of 2025. Look, on TYT about 2 years ago when Kanye, it's
Same thing, right?
pretty much synonymous at this point, went on
It's
his
Yadoff Hitler, please.
Yeah, my mistake. I stand corrected. Went on his infamous InfoWars wearing a mask, I Love Hitler tour that he did the first time. I came on and showed photos of my family, 17 members of which were annihilated by Hitler in the
17. You know, I was reading a story last night. I was doing some research on the. This is why, Wild Wisdom, this is exactly why, even though, I'm not one of these bigger channels that speak out about this stuff at all, it just makes me feel good about doing it. And I think a few people appreciate it. But you see that you're here speaking, 20 others sit silent. And that is why they will succeed in what they're doing. Because if there was 100 people, say there was 100 people talking and 20 to every one talking that sat silent, the silence would be deafening. The silence would be deafening. It would be. I saw that that parasitical, disease-ridden thing, Munchie, had doxed Tiffany. Had doxed Tiffany, full address and everything. And what Tiffany says is white privilege. That was her response to Munchie. When she doxes me or Cindy or anybody else, Cindy, blonde, white as white could be, right? You think that's white privilege? You think Cindy feels privileged to be doxxed? And Tiffany, no matter what, you are white. Now, here's the thing, Tiffany. During the Holocaust, there was people who had converted to Christianity or whatever, and they still got killed. Look at with oh, they wanted everybody to convert to Christianity during the Roman days, and what do? They fed the Christians to the lions. They killed every one of Jesus' apostles. What are you not understanding, Tiffany? That we are all in this together. You should be more outraged about the fact that since 2017, Trump, who I know you were supporting and promoting and stuff, was eyeing the Gaza Strip for prime real estate. For prime real estate. The odd thing is that everybody's talking about where's the Palestinians going to relocate to, but they're not wondering where did HAMAS relocate to.
The Holocaust, and said this man must be canceled forever. And I think, and several others across the media said similar things, I think, and to their credit, I haven't seen him interviewed anywhere. But then as time passes, people begin to be normalized again. Shame on the Grammys for inviting him there, if indeed they did. There's been...
Yeah. So his wife could go there fucking naked. Just being a hoe. Hitler and his hoe.
Mixed reporting on that. It seems like they did invite him at the end. Shame on them if they did do that. Shame on the press for covering his stunt on the red carpet. Shame on anybody who gives any sort of publicity to a monster like this without outright directly calling him a monster and calling for him to never be discussed publicly again. At what point?
Yeah, at what point do people stop sitting silent? When we're all fucking dead?
Do you have to go far enough that you are just permanently not talked about? Do people need clicks so much that they must keep calling into debate whether or not this person still can exist without being immediately demonized as the monster he factually is? Are there no lines left? When you say repeatedly,
he's not doing any changes while they're just stealing information. Our security is breached. That's my opinion, and I think it's everybody's opinion. We're very vulnerable right now.
now, over the course of years, that you love Hitler, can you be done? Can you just be obviously somebody who is not just hateful and bigoted and racist and anti-Semitic and disgusting, but also obviously playing you to remain relevant when he's been unable to make any sort of palatable music now for probably a decade?
The guy sucks. Kanye West is a piece of shit. He's been a piece of shit for a while, but when he went up on that stage and grabbed that award from Taylor Swift, what a fucking skank motherfucker. What a fucking skank motherfucker. So we're going to move on to a different story.
Watch this.
Oh yeah, we are exposed. We are vulnerable. We are done.
Whether you've got kiddos, dogs.
Just after the election, 3 days after the election, a right-wing streaming network started airing a 6-part Russian propaganda special attacking the FBI. Now, I say it was a Russian propaganda special.
And they've released. Hi, Robbie. They've released, declassified our FBI agents' names. People who were working on classified things. This motherfucker went on and on and on about Hillary Clinton. And an email that really didn't even really exist. Wow, this motherfucker has violated us.
because specifically, it was made by a producer who has made a living making propaganda for the Kremlin. One of the producers, the guy who financed and produced this film, this docu-series, this attack on the FBI, he has been paid by the Kremlin to produce videos that are designed to lure Westerners, including Americans, to leave the West and move to Mother Russia. That project was funded by the Presidential Foundation for Cultural Initiatives, which is a state entity created in the Kremlin by Vladimir Putin in 2021. This guy served on the board of a Russian propaganda outlet that was designed to look like an American news site. It was launched in the months leading up to our 2024 election. It was full of pro-Russia and anti-Ukraine content. This guy has produced hagiographic biographies of pro-Kremlin dictators, including, I kid you not, an 8-part series singing the praises of the dictator of Kazakhstan. And that was paid for by a charity controlled by the dictator of Kazakhstan. He also created a pro-Kremlin anti-Ukraine film that was paid for by a pro-Kremlin anti-Ukraine oligarch who has been under US sanctions for more than a decade. He and his company produced another anti-Ukraine film last year.
Now, I keep seeing in this ad, the thing that she's putting up, this article though, Oliver Stone though.
Featured claims smearing President Biden that were delivered by a guy who is under indictment in this country and sanctioned by the US government as a Russian agent. So this is kind of their oeuvre. This is what these folks do. But their newest, this multi-part anti-FBI documentary that came out 3 days after our election in November. It was directed by a former host from Russian state TV, which is sanctioned in this country as a vehicle for Kremlin-sponsored disinformation and disruption efforts targeting the American people in our elections. Now, at this point, you're thinking,
I hope you're doing well, Robbie.
Okay, dog bites man, right? Some streaming outlet is running a pro-Russia, anti-US government thing. Okay, right? I know you're thinking, this sounds very familiar. There's a lot of things like this. We know Russia runs all sorts of psychological and disinformation campaigns against us. A big, slick, Kremlin-affiliated propaganda operation against the FBI.
You know, everybody says, just ignore them, they'll go away, says to like say someone like me, right? We all know people don't just go away when you ignore them. It's like ignoring rust or ignoring a bill or something. It doesn't just go away. We cannot ignore this stuff.
Something designed to smear the FBI. Yeah, that tracks. We know the kind of stuff that they do to try to mess with us as a country. The FBI probably knows.
Yeah, but it's not about the community, chosen one community. I told you I was starting locally and thinking globally. Thinking globally, starting locally. I already did the local. Now we're going global. It's the World Wide Web. And I feel better about speaking out about what I think is wrong. And the people in this community, like Swiss and them, they just seem like, nothing compared to what's going on. They're just nothing, you know what I mean?
To expect it, they probably know how to handle these kinds of operations and threats from Russia, as long as they're from Russia. Senate financial disclosure form show.
And then, and I saw fucking, Munchie, another nothing, had, fully doxed Tiffany's address, and she puts wow, white privilege. That's what Tiffany responded. to Munchie with, like, as if Munchie hasn't doxed white people. Tiffany H, yeah, hasn't doxed white people. I mean, that's not a privilege to dox people. That's just a piece of shit, Tiffany. And you have to understand something. I'm not you, but her. She has to understand something. She's white. Like, she's white. I don't know why she thinks doxing someone is white privilege. I really think that was just such a, you know, yeah, I get you, right. I understand you there, chosen one community, but I think I was more offended by Tiffany making it something about race, just to take a shot at the, racism of it, and to try to make a shot of racism. But the bottom line is, in the meantime, here's Trump wanting to turn the Gaza Strip into prime waterfront real estate. And she has no outrage about that. Hasn't said a word about it. In fact, she loved him. She loved him. Janelle tagging all these people like to do with Trump while, putting up a stiff piss fucking video about Tiffany. Janelle, you didn't even fucking vote and you know it. You didn't even fucking vote and you know it. Well, the thing is, chosen one community, they're all talking about where would the Palestinians relocate to? The bottom line is the agreement between Netanyahu, this is a disgusting agreement between Netanyahu and Trump was as long as HAMS, HAM, you know who I mean, ham. As long as they remove themselves from there and go somewhere else. Since when do we fucking negotiate with terrorists? I find it really fucking hard to believe that he's talking to Trump to broker a deal with them as if he's got some inside little telephone number to call. That's some fucking bullshit. That's some fucking bullshit right there. So he's going to contact his head real estate developer, Steve Witnick, and get a hold of that. Hold on. No. See, what I think is Phelan had something to do with turning off the Iron Dome on that October 7th. I think he did, in my opinion, because something was done to piss Trump off, and they're trying to put Israel and the Palestinians between a rock and a hard place. But Trump's got some inside fucking line to negotiate with Ham ass. Yeah, through his real estate developer. I do a lot of research on this shit and it turns my fucking stomach. And that motherfucker is as crooked as the day is fucking long. And he is a motherfucking crooked motherfucker, in my opinion. In the meantime, I thought we didn't negotiate with terrorists. I am in shock. We are so fucking vulnerable right now. This country is so vulnerable.
That President Donald Trump's nominee to lead the FBI was paid $25,000 by the company with the producer who has made the Russian propaganda for the Kremlin, who made this new film attacking the FBI. Kash Patel was paid $25,000 by that production company, apparently for his participation in the anti-FBI film.
And now he's the head of the FBI. None of that was fake. They didn't. He did it on his first campaign, and he did it on his second. That's my opinion. I've done research on it. I'll find it for you. Then I go through so much research.
These knives sell out faster than tickets to a Garth Brooks comeback tour. Why? Because we just announced our buy
And the
one,
thing
get
is,
one for
too,
15.
And here's the thing. In Genesis, in Hebron, right? Which is the West Bank. In Genesis, when Abraham's wife Sarah died, he wanted to buy a place to bury her. So he found somewhere to bury her in Hebron, okay, which is the West Bank. And they were like, oh, no, we'll just give it to you. And he said, no, I'm purchasing it. And he purchased quite a bit of land there to bury her, himself, and others are buried there. So Abraham and Sarah is, and like the big, it's in Genesis, and that is why Israel does own the West Bank. It was the first purchase made by the Israelites. They purchased it. They bought it. It's in Genesis. They're buried there. And for the longest time, the Jews. Now we've got this motherfucker, chump, who just wants to fucking pave paradise and put up a parking lot for his fucking casinos and his fucking disgraceful fucking bullshit. He is the reason why Hamas was in Palestine in the first place, in my opinion.
War over this, but also who represents a very diverse district. It strikes me also that for making time.
Absolutely.
What should people understand about the rationale for protecting places like schools, churches, synagogues, hospitals from immigration enforcement actions in the past?
Yeah, I mean, here, this is very simple. First of all, I don't know my country anymore, right? When we are looking at situations.
I like Jasmine Crockett. Ever since Yasser Arafat died, they've been very vulnerable. And Trump and his real estate developer. And Phelan, there's a reason why that fucking Iron Dome didn't work that day. And there's a reason why HAMAS knew. That motherfucker. That motherfucker knew. He fucking knew. My opinion. He's now suing Illinois and somewhere else too. He just they're all so happy, but this motherfucker should never have become president. From Yemen? Yemen isn't Palestine. I don't mind, Tiffany, but please don't make it a race thing, because it isn't. It isn't a race thing. We are all not safe right now. We are all not safe right now. Oh, you're saying Yemen's are in well, the thing is that was the war against Yemen was a U.S. funded war that Saudi Arabia was putting on Yemen. And Rand Paul, I'll never forget it, years ago. I didn't say they're not intelligent, not in the least. Palestinians, though, are not the terrorists. Right, but Munchie is a piece of shit. Yeah, Yemen was attacked, and U.S. funded that war on them. And I'll never forget Rand Paul pleading to, I believe it was like, Congress or Senate, like when they're like in the big room with and it was practically just empty, man. And he was pleading with them, saying, in 7 days, this many people will be dead. Hi, Stanley. This many people will be dead by starvation because we were blocking food going in. Look at in Afghanistan. They all want to blame Biden. It was Trump who handed over Afghanistan to the Taliban right before he fucking left. Handed it over. Now you know what he's done too. He did the same thing that they did. And you know how like in the movie The Killing Fields, when what was that? Was that Korea? Now they do. Because they killed all the ones that were fighting against I mean, they starved them to death. Look what they did to all those fucking people in Afghanistan. Now, what they're doing is he won't allow the people that were supposed to, the people that, like, were Afghanistans too, that were helping the U.S. and some of the U.S. soldiers, he won't let them come back. It's the same as everywhere. It won't be long before we're all starving. Oh, Bush robbed the people blind. Robbed them blind. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Then he stole that election from Gore.
That are so disruptive to our communities. And again, as you talked about the hero who wasn't necessarily wearing a cape, but instead had her coffee cup, when we think about the disruption to everyone because of something that really is a civil penalty, I want to get this across to your viewers because I don't think that people understand.
Yeah, but it should be criminal. Like, they should be arresting these fuckers. He doesn't even have security clearance. He doesn't even have security clearance. He doesn't even have it. If he doesn't name him as a government employee, then they're trying to say that he doesn't need security clearance. If he's not accepting any pay for what he's doing, then he's not a conflict of interest with his contracts. That's what they're saying. But in reality, he just got the nuclear codes. You know what they're going to do? Drain the fucking mint. They're going to steal all that fucking gold out of there if there's any even in there anymore. That motherfucker. That's my opinion.
That as Republicans oftentimes say things like, oh, they're illegal. They're illegal. According to federal law, you literally can get a traffic ticket that is more serious than what this is. It's a civil penalty. And so to have these guys disrupting you as you were trying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was talking about what the authorities are doing is civil.
Trying to pray, whether you're an immigrant or not, you're disrupting a place of worship. Or tell me about what type of liability. I mean, even if you don't.
Epstein. But you know what kills me is that story in Michigan, Fox Island. Fox Island. And nobody ever prosecuted for that. No, nobody ever. Those, I mean, nothing. Nobody ever prosecuted. I mean, now we've got these people with one person standing in front of that door at the Department of Education today, when, you know, all of our, you know, congressmen and stuff and are said we're trying to go there, and that one person who wouldn't provide them with any identification, he could have been a robber. There could have been they could have just been in there robbing the fucking place, right? They should have called the police to say, you know, okay, dude, we're going to need some identification. And if he wouldn't show any identification, be arrested, just like they do in those fucking shows where if they pull somebody over and they won't show any identification, they arrest them. They arrest them.
Don't care about the people
Do you know
themselves.
that his father has children with his stepdaughter? His own stepdaughter. They've always been corrupt. They've been corrupt since the stress unit. How ironic they call it the stress unit. Motherfuckers going around shooting each other and stuff. Fucking disgusting.
Tell me about the type of liability that we may face if somebody literally is trying to seek care and then you take them away from that care and into our custody, right? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but the thing is the people in nursing homes cut Medicaid now. What are they going to do? Are they kicking them out of the nursing homes because they're not going to be paid? People on life support systems, are they going to be like? Are they going to pull the plug on them? What's going to happen now that they've dismantled the Department of Education? You know, I mean, what's the plan? What's the fucking plan? These motherfuckers are off the fucking chain. This shit has got to
flat
fucking
belly
stop.
at 60s.
It has got to fucking
This is day
stop.
17 of doing nothing but this chair workout challenge every morning.
The next department that appears to be on the chopping block is the Department of Education. Just earlier today, Democratic members of Congress were blocked from entering the department's headquarters. Democratic lawmakers...
I don't know why they didn't call the fucking cops on that guy. They should have called the fucking cops on that guy and found out who the fuck he was. It's always women, too, that are the ones who are standing up. Always. And the few men stand up, they do. But we've got here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women, 2 guys.
had met outside to protest Donald Trump and Elon Musk's plan to abolish the department entirely, as well as attempting to seek a meeting with the department's senior leadership. Lawmakers were not only blocked by security holding the front door, but also by Department of Homeland Security police seen in multiple videos.
Okay, that's Homeland Security police? Hold up. They could have been in there beating the crap out of that fucking head of that. I don't know.
From members of Congress. Lawmakers were told by security guards stationed outside that nobody had accepted a meeting and that they needed an escort in the building in order to enter the building.
The door fucking escort them.
He says he's a federal.
It says all access entrance. Okay, then let him in.
Employee, he won't tell us who gave him permission to do this. All he knows is he's going to stand here and tell the members of Congress who are elected, who vote for the funding.
Who the fuck is this guy? Oh, a brown shirt. Huh.
For all of them in this building, and for the student loans, and for the Title I families, he's going to tell us that we can't come in and talk with anybody. Is that right?
Join me
Okay, I
now.
would have liked to hear what the guy said back. Okay, why you cut the answer off right there? Bad.
Is one of the lawmakers who tried to enter the Department of Education today, Congresswoman Johanna Hayes, Democrat of Connecticut, and a 2016 National Teacher of the Year.
Americans, no, not all Americans are uneducated and victims of the government. If you feel that way, then you probably shouldn't be here. You see, I don't think you're uneducated, chosen one community. I'm not uneducated. I don't feel like either one of us would let ourselves be a victim, but I do think we're being targeted. I think that this is not a government that is going on right now. This is not a government. This is a breach of security.
It's a great pleasure, Congresswoman. And,
but with no plan. Ahead.
Let's just get right to the bottom. Who tried to stop you, and under what authority were they acting?
Well, you know what, chosen one community? Good for you. That is good. AI, they said, oh, okay. But Michigan schools have been suffering for a while. They have been saying, Bush, that whole no child left behind bullshit. Yeah. He fucking did a lot of fucking bullshit there.
To block members of Congress. That's the part I have to wrap my head around. Who fund the very department that they're standing there blocking members from coming into the building?
Well, thank you, Michael, and it's great to be here. And that's a great question. We did not get an answer to that. The man who came out, he met us at the door. The door was locked, and then he came out and met us and said we were not allowed entry to the building. We had to be on
They should have called the police.
the guest list. And when I said, well, what is your name? What is your title? All he would say is, I work for the Department of Education.
They
Never
should
said
have called the police, and he should have had to provide his ID.
who he was, kept pulling out a badge and pulling it back quickly. But we said, we're members of Congress. We can come into the building. We can request a meeting.
How he could have been part of some militia group.
Would not even let us inside the building.
Amazing. It's just amazing. Well, it also kind of begs the question, what do you do next? I mean, this is the fourth time or so that members of Congress have been denied access to federal property.
The fourth time. The fourth time. How the fuck did it go past the first time? Those departments work for the American people. The fourth time. The fourth time. They could have been beating the crap out of the people in there. Mostly the men got away with it, though. Not the women.
It's not a question of what do Democrats do, what do Republicans, what do members of Congress do when something like this happens? What do you think should happen?
What I think should happen is throw some masks on, dress like those fucking right-wing militias, grab some flags, and storm the place. But we won't do that because we don't disrespect things. We don't disrespect things because we respect the law. They're breaking the law, and we're still respecting it. The bad kid schools now. Yeah, but what about schools? What they're doing is they're taking the money from the Department of Education and they're giving it to wealthy people as vouchers for their kids to go to private schools.
Happen next.
And they've rolled back child labor laws.
Well, I think that's really important. I think part of the problem is the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has ceded all of our Article 1 powers to the president. And in this case, the Speaker of the House should be saying we need to respect the separation of powers. But I know that is not going to happen. So we are bracing for lawsuits. We've sent.
Y'all ought to fucking have a fucking hands-on fight the next time y'all have one of your fucking little meetings. Get up and fucking duke it out. Lock the doors and fight.
Letters to the department requesting a meeting.
All that stuff going on in Africa right now is because Elon, first of all, they want all the minerals. The cobalt mining and everything, he's using child labor. And Africa, they're, Rwanda and the Congo, they're not getting paid. It's slave labor. And they're fucking sick of it. It's been going on for years. And when the US brought him and 2 other foreign car dealerships, not dealerships, but makers, to court over that, they didn't convict them. So now, even the Ukraine had to say, fine, we'll give you the minerals or whatever the fuck you want, Trump. Fine. These motherfuckers are just, they're stealing from the earth. We are collateral damage. We are nothing. And that's how they think of us.
96 members of Congress signed on to this meeting. Outside groups are gearing up to file lawsuits because we read Project 2025. We know what's next. We know what's coming. And
we read it too. I did anyway. No one cared. And Trump stood there going, I have nothing to do with Project 2025, when everybody fucking knew he did. He's a liar.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump
to stand there in his brown shirt with his fucking hands in his pocket and tell people they don't get to come in. Christopher Columbus didn't steal the land. Christopher Columbus didn't come here and start fighting with anybody. Christopher Columbus, what he did was save Jews from the Spanish Inquisition. That's what he did. It was there was other people, other ship owners who, and the date of it is the last day that Jews in Spain either had to convert or be killed. So a lot of ship owners were offering, okay, well, we'll sell you here, and then the Jews would bring their stuff with them on the ships, and then they'd kill them. Columbus didn't do that. And he actually thought, from what I've been told, was that, he was in India. That's why, Indians, he thought he was dropping them off in like India. Um, those were Jews that he had on that ship because that was their last day. And otherwise they were going to be killed. Look it up. Check out the history of that. That was the Spanish Inquisition.
This whole administration is going play by play in what we saw in this Project 2025. But one thing I don't think people understand. For me, it was important to go to.
And what a fucking slap in the face, though. To call, change Columbus Day into, the, what is it, the Indians, the Indigenous Day. I mean, come on, like, fucking. Terrible.
The department because and request this meeting because
I don't understand why they didn't call the police with this fucking guy. I really don't. I don't know why they didn't call the police. Someone has to have recognized that guy. Someone in fucking America has to know who that fucking guy is standing there in front of that door of the Department of Education. There's got to be someone in America. I did a face search. I'm just saying that they should have called the police to ask that guy to provide them with some identification. Because for all we know, somebody could have been in there robbing the computers and stuff. Who knows? They don't know who the fuck is in there. This guy won't tell them who he is. And nobody in America has recognized this motherfucker's face. I even did a facial recognition thing, whatever, on Google search. Nothing. This is the Department of Education, though. So employers are still inside there. Employees are still inside that building. Has anyone spoken to any of those employees? Yeah, but there's questions that aren't being answered or asked.
Open to, if you want to audit the department, if you want to make reforms, let's talk about it. Let's work together and see what we need to do. They don't want to do that. They want to tear everything down, just like they talked about in your last segment.
Just so we have nothing. It's not so that they're going to fix it, because they haven't even offered a plan.
And I hope people understand what that means. A lot of the things that Republicans are complaining about that they don't like about the department with curriculum and things that happen in the school, those are local.
I meant like there's employees. When I said employer, I meant employees in there.
Issues not decided by the Department of Education. What the department does handle is the $1.6 trillion in student loan funds, special education, making sure that students aren't discriminated against, collecting data and statistics from school, preparing educators to teach our students, running Title I programs for our lowest income communities.
Yeah, what could they possibly have had them locked out for? This is the Department of Education, though. What I'm saying, this isn't a school. Why would they not let them in? And who the fuck was that guy?
All of those things will be affected. And people need to understand, if those programs are cut, one of two things are going to happen. If the department is cut, one of two things are going to happen. Either those programs are going to go away, or their taxes are going to go up to fund their local school systems. Our children deserve better. 49 million children attend public school in this country. And for Elon Musk to come in with no planning, no forethought, and just plow through these agencies with no plan to rebuild them or what's going to happen to the people that are affected is just completely wrong. And
yeah, but there is a plan. We just don't. Nobody cared to read the over 800. Hold on. Here's their plan.
When Trump came for our rights, the ACLU showed up.
See you in court. The ACLU already making a deal.
Nothing happened.
There for the elite and the wealthy, and the rest of us.
So here's
If
what
James
this is their plan. This is their plan.
And he went on social media. He's a Democrat, and he talked about how to combat the school choice efforts. This is like especially important because Trump is trying to eliminate the Department of Education. We're in an all-out, very scary moment, and
this is their plan. It was in Project 2025.
The Department of Education, just to give people the context on this, is an outgrowth of the civil rights movement and of like the end of slavery as well. The idea that to make Black people full citizens in this country, we have to give them access to a public education system, and eventually
everyone access that kind of stuff. It's everyone. Unite.
Integrated. Not that well, but there were attempts. Opposed by one Joe Biden, by the way, if you want to go back into those records.
She mustn't be against it. Who knows?
That little girl was me. People may remember that. But it really was he's been in politics that long. Don't get me started on Biden. Anyway, attempts to basically privatize education and gut the Department of Education is a way to make it so that access to our educational institutions is there for the elite and the wealthy, and the rest of us have to get by and probably get indoctrinated by some charter school or religious teachings in our education. And the Department of Education is especially important too for states that, blue states will probably be okay, but red states, they rely on federal funding to subsidize, particularly in poorer areas, and for things like disability access for kids that may have a disability. Their education will be gutted if the federal programs go away. So that's a bit of a tangent, but Matt, this is a little bit more about the story.
Yeah, this is James Talarico, and I don't think he's a socialist. Probably doesn't share my politics entirely. He is a really good politician and speaker, and I think with coming from a type of place that I think we need to hear people like James, Texans, defending public school, and this is a winnable battle. Texans love public school. Where do you think the football games are played?
Right.
And we talked about this with my friend Chris Whale. I sat in that chair doing this interview 4 years ago or something like that, whenever it was. All this CRT, anti-DEI, the migrants in school stuff is meant to chisel away support for those public schools. And I just thought this was really well put by James here.
Greg Abbott is selling this private school voucher scam by calling it school choice, but he's not.
Greg Abbott, he's the one who allowed guns on school properties.
School choice. It's the school's choice because private schools can deny admission to any kid for any reason they want.
So school choice doesn't mean you get to choose the school. It means that the school gets to choose you.
So how is it choice when the private school has all the power? How is it choice when a majority of counties in the state of Texas don't have a single private school in them? How is it choice when—
Now, what I'm wondering though is how the fuck, a Republican state like Texas that has so much oil and all that is very dependent on federal funds. That's odd to me.
private schools don't have to provide transportation or special education services? And how is it choice when the voucher doesn't even cover the full cost at most private schools in Texas? If you gave my former students on the west side of San Antonio a $10,000 voucher, there's still no way they could afford a $20,000 a year private school. Yep. But here's the catch. The wealthy parent who is already sending their kid to a $20,000 a year private school is about to get a $10,000 discount, a $10,000 coupon at our—
Yeah. So all the money that's earmarked for schools is now giving the wealthy a break. on sending their kids to private schools that they're already sending them to.
Expense. Vouchers are welfare for the wealthy. And by taking money out of our public schools and giving it to wealthy parents.
I don't think he was biting little babies' faces with his teeth.
Who don't need it, vouchers would be a massive, historic transfer of wealth from the bottom to the top. And the last thing I'll say, there are a lot.
But Trump was grabbing women by the PUSSY. He's got this anti-Christian bias group now that he's done, signed an executive order for. The guy has cheated on every wife he's ever had.
A lot of self-proclaimed Christians pushing these voucher scams. I can't think.
Well, I know another person who was biting a baby's butt and people excused it.
Give anything more unchristian than stealing from the poor to give to the.
Ooh, so when is Cornyn up?
I know. This is the second clip I've seen from Tallarico where he, especially when he gets biblical, because I take it he is a believer, and it makes me want to go to church.
Andy Bashir does that too, right? Like invokes religion in a more egalitarian way. And
right, but church and politics are supposed to be separate.
It's beautiful. Like,
but now
Bashir's
he's installed an office in the White House, and he's got that freak Paula White as the head of it.
Also somebody who's really defended public schools.
But the way he put that is so clear, which is exactly. Like, oh, a voucher that my kid could go to a private school. Okay, let me do the math on that. $10,000. That's very generous. Oh, it's a $20,000 tuition. We are subsidizing rich people to be more and more alien from everyone else.
Yeah, right. I mean, he put it incredibly clearly. And it's just a real shame, frankly, that
I can't really tell if this woman is against it or maybe she is.
Military contractors, they need to get paid, folks. You know who's one of the top military contractors? A man named Elon Musk, who this morning, I have him muted on Twitter, but somehow this slipped through. This dude has like generational daddy issues. He tweeted, I love @real Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. It's not a stretch to look at.
Maybe she is against them.
This and see how, Elon Musk's father repeatedly publicly saying how he isn't proud of his son may have affected.
Elon Musk's father also has 2 children with his own stepdaughter. Not Elon, his father.
This total sociopath psyche, but him and his gremlins are still at it. They've been picking apart at our Treasury payment system, which controls over $6 billion in payments and has control over 1/5 of the United States economy. And yesterday, the Wall Street Journal broke a piece showing that one of these staffers, who it's a bunch of basically interns with Peter Thiel and Elon Musk associations, he brought this.
Yeah, who are these fucking guys?
Group in to pick apart our most sensitive information in the Treasury. And turns out, what do you know? He's a total racist. DOGE staffer resigns over racist posts. The Wall Street Journal broke last night. A key DOGE staff member who gained access to the Treasury Department's central payment system resigned Thursday after he was linked to a deleted social media account that advocated racism and eugenics.
Eugenics. That was alive and well for many, many years by one of the Kellogg's. Right there in Battle Creek, Michigan. Right there in Battle Creek, Michigan.
Sounding the alarm on Elon Musk's natalism and how connected that is to eugenics and racial supremacy via genes, how they speak about it. Now we have one of his staffers reflecting that worldview. Marco Ella is a 25-year-old who is a part of a cadre of Elon Musk lieutenants deployed by the Department of Government Officials.
25 years old. These fucking weirdos being no security clearance.
It's not a real department. These are people that are coming in from the outside and picking apart our federal government. To scrutinize federal spending, resigned after the Wall Street Journal asked the White House about his connection to the account. Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. The account posted in July, according to the Journal's review of
I didn't know racism is cool.
archive posts.
Still not cool, you little twerp.
I mean, I saw the photos of these guys. Not cool. You could not pay me to marry outside my ethnicity, the account wrote on X in September. Normalize Indian hate, the account wrote in the same month in reference to a post noting the prevalence of...
Wow. Normalize Indian.
people from India and Silicon Valley. After the Journal inquired about the account, of White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said that Elez had resigned from the role. And
empty fucking life.
Completely. There's more. People can look into it. It's just egregious, disgusting. Of course, expected. I mean, the guy did a Nazi salute at the inauguration and then spoke at a far-right German party.
Yeah, and people actually defended that
rally and said that they should not feel guilt anymore about Germany's past. I mean, what we know what this guy's ideology is. And there were some questions about whether or not this particular staffer had access to the Treasury. So publicly, the administration was saying, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. But Wired reported, JK, he actually did. The U.S. Treasury claimed DOGE technologists didn't have right access when he actually did. Could scroll down a bit here.
Shouldn't have had read access either.
Right. U.S. Treasury Department and White House officials have repeatedly denied that technologists associated with Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency had the ability to rewrite the code of the payment system through which the vast majority of federal...
They rewrote the codes.
Federal spending flows. Wired reporting shows, however, that at the time these statements were made, a DOGE operative did in fact have right access. Not only that, but sources tell Wired that at least one note was added to Treasury records indicating that he no longer had right access before senior IT staff stated it was actually rescinded. Marco Ellis, a 25-year-old DOGE technologist, was recently installed at the Treasury Department as a special government employee, one of a number of young men identified by Wired, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Kanye West. He's been putting all kinds of posts up saying he loves Hitler, all kinds of shit.
They're saying publicly that he didn't have access, when in reality, and by the way, Wired has been doing phenomenal reporting on this. Nathan Tankus as well, essential for the story. But what the Dow tumbled this morning. That's the one thing that could take Donald Trump away from this absolutely insane path that he's going down. And so what they're trying to do is do this in secret. It's why Elon Musk was saying threatening criminal prosecution for people that publish the identities of these staffers. Or these interns. So on the one hand, they're claiming there's nothing to worry about. They're just Treasury staffers. But on the other hand, we should make it a criminal penalty to dox them, to say their public information. Now, that's what public servants are supposed to.
After they've released the names of FBI agents.
Have to engage it. They are supposed to have to be transparent about, their identity. It's kind of a basic core function of what's supposed to be a democratic government. But we don't know what he had access to. I mean, they're going after rewriting air traffic control permissions. They're gutting U.S. aid. The U.S. Treasury payment system, as I've talked about, has our medical information, our social security numbers, our home addresses, our bank information. They do Medicare payments. It's a fifth of the United States economy.
It violates HIPAA.
This is insane. And unlike in 2016, where there were guys like Reince Priebus and even Rex Tillerson, who they're horrible human beings, but they're more like, I guess, traditional Republicans that want to...
Tillerson stayed in the Iran deal until he was replaced. And then immediately after his replacement, we got out of the Iran deal.
They're more tethered to like the reality that we all share. Everybody now in the administration has been pre-cleared to be a Trump loyalist, including the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who over a dozen Democrats voted for, by the way. Here he is on Fox Business on Wednesday denying that there's anything wrong here.
And Elon Musk's influence on the Treasury, DOGE's influence on the Treasury. You're the Treasury Secretary. What can you tell us about this?
Larry, that Elon Musk is the greatest entrepreneur of this generation. And the DOGE outlook and their brief.
But they haven't shown any proof of these accusations that they're making of what they're finding in the waste or anything. Yeah, and then in the Philippines, a US plane, military plane. I'd like to know who was on that plane, the one in Alaska too.
From the president.
And then that train in Pennsylvania on fire.
Department of Government Efficiency.
And because they have that hiring freeze on the fire department and everything, there's buildings burning and stuff. I mean, and Trump fucking took all that water that was for the farmers during, summertime for the crops, and he drained it.
And we had the Grace Commission. You and I are old enough to remember. You were in the administration. Yep. The Grace Commission in the 80s failed.
Reagan years.
Yep. Bill Clinton, Al Gore set up a commission on government efficiency, failed, and DOGE is not going to fail.
Gold is almost $3,000 an ounce now.
And that they are moving a lot of people's cheese here in the Capitol, and that when you hear this squawking, then some
so
cheese.
imprecise.
Cheese. What is cheese? You mean the money that is taken out of our paychecks?
I'll point out they haven't actually pointed to any fraud, despite all this insane amount of access they get.
Yeah,
and
they haven't pointed to any fraud. They haven't done nothing. They're just wiping it out.
All the people saying, "Oh, why are people opposed to transparency?" Because this isn't transparency. This is simulation.
And the fraud that we do see, we get it from the actuarial reports about the Pentagon, which wastes billions and billions of dollars.
I'm sure they'll get to that.
Eventually.
I saw somebody tell Elon to do that.
Still working on it. It's down the list of priorities. But all right, keep going. I had a different thought, but now I'm blanking and they'll come back to me.
That when you hear this squawking, then some status quo.
Elon Musk really knows how to pick them. He really knows how to assemble the dream team of racist trolls, of obnoxious teenagers who will steal your personal data, and of frat bro, immature, inexperienced hacker dudes who have no business being a part of our government. And today, all jokes aside, the story that came out today is actually quite scary. It says Musk's DOGE team was fired by a previous cybersecurity firm for leaking government secrets. The exact type of person that we...
Wow.
wants having our social security numbers and the personal data of millions and millions of federal workers. Edward Korestein posted online that he had retained access to the firm's servers. Now he has access to sensitive government information. And there are a few worries that I've been pointing out relentlessly over the past week. Number one, have these teenage dudes gotten a security clearance? Do they have the proper clearance and the proper background?
How long is that fucking tie this kid is wearing too? I mean, like, come on.
Checks to be having access to this information? Well, it seems like no. Elon didn't have any security checks or background checks, but even if they did, what makes these 4 or 5 dudes
security clearance
uniquely qualified to be gutting our federal government? There's no good answer, and I don't know if we're going to get one, but I want to break down this story, and I want to break down the implications, because I've said this a lot, but while Donald Trump is out there with all of these distractions, he holds 3 press conferences a day, is always talking about transgender people, while it's important to cover...
The kid is fucking 19.
That stuff. I think the real story lies in what Elon Musk is doing. He is pulling off a coup at breakneck speeds. And
he was fired from an internship because he was sharing information with a competitor. Wow.
The onus is on us to cover every single move he makes. While the Washington Post fails, these other mainstream organizations fail to cover him. The onus is now on people like you and I to pay attention. So all that I ask is that you drop a like, subscribe, watch.
That's why I'm doing this, is because I know, okay, there's only 24 people here. I'm not a big channel, but I'm down with sharing the information of what's going on
until the end to help boost this video. And before we even break down this main story about the cybersecurity team, I want to give an update on the DOGE staffer who resigned yesterday over racist posts, because it has started an online storm, an online fight where JD Vance had to butt in and say, here's my view. I think the kid should be rehired despite his racist posts. It is an absolutely insane timeline that we live in. And let's just start from the beginning. So yesterday,
yes, I don't think social media should be used to ruin a kid's life. Oh, but you don't care when it's just one of us little peons or their kids that's life is being ruined by social media. The blood on the hands of social media. Those kids who felt their fucking life was destroyed. And they take their own life. Where were you then, JD Vance, you fucktard?
Yesterday, I made a video about a key DOGE staff member who gained access to the Treasury Department that had to resign because he advocated for racism and eugenics. He wasn't just posting some racist meme, not that that would be okay, but it wasn't just some meme. He was genuinely advocating for more people to be racist, and he was advocating for eugenics. And the crazy part is, this dude was advocating for people to be racist against Indians. He hates Indians, and he said, I think more people should hate Indians. And JD Vance's wife and children are pretty visibly Indian.
Wow. And he was advocating for him. Oh my God. I would love to know what his fucking wife has to say about that.
So I don't know why JD Vance is running defense, but let's continue breaking down the story so we can get to the main one. It says Marco Alez, a 25-year-old who was a part of the cadre of Elon Musk lieutenants deployed by DOGE, had to resign after his account leaked. Quote, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool, the account posted in July, less than a year ago. He then said, quote, you could not pay me to marry outside my ethnicity. He said that in September. He then said, quote, normalize Indian hate, the account wrote in September. That was only a few months back. On Friday morning, Musk then posted a poll.
I can't even believe that.
To X, asking his followers if DOGE should rehire the staffer who made inappropriate statements. And now let's jump over to that poll because you guys get it. You guys get that this kid is a racist POS. And there's a difference. I'm going to take the stance that there's a difference.
And so 78% said to hire him back.
Between a tweet from 12 years ago from some celebrity resurfacing, and that celebrity makes some sort of edgy joke, and now they are very remorseful. They have changed. I don't think we should go at somebody's neck if they said something 12 years ago that was slightly edgy. We've seen cases like that. That's not cool. But when somebody 4 months ago was saying more people should be racist, that is absolutely the most vile type of racism possible. So Elon Musk then posted at 8 a.m. this morning, should I bring back the DOGE staffer who made inappropriate statements via a now deleted pseudonym? And it's like, dude, you're asking your Nazi fan base on the Nazi
Unbelievable.
The app if you should bring back the Nazi dude. Of course, 78% of people are going to say yes, bring him back. And that's exactly what happened. 78% said yes. Bring the kid back. Now, JD Vance even gave his opinion, along with Donald Trump, who gave his opinion. JD Vance said, here's my view. I obviously disagree with some of Alez's posts. Some of his posts? What do you mean by some of his posts? Which ones do you agree with, JD Vance? He then said,
yeah, what do you agree with, JD Vance? What do you agree with, fucker?
But I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life. Okay. I sort of agree with what he's getting at. And I just made that point. If I had somebody who was a friend and I found out that 10 years ago they posted something on Instagram that was kind of edgy and it wasn't really the best joke, I would be like, dude, I hope you've grown since then. Of course, social media posts shouldn't ruin somebody's life. That's not what's happening here. This dude 4 or 5 months ago was saying that more people should be racist. He was advocating for eugenics like he's a Nazi. He was posting some absolutely vile stuff just a few months back. So to chalk this up to social media posts, just some stupid social media activity, which is what he says, stupid social media activity, is incredibly disingenuous and is downplaying racism infiltrating our government. He then says, we shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people.
Let's talk about that on the phone while Wisdom, because yeah, let's talk about that on the phone, because let's do something about that. Don't pay it right yet. Let's do something about that.
ever. Who's trying to destroy him? The dude is 25. He is older than me, and he is intentionally making racist posts. And here's the thing. The kid seems to be pretty smart. From everything I've read, he seems to be a good programmer. He seems to have worked for some high-level corporations. So this isn't some dumbass making racist posts. This is a smart dude intentionally advocating for more race.
Without questioning it. Oh. We'll still talk about that on the phone because no, no. There's something wrong with that. If you pay it every month, then there's nothing in the back for that. Then no. And you're not even using your AC because it's not summertime. That's when your electric would go up more. There's a problem there. Somebody's probably running off your electricity. No. Mm-mm. You'll have to text me a copy of that bill, please, and of your last month's bill.
Racism. Then JD Vance says, I say bring him back. If he's a bad dude or a terrible member of the team, fire him for that. He is a bad dude. And thankfully, John Favreau points out, then bring him back. You're the big tough guy with all the power now, right? Or at least you work with the two guys that do. You don't get to play the victim anymore and hide behind the mean journalists and the cancel culture libs. You're in charge now. If you want to hire back the guy who
Why is he in charge now? He's not.
openly says he's racist and couldn't be paid to marry outside his ethnicity, instead he wants to normalize Indian hate, do it. Not sure I could look my family in the eye if I did something like that, but maybe you can. So live your truth, pal. Bring back the racist. And of course, I want to remind you guys one more time, JD Vance has an Indian American wife who is very visibly Indian American. So she can be racially profiled in the way that Alez, the dude, the Doge dude, wants her to be. He wants people to be racially profiled like that. He says more people.
Send me that bill and the copy of the one from the month before, please.
Should be racist against Indians. Ro Khanna, another Indian American representative, then said, are you going to tell him to apologize for saying normalize Indian hate before his rehire? Just asking for the sake of both of our kids. Because of course they both have Indian American kids. And then JD Vance responds, for the sake of both our kids, grow up. Racist trolls on the internet, while offensive, don't threaten my kids. You know what does?
Jesus Christ, this guy, JD Vance.
Does a culture that denies grace to people who make mistakes, a culture that encourages congressmen to act like whiny children. Oh my lord. Okay, a few things. First of all, I entirely reject JD Vance's framing that this is just somebody who made a few mistakes. He is a 25-year-old grown man who, again, intentionally advocated for eugenics and more racism in America. Now, if this dude was working at some sort of store, some sort of grocery store, he would probably get fired, but I don't think it would matter as much. This dude will have access to the data, the information of some of the most important agencies and important people in the United States. I'm sorry if I don't want an avowed.
I understand, but you have a copy of the bill, right? And you have a copy of your prior month's bill, right?
Racist having access to this information. It is incredibly crazy to see JD Vance defending Indian hatred when his family is Indian. Ro Khanna then says, no one is denying grace to people who make mistakes. I respect Usha. I praised her publicly and defended your family from some of the vicious attacks. But if you're going to rehire someone to represent you and the USA, why not insist he apologize for saying, quote, normalize Indian hate? And remember, this kid said a lot more than just normalize Indian hate. And that is where it ends there. But Donald Trump was asked if this kid should be reinstated. And I think this clip is worth a watch.
As part of this DOGE cost-cutting effort, one of the DOGE engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice.
You don't know about it. You don't. Oh, you don't have copies of the bills? We'll have to talk about it on the phone because I'm sure it's online.
President. Thank you, Peter.
So I can actually sort of believe that Donald Trump doesn't know much about this exact situation. I'd hope that he's not following internet drama beef online, but the fact that he has to defer to JD Vance and just blindly trust him, even though the kid did post racist stuff, is disgusting. But let's go on to the main story of today. This story I find incredibly important and also incredibly just scary.
What happened to Chosen One Community? Where'd she go?
So again, Edward Korestein, another dude, this is separate from the racist troll dude, posted online that he had retained access to a previous firm's servers, a cybersecurity firm. Now he has access to sensitive government information. Edward Korestein, a 19-year-old member of Elon Musk's squad that crisscrosses the United States government agencies trying to gut them, was fired from an internship after he was accused of sharing information with a competitor. Quote, Edward has been terminated for leaking internal information to the competitors, said a June 2022 message from an executive of the firm. This is unacceptable, and there is zero tolerance for this. Now, if something like this were to happen today, the equivalent would be China, Russia, Iran, or any of the foreign adversaries that would love to knock the U.S. down a peg, gaining information to the gaining access to the information that Korestein currently has. And people have been raising the alarms for this on a while. They've been saying, dude, this is a huge security risk. You cannot have teenage dudes hacking in and getting
I have no fucking security clearance, nothing.
access to all of our most vulnerable
Nobody
data.
would have
And you can't
fucking
be
hired that kid with that in his background.
feeding that into AI. It's an incredibly bad move. And now we know why. A spokesperson for the Arizona-based hosting and data security firm said Thursday, quote, I can confirm that Edward Korestein's brief contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure. So a few things. Number one, there is precedent for this dude leaking information in his teens, and he's still a teenager. But number two, I want to know, is Elon Musk going to fire this dude? I mean, if he rehires the racist dude, why the hell would he fire the hacker leaker dude? And it kind of reminds me.
That's terrible, man. This motherfucker, man.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right. But
I think that is so important as we all try to digest this just massive influx of news that we are all trying to, make heads. Gil, welcome. Great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So before we jump in, I just want to do a plug for your Substack. It's called the Nerd Reich, newly actually renamed the Nerd Reich, which I think is a great title for it. And people, please subscribe and support the work that Gil is doing, because as I just said in your introduction, I think you have done a better job than I've seen of anyone, really distilling what the ideology is, really distilling what the plan is. And I think that is so important as we all try to digest this just massive influx of news that we are all trying to, make heads or tails of. So before we get into Elon Musk specific, can you just give people a little bit who you are, where you came from, how you, ended up on this particular beat of like Silicon Valley oligarchs?
Sure. Well, I started my career as a journalist. The first major newspaper I worked for was the San Jose Mercury News back in the dot-com boom. In 1998, I started. After a few years, newspapers were going sour, so I ended up working in politics for a long time, for about 17 years. I was a spokesman and communications director for people like Governor Jerry Brown, Senator Dianne Feinstein, Kamala Harris when she was Attorney General. And then in 2018, I returned to journalism as editorial page editor of the Sacramento Bee and later editorial page editor of the San Francisco Examiner. And for the past 2 years, I've been freelance, sort of combining my political knowledge with
I not that.
So Gil, my first question to start to unpack all of this is just the very basic, like, what is Elon
Right? What's the Penske file?
Musk's ideology? And what does he actually want? Like, what is the end game here? What is he trying to accomplish as he unleashes his DOGE apparatchiks in this, attempted coup?
Well, people often make the mistake of thinking this is just about money and tax breaks and fewer regulations. But Elon Musk already has more money than anyone else in the world. Elon Musk already breaks laws and rules and regulations on a regular basis with no consequence. So this is about something far, far bigger than that. This is about power and who gets to wield power in the 21st century. There's a new...
I told you this is a power struggle right here.
extreme ideology that has taken root in certain quarters of Silicon Valley, not in all of tech, but in a pretty significantly impactful portion of tech. And it sees that the 21st century is a power vacuum, and it proposes to fill that power vacuum with a new system of governance by tech corporations and the people who control those corporations. And that's very much what this is about that we're seeing today. It's about who controls the 21st century, who has power. And it's also about the idea of
Seinfeld? What do you mean?
ending nation states, countries like the United States no longer being important in the world, and instead having different patchworks of territories, some call them network states, that will be ruled by corporate fiefdoms by some of these tech billionaires.
So talk about what I will describe as Elon Musk's ideological daddy, also JD Vance's ideological daddy. Steve Bannon has talked about this guy glowingly. Talk about Curtis Yarvin, who's like the main guy behind all of this ideologically and philosophically, and what his grand vision is.
Well, Curtis Yarvin is a computer programmer from San Francisco who, back in the early 2000s, used to write an online blog as a guy named Mencius Moldbug. That was his moniker. And he has all of these kind of convoluted, confusing, and cherry-picked theories about the need to replace democracy with corporate.
I can't comprehend. Oh, okay. I get you. This guy, Steve Witkoff, being involved in the Middle East things.
$1,500 a month if you also take care of a friend or relative at home? No way, right? Most people.
That's because the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority have banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside. Donald Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, has arrived in Israel. He's set to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss the ceasefire and implementing the second phase of the deal. Witkoff is also expected to visit the Netzarim corridor in Gaza to see US security contractors who are screening Palestinian vehicles.
A fucking real estate guy. Trump's real estate guy.
Khan's in Jordan's capital, Amman. And that's because the Israeli government and the Palestinian Authority have banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Let's talk about Steve Witkoff's visit, first of all. What more do we know about the timetable and what he's intending to do when he's here?
Well, we do actually know from Israel's Broadcasting Authority alongside other Israeli media, and they do have photos that he did earlier visit Gaza. He's the first American official to visit in many years because they've often...
Because, in my opinion, Trump was breaking this deal, brokering this deal years ago.
refused to have any contact with Hamas whatsoever, and also because of security issues. But he did visit the Netzarim corridor, which, as we know, opened on Monday, allowing hundreds of thousands of people through. Two of those roads have essentially been opened, Al-Rashid and Salahuddin Road, allowing people to enter the north, essentially. So he would have been under very heavy guard and more towards where the Israeli army is still posted further into the east. And he also visited the Philadelphia corridor, where Israel still has a presence, and that's between Rafah in the south of Gaza and also...
They're negotiating with terrorists, which is really shocking to me.
Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff visited Gaza today, along with Netanyahu Lieutenant Ron Dermer, visiting the Netzarim corridor. If we can put up this first element here, scooped by Barak Ravid, as all things Netanyahu seem to be scooped by. He writes, White House envoy Witkoff visited on Wednesday the Netzarim corridor inside the Gaza Strip together with the Israeli Minister for Strategic Affairs, Ron Dermer. This is the first visit by a U.S. government official in Gaza for at least 15 years. Joining us now to discuss this and also a recent reporting trip that he took to Syria is my drop site colleague, Maz Hussein. Maz, thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And so Witkoff had actually floated this in I believe it was in a Fox News interview recently, causing complete pandemonium among Israeli political observers and political participants, saying, you know,
What's the deal with these ads promising solar panels for free? Well, it's not true. You can't get solar panels for free. But I've been a
Unfortunately, we have some more ominous breaking news related to Elon Musk and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency. You see, despite assurances from Trump and the Trump White House and Musk that Musk and DOGE would be transparent and accountable to the American people, we've learned that the White House has confirmed that Elon Musk will not make public his financial disclosures. It will be kept private, not just from the American people, but also from members of Congress. So we
That's
have
some bullshit right there. Yeah, if net is fine with that, yeah, that's perfectly fine. That's bullshit right there. That is some fucking bullshit.
no way to determine whether Elon Musk is avoiding conflicts of interest in his unprecedented access to our most important information. This reeks of corruption. But before we unpack all of that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, before we get to the breaking news, I want you to hear what Donald Trump had to say about Elon Musk earlier today with respect to transparency and, you know, Elon Musk's availability to the public. This is what Trump had to say.
No, he's doing a very good job. I'm very happy with it.
When you put Elon Musk
Shut the hell up, buddy.
up on the podium for us to ask him some questions, Mr. President, at any point. Will you put Elon Musk up on the podium for us to ask him some questions?
Oh, sure. He's not shy. Elon's not shy.
So go ahead, put him up on the fucking podium. Let us ask him some questions.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course, I'll put Elon Musk in front of the public. He's not shy, and he isn't shy, except when it comes to things that might potentially impact him in a negative way. And then he gets real shy real quick. Thus, this breaking news development. And this is from Catherine Watson. I can't remember what network she's with. Oh, CBS News. CBS News. New. Elon Musk's financial disclosure will not be available to the public. A White House official said...
That's some bullshit right there.
That Musk, as an unpaid special government employee who is not a commissioned officer, will file a confidential financial disclosure report. The White House official says Musk was provided an ethics briefing this week, and other DOGE staff will receive or have received the same treatment. 278 financial disclosure reports reveal all assets, including investments. Musk's 278 form, as well as the wealthiest man in the world with multiple companies, would be extensive. So, pretty shocking stuff. What was even more shocking, right? So I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, one of the whole purposes, alleged the ostensible purpose behind DOGE in addition.
I cannot believe they're getting away with that. You know, it was nothing personal this morning, right, Nat? I just had watched so much and done so much research and watched so much of the news and stuff. I was nauseated by it.
In addition to creating efficiency is also accountability and transparency, right? They're making a big deal. Like, do you know where your taxpayer dollars are going? All the corruption and graft that these lib-pup Democrats are behind? We got to have accountability and transparency. Let the public see it. Not only is the public not seeing, Elon Musk's financial disclosures, which, by the way, recall that Donald Trump for years fought disclosing his tax returns, which was a presidential tradition. President Biden observed it. Pretty much every other presidential candidate observed it, except for Trump, once again violating the norms. As bad as this is, what made it even more weird is we got confirmation that even elected representatives would not be able to see it. As
That is so crazy.
Catherine Watson replied to a question on Twitter. She said, the question was, so not even a senator can see it? Catherine Watson confirmed, correct. So you have it right. The guy who is all about accountability and transparency and letting the public see what's going on. Let's see how the sausage is made.
Thank you, because Swiss was trying to conjure up some bullshit.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant. We're not getting his financial disclosures. So how the hell can we possibly determine the extent of the potential conflicts of interest that may arise during the course of his work? Remember, as we discussed in the previous video, as we speak, DOGE has access to our social security numbers and our most sensitive financial related information. Musk can see that, but we can't see Musk's financial disclosures. We don't need a social security number, but we want to see how the world's richest man
I'd like to see his tax returns. Is he even doing any tax returns?
Potentially be entangled in ethical conflicts and conflicts of interest. So you can see all this shit about us, our social security numbers, our home addresses, everything. But we can't, we don't know anything about you. We have to sift through public reports and try to piece this shit together. You're going to make your financial disclosures confidential. You get to rummage through everything about the American people. And we're supposed to just trust you? Oh, you received an ethics report. You received an ethics briefing. Hey, be ethical. Be ethical. Don't break the law. And the American people get no oversight of this whatsoever, and nor do apparently our elected representatives. When you take this and combine it with all the other stuff we've learned about DOGE, how does this not?
It does frustrate people. It is frustrating people because for buildings Congress was locked out of, and no, I know you didn't say you were upset with me. It was Swiss trying to make you upset with me.
A reek of unprecedented corruption. Sure seems like it to me. As a matter of fact, Catherine Watson is really funny. She points out that Elon Musk for years has talked about the need for public transparency. She retweeted a comment from November 3rd, 2024, right before the election. There should be no need for FOIA requests. That's Freedom of Information Act requests. All government data should be default public for maximum transparency. Unless it's a massive risk to the country, he says, all government information should be public.
Once launched, this dental appliance.
Have you seen this? It's absolutely insane. Look at the presentation on what's inside this can.
Sardines?
US aid, right? US AID. It came out, hundreds of just tremendous amounts of money, had nothing to do with anything. This is a terrible thing. That
You didn't even prove any of that, dude. And he was incorrect.
experience, but we're catching them left and right. We're catching them. We're catching them to a point where they don't know what the heck is going on. They can't believe they're getting caught. And I have great respect for the people that are doing it. Elon Musk is helping us on it. And
who's getting caught, buddy? Thank you, Ned. That's what I said too. She ain't gonna drop no sledgehammer, fucking bitch. And that you understand how upset I get about what's going on, like with the freaking current affairs of the world.
pretty good. He's pretty good. He's pretty good at it. But the numbers are astounding. They're astounding. Even Doug was shaken up by what he heard.
Prove it, Trump. Prove it.
Hello, this is Homefront Headlines. I'm Amanda Weinstein.
And I'm Casey Weinstein.
I forget who you were.
And it's, I always, usually you say, and this is my husband.
Caffeine right now. Are we all exhausted or just
Everything, like Middle East peace.
going to take away all of US aid?
Yes, he's going to destroy US aid. I think we're up to 54 states. So we got Canada, Panama, Greenland, and now Gaza is going to become a state. So they're just gonna, like, who knew how simple this could be? You just move all the people,
Forcibly remove 2 million
all
people
the
from
people who
Gaza.
live there, and then it's fine.
Problem solved.
Yeah, it's great. So Jared,
You went to Jared.
and Jared is gonna make it
Jared
the Riviera of the Middle East. And I'm sorry we're laughing, but
I mean, that's all you can do.
I mean, fucking Abraham is buried there. What are they going to do about that cave of the patriarchs? I mean, I can't. And oh, you're talking about Swiss, yeah. No, I don't. I'm gonna keep exposing all of this because I think a lot of this is really important to know that I know that there's a big to do about, oh, but who owns this and who owns that, but it was purchased it.
And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kirjath Arba, the same as Hebron in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for.
Okay, no, like the crying. It's just really important that people understand that he bought that. He bought it. He bought that land there. It's in the Bible. Like he purchased that.
Among the Hittites, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the hearing of the Hittites, of all who went in at the gate of his city. No, my lord, hear me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. In the sight of the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. Then Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in the hearing of the people of the land, but if you will, hear me. I give the price of the field, except
he bought it.
It from me, that I may bury my dead there. Ephron answered, Abraham, my lord, listen to me. A piece of land worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and me? Bury your dead. Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed out for Ephron the silver that he had named in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver, according to the weights current among the merchants. So the field of Ephron in Machpelah, which was to the east of Mamre, the field with the cave that was in it, and all the trees that were in the field throughout its whole area, was made over to Abraham as a possession in the presence of the Hittites before all who went in at the gate of his city. After this, Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the cave of the field of Machpelah, east of Mamre, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. The field and the cave that is in it were made over to Abraham as property for a burying place by the Hittites. This is the word of God, and it's good. You can have a seat.
Okay, that's the word of God.
The ancient town of Hebron, with over 200,000 people, is the largest city in the West Bank. And it's the bustling commercial capital with nearly a third of the entire West Bank economy. Just strolling the streets, dodging cars, and mixing with the people, I feel the energy of an economy that seems primed to grow. Commerce spills out everywhere. Exploring the market streets, I'm immersed in Palestinian life. Experiences like these are why we travel.
Israel owns the West Bank. There should be no argument there. It was purchased. That's the word of God.
Along with all the market activity and commerce comes high security and tension. That's because this city has the tomb of Abraham, so sacred.
Shouldn't have the fucking tomb of Abraham where Jews can't go. He purchased it. He owns it.
To both Israelis and Palestinians. Here, Jews live literally atop Palestinian Muslims as the two communities struggle to be near Abraham's tomb.
That's it. But guess what? Now they just want to build over it. It's prime waterfront property. They want to build over the tomb. Hello, King J. Of Abraham and Sarah. I am in just shock.
While the city is mostly Palestinian, a determined community of several hundred Israeli settlers have staked out the high ground living in a settlement above the market. The tension between the communities is illustrated by a wire net that protects the Arab food and clothing market below from the garbage of the Jewish residents above. Israeli troops are posted here to maintain control. Turnstiles and checkpoints are
Now I want to see how long ago this was. 9 years ago.
a way of life. A no man's land with Jewish political art decorating closed buildings divides the two communities. And it's all about this very sacred and complicated site. An ancient structure capped by a medieval church, which now functions both as a mosque and a synagogue, holding the tombs of Abraham and his family. The focal point for both faiths is this, the tomb of Abraham. Poignantly, access for the feuding descendants of Abraham is divided by a pane of bulletproof glass. On one side of the glass, Jews worship in the synagogue, the second most holy place in Judaism. It's enlivened with singing, studying, and praying among the tombs of their great patriarch.
You know how mad I am about that? This one's 4 years ago. Let's see if it
Meet
changed
Niles
up.
Knurk. He's the owner of Gurney's. They're a seed company, and they've been selling exclusive varieties since 18.
And then Jews and Christians prayed here in the building side by side as a symbol of coexistence.
So I want to tell you, Ron, I really am impressed with your line of questions because you're one of the first people in a long time that I've heard.
This was 1 month ago. I'm so fucking mad that this.
No, these are Jordanian steps. Jordanian. The original entrance was not through here. Okay. The Jordanians, when they occupied, they made the staircase. Interesting. Keep one of these, and that's a very important thing because I want to stress the mothers and fathers here. And this is an ante-room built by the Muslims later on. I just want you to see one thing. Just the way it is. Okay, now look here.
2 years ago, this one, because I've already seen that one. It's just like a tourist thing.
It's widely known that there are Israeli settlements in Palestinian territory, but very few people know what the lives of people are actually like in these isolated districts. I traveled to Hebron, a Palestinian city that has Israeli settlements right in the middle of the city itself, and managed to enter a Jewish neighborhood surrounded by barbed wire fences and checkpoints. In this video, I'm gonna share what I saw and experienced. in this controversial section of Hebron. This video is the second video of my Hebron trip. So if you haven't seen the previous one, please check it out as well from the link in the description. As I showed in my previous video, when I participated in the Hebron city tour, the checkpoints to the Jewish neighborhood was closed and we couldn't get in.
I am so pissed.
The wall is the first thing you see before you enter Bethlehem. In Hebrew, it's called the security fence. In Arabic, the wall of apartheid. As a foreign visitor, getting in and out is easy. You just stride through an Israeli checkpoint and emerge in Bethlehem, no questions asked. The wall looks different on the inside. The great concrete slabs are covered in drawers, encompassing
This is the holy city.
every emotion from hope to despair. I visited Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, as they're referred to by the UN, back in November 2019. A year and a half later, and I still don't know how to best talk about my experience. And so I decided to let somebody else do the talking, Claire Anastas. Claire is the owner of the guest house my friend and I stayed at in Bethlehem.
So beautiful. This is just absolutely precious.
She spoke with such clarity and so much candor, and I knew she'd be the perfect person to shed a bit of light on what is a hugely complicated situation. So here's Claire.
My name is Claire Anastas. I'm a mother for 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers, dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses, bed frames, concrete, things like that.
The state of Palestine is a very small area in the Middle East, currently recognized by the United Nations, although before its partition, Palestine was much larger area in size than today under Ottoman Empire of the Turks. Please support our work through Patreon.
Founded in 1948, the State of Israel is located on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean Sea.
Bye,
The country
Stanley.
borders the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. Israel's territory has historically been a magnet for great powers, from the Romans to the British. For a Mediterranean power, Israel can serve as a strategic land bridge. And for an Eastern power, control of Israel is necessary to secure its flank. Israel contains parts of 4 distinct topographical regions. The Negev is an extension of the Sinai Desert and accounts for more than half of Israel. The coastal plain begins in the Gaza Strip and extends northwards to the border with Lebanon. The hill region extends from the foothills of Mount Hermon in the north to south of Jerusalem. The Jordan Rift Valley follows the length of the Jordan River and continues down to the Red Sea. Israel also claims the western 2/3 of the Golan Heights, a strategic plateau.
But they've now called it the Trump Heights.
The country's core is in the coastal plain and the hill region. Over 3 million of Israel's approximately 8 million inhabitants live in Gush Dan, or the greater Tel Aviv area. Israel's primary geographic challenge is its lack of abundant resources combined with its lack of strategic depth. Its narrowest point is just 9.3 miles wide. Israel currently has the ability to defend itself, but must maintain a posture of constant military readiness. Advances in water desalination technology have helped address water scarcity issues, and relatively large offshore gas field discoveries at Tamar and Leviathan have improved Israel's access to natural gas. Overall, however, Israel is still a resource-poor country. As a result, Israel historically has depended on the support of a great power patron, and often must balance relations with regional.
Everybody wanted to control the trade routes. There were many
Is that
wars.
in
And any
Lebanon?
army that came and attacked, whenever they besieged the city, what they would do is they would chop down all the trees. They needed the wood for making weapons, for siege machines. And then over those thousands of years of warfare, no one's bothered to replenish the trees.
Ronnie, you've been bringing people to Israel and taking them around this country for a very long time.
33 years.
That's a good amount of time. So, I met with Ronnie Cohen. He's been a tour guide in Israel for many, many years and has a deep knowledge of the land he calls home.
Okay, basically, somebody gets on a plane,
They come to Israel, they get on a bus, and they're expecting to see sand dunes and Arabs on camels all over the place. Okay. I think the best way to really talk about the land is talk about physically what the land looks like. This is the Middle East, but it's not like you see on TV like Afghanistan or Iraq. It's a little bit different. First of all, we're not in a continent that's called the Middle East. We're in Asia. Actually, we're in Western Asia along the Mediterranean coast. We're a small nation, about the size of New Jersey. The width of Israel is only 70 miles. You can drive in about 90 minutes. And the length of it is about 230 miles. That's really about it. We're boundaried in the north by Lebanon, the northeast Syria, which is right behind me, Jordan.
Even like Damascus, all those places are so historical, and all the fighting going on everywhere is. And here Trump wants to go and make a fucking casino. It's the world's oldest city, Damascus.
Hey everybody, it's Kay Adams. We have waited all season for this. Super Bowl 59, dun, 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 is finally here. And to celebrate...
That's crazy.
I've been overlooking Damascus, Syria. It's just amazing. Oh my God. Look at this view, guys. I mean, it's just stunning. The drive here from Beirut was only 75 miles, and it's not bad at all, except for the fact that the Syrian officials didn't have my visa number in their system, so it took 2 stressful hours to convince them that I can get in. But I'm in, and holy crap, this place is not what I expected at all. Damascus is considered as the oldest continuously inhabited city on Earth, with evidence of habitation dating back 11,000 years, and walking around the streets of the old city is just magical.
Welcome to Syria!
Aside from a few police checkpoints, you'd never even know that the country has been in a constant state of war for the last...
Constant state of war.
Damascus. For a moment, you might feel like you're in Andalusia.
This is 6:18 a.m. Freedom Time.
We're approaching Damascus. On our way to Damascus. It has been a centerpiece on the world map since the dawn of history.
People are happy. It's as if they've been in a prison where visits were forbidden.
This is Damascus, the oldest inhabited city and capital in the world.
We arrived in Damascus in disbelief. I walk the streets of Damascus, yet I still cannot grasp that I'm here.
From Damascus. He's gone, he's gone.
Listen.
1,000 cars.
Welcome to Damascus. Damascus of pride and faith. Aleppo, Hama, Homs, Idlib, Latakia, and Tartus. Cities we've heard about all our lives but could never visit.
A free Syria where its people live in freedom and dignity.
No one can believe we're actually here.
Because they had terrorist organizations that had taken it over. And that is what will happen. I can't believe we're negotiating with terrorists now.
Syria's back. Now it is time to visit after this glorious victory. After nearly 60 years of tyranny by one family and one party, a reign that brought destruction, displacement, torture, and division to everything Syrian. In this series, we'll explore palaces and prisons. We'll visit cities, uncover.
And the crazy thing is that they're, like, is it the Palestinian flag that is
For Syria, and understand, it has bullets. The final liberation battle, which lasted 11 days and led to Damascus being freed without spilling a drop of blood. Syria is free. We'll meet the leader and commander of the battle, Ahmed Sharar, in an exclusive interview from within the palace.
Do you know the punishment for removing someone from their home? By force.
We'll rebuild this country together.
Not the Palestinian flag. I thought it was the colors are totally. Now this is 2 weeks ago.
السلام عليكم إخواني وأخواتي. ليس هناك أعظم من هذه الفرصة. فقط خذوها ثواني قليلة. والله بفضل الله عز وجل.
This is the prison of horror, everyone is talking about. This is the entrance of Sidnaya prison. Its secrets revealed for the first time and opened to the world on December 8th, 2024. One of the most notorious prisons.
I swear by Almighty God to safeguard the interests and freedoms of the people.
A country once run by mafia-like gangs. This is a drug pill factory here in Damascus, the largest in the world.
A drug pill factory in the oldest city in the world. What a shame.
Practicing organized crime, intimidation, torture, murder, and the production and distribution of drugs.
A major drug smuggling operation has been foiled.
What did you see when you went there? What was the worst prison? Mafia gangs, disguised as a state and regime. This is the entrance. This is the gate. Look what they wrote. Our detainees, you're the pain of the soul and the heartbreak of the victory. The human slaughterhouse. We will neither forget nor forgive. This place was a human slaughterhouse, one of the most infamous and brutal prisons in the world. Sidnaya prison. We're going in now. There are many missing people.
When people used to pass by this road, they didn't dare to look at the prison due to the heavy security grip.
This prison was built in 1987. And it's the heart.
1987.
This prison under Assad's regime. It's located 30 kilometers north of the capital, Damascus. Look at the number of gates and walls. It's heavily fortified.
Walls, barriers, trenches, and individual guard towers.
Any detainees who entered here endured the most severe forms of torture.
How could the world that so-called loves their Bible and loves God, loves Jesus, sit back and allow that to happen? How?
These are guard posts where soldiers were stationed. Look, there's a hole for them to hide in. The prison was designed to make breaching it seem impossible. It's isolated, right?
Totally.
Why is it called Sidnaya?
It's named after the nearby village, Sidnaya.
They built it far from the city to make it hard to reach so they could freely carry out torture.
I wonder if it's safe to go there or not.
They all fled, disappeared. They surrendered. All the guards who were here have escaped.
So they escaped and went where?
Now I'm standing before this. Do you see it behind me? This is the prison building. This is the gate. I'm speechless. They say it's freezing cold inside. Oh my God. This is the first thing you see. Many people came here because the number of detainees was in the thousands.
Well, it was only a month ago when they were showing people going there and saying how beautiful the city was and that now, Syria is free. But lately there has been stuff going on there. Yeah, I believe.
To search for their loved ones. They were looking for underground cells. They thought there were underground cells because they found this door with a hole beneath it. These are underground cells. The building has 3 floors and a secret underground floor for solitary confinement cells.
I'd like to know who they purchased all that building material from. Who saw them all that building material?
Oh, look here. These prisons were spread across the country, designed to torture and kill anyone who dared oppose the regime, and to intimidate others into submission. When solitary confinement and terrifying prisons are mentioned, you might think of the film.
Now, they're being mentioned now here in this country. Sending people off to prisons, Guantanamo Bay, or even in El Salvador, who has said to Trump, sure, we'll take your prisoners.
Philippines or El Salvador. But look here.
U.S. prisoners, mind you.
There are no lights even. This is the prison. People were here just a month ago.
Where are they now? Where are they now? Just a month ago. This is only 2 weeks old, this video. But you saw, Israel said they're not even in the Middle East. They're part of Asia. That's what they said.
So much has happened here. No cameras and filming was forbidden.
I literally had no chin. It was just down here. And I'm like, you know what? Let me do chin and jowls. Let's just do it. And so I got chin and jowls.
A couple she could spare.
Look at the cell. Imagine being in a cell like this, without knowing your fate or what's happening in the outside world, completely cut off. All this without committing any crime. This is Sidnaya Prison, nicknamed the Human Slaughterhouse, where tens of thousands of civilians and peaceful dissidents were tortured to death and their bodies disposed of in mass graves.
Wow. Wow. And where did those people go that disappeared that were running that shit? That's some shit.
Oh, Lord. "28.
There's a door over there. I think something's behind it.
How are you, ma'am?
I'm fine. Congratulations on the victory and the success. Thank God we're now safe.
Are they safe though? That's crazy. I want to know where those people went that were running this shit.
Has returned to us by God's grace, and our country is back. Syria is ours. Thank God.
Did any of your relatives used to be here?
My nephew was here, and so was my cousin.
Since when?
For 15 years. He was a doctor. They arrested
Shit, for 15 years.
him from the mosque.
What did he do?
He did nothing.
Some have been missing for 20 to 30 years.
May God's curse be upon them all.
These are the main dormitories in Sidnaya prison.
How did the world allow that?
These are the dormitories inside. Look how many gates you have to pass through to get out. Many horrors occurred here.
Is this bothering you, Annette? Because I'm just learning, like, because I didn't know, and I like to learn. So, but if it's bothering you, but I do think knowing these things is important to make it not ever happen again.
How many gates you have to cross to get out? This place will become a museum where anyone in the world can visit and witness the crimes firsthand.
Unfortunately, some documents were destroyed due to the chaotic search by families looking for their loved ones, and some were destroyed by the prison guards.
Do you see the prison's design? It has many floors.
I want to know what architect designed it, where they bought the fucking building materials from, what country got rich. Sending the building materials for that.
You go up and see another floor, then another above, and one below. From above, you see the triangular shape of the prison, but it consists of several floors, including the underground floor we filmed earlier. We've been here for 2.5 hours. All the cells look the same. There were a massive number of people here. There are 250,000 missing people who were
250,000 missing people.
in this prison. They couldn't find 250,000 people.
Where did they go?
In the prison,
what happened?
in a secluded hidden place, there is the human press. They say this was a human press used to dispose of bodies after execution. That's what it was reportedly used for, because it was placed in an isolated room. It's something beyond comprehension.
Wow. It's like what they would use to crush a car in like the junkyard.
Sidnaya prison is just one of hundreds of prisons notorious for terrorizing and torturing civilians and dissidents. How does freedom feel? We went to another
Said, raise your head high, you are free. Little girl.
nearby prison. Sidnaya might be the most famous, but there are far worse ones. They say this is the second worst prison in Syria after Sidnaya. An underground prison.
No, they unalived them, but where, you know, like.
Group cell.
Wow.
It's like a horror movie.
It is. There's a cat in there. There's a little kitten in there. I hope they take it with them. Please take the cat. Please take the cat. It's just a kitten. It's following them around.
Human rights organizations estimate that hundreds of thousands were killed in prisons since the revolution began in 2011. Meanwhile,
2011. Oh, interesting. One of the excavators has got Volvo on it. Volvo.
over 100,000 forcibly disappeared remain unaccounted for, likely tortured to death and buried in mass graves. This device alone contains 500,000 pills.
Its trade name is Captagon, and its chemical name is phenethyline. It's a drug that stimulates the nervous system.
Captagon, also known as the poor man's cocaine. Do you see this factory behind me? This might be the largest Captagon pill factory in the world. They're narcotic.
What the hell? Who was buying those pills?
Pills. This is a drug factory, but inside there's fruits.
And there's a truck that says Global on it. Like still there. Maybe it's you know, just abandoned. You know, the what do they call it? You know, not the, you know, like a big truck, but the thing that they stock everything into when they pull up to loading docks.
This is all fruits. Look at what the former regime did. They operated this factory as a fruit processing plant, but inside the fruits, they had narcotic.
Global, the truck says. Whoa.
Pills and hashish. They smuggled them to Saudi, Jordan, and other countries, harming the entire region. Look at what's written here. Global. Like saying we export drugs to the whole world. They were so proud.
Wow. The world should not be proud. Wow. Unreal.
Now you'll see this underground factory. Let's go.
9 million pills of the drug Captagon. This was a multi-billion-dollar operation, the world's biggest narco state. Here, the government is the cartel.
They hid Captagon in these two.
They placed quantities of Captagon here.
As ceiling panels with hidden compartments.
These factories were controlled by Mahid al-Assad, the brother of the former regime's leader and the bloodiest figure in the regime.
Can you write that down for me? Because I want to look him up. It's Maher. That's the first name. And then Al dash Assad, Assad. If you could just write that down so I will remember that, because I want to know what happened to him.
How large is the quantity? Is it significant?
About 10 tons of Captagon.
10 tons. Look at this, guys. Look at the amount of Captagon. These are narcotic pills, killing people. They hid them inside these. These are electrical parts.
And this is their trademark, 2 crescents and a dividing line. These are the pills addicts consume, exported by Maher al-Assad.
No, Maher. Maher. Okay, so you're close. So, yeah, okay, we can figure that out, yeah.
And his partners to the entire Arab and Western world.
It says here country of origin Syria, and the importer is a company called Ariha. Its devastating impact wasn't limited to its own people, but the entire Arab world. Massive quantities, each pill sells for $5. 3 of these are worth $1 million. They earned foreign currency by trafficking these pills. They packed them inside these.
I have to say that, in my opinion, the world was profiting off this.
It is for export, filled with large amounts of Captagon. Each could hold around 500 pills. This is supposed to be a cigarette box, but it's packed with Captagon. This is weed.
These tables were used to pack the pills. Look, they would place them inside, then assemble the tables.
EVE Online is a vast universe.
Imagine, all these pills were inside the table.
These are supposed to be granite slabs, but they're filled with Captagon.
Pills are scattered all over the floor.
These are all Captagon pills. All of these are packed with Captagon.
They're all still sitting.
These narcotic pills were sold in our countries. They came from here. Oh God, look. Pills inside this. This is a voltage regulator.
It's supposed to be a voltage regulator.
We need to crash it.
We'll smash it and take the pills out.
I'll eliminate drugs in the Arab world, guys. Say no to drugs. Do you see the pills?
I want to know where that guy is.
The Arab world is fighting a war. Its enemy is a drug called capitalism.
تهريب أكثر من مليوني حبة كبتاجون.
That is just.
$1,500 a month if you also take care of a friend or relative at home? No way, right?
The first images of a free Syria. Longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad is toppled. Rebel group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham announces the fall of the regime. Entering Damascus after sweeping across the country in only 10 days.
Good night, Wild Wisdom.
It is Sunday, December 8th. At the presidential palace, Assad is already gone and not picking up the phone. No messages, no calls answered, nothing.
No call.
In details not shared publicly with international media until now, Assad's head of communications, now in exile, speaks exclusively to NBC News.
On Sunday morning at 2:30 a.m., there was no one left in the palace, except for me and another person from the media and political office. He did not tell anyone where he was going.
But he's still
We now know
out.
Assad fled to Russia that Sunday before sunrise.
Fled to Russia. Fled to Russia. Unreal.
And that the palace had lied to the Syrian people at 6:58 p.m. the night before he fled, announcing in a statement, Bashar al-Assad is assuming his work from Damascus. Mazin Ayan works at the Syrian state media agency Sana. He translated that statement into English on Saturday night.
At 7 o'clock that night, the administration of Sana phoned me to post a news that the president is still working and assumes his constitutional work. At 7 o'clock.
So this was only a few hours before he fled to Moscow.
Yes.
So therefore,
I cannot believe he was able to flee to Russia.
everyone was thinking he's still in the palace.
Yeah.
He's still working.
Yeah.
Well, one can only imagine what the atmosphere was like in this presidential palace. Here are the main gates behind me. On the night that Bashar al-Assad fled, he must have realized that his time was up. In the days preceding, one major city after another was falling to the rebels. And in the middle of the night, his aide tells us, he was planning a secret escape. Bashar al-Assad appears to have carefully planned his subterfuge. Kamal Sakhr was told to organize a camera crew to film a speech that the former dictator never intended on delivering.
Wow.
It was supposed to be at the Mujahideen Palace, and the place was prepared with cameras and a filming team. Everything was ready. Bashar al-Assad prepared a paper about 400 words long.
Instead, Sakhr says, the former president fled to Hmeimim Air Base and in the early hours of Sunday, boarded a flight to Moscow. Sunday, December 8th, around midday, rebels are now fully in charge. But how did the Assad dictatorship fall so quickly? It all started November 27th, the rebels first taking Aleppo. That day, Sakhr says, Assad was in Moscow and says he pleaded for help from Russian President Vladimir Putin. Sakhr says Assad was given assurances by his Russian ally, but that help never arrived.
President Putin told Bashar al-Assad that he would request securing Iranian military aid by air.
The following day, November 28th, Assad returns to Damascus, but the Iranians, his other ally, don't come to his rescue either. The dominoes are now falling at lightning speed. December 5th, the city of Hama falls to the rebels. Sakhr says Assad tries to reach Putin, but says his calls go unanswered. The Russian president is on a visit to Belarus.
Are
He
these
tried calling him
rebels? I
directly.
mean,
And what happened?
It didn't happen.
So he didn't answer.
are these rebels like when they're saying they're taking these cities? Like, I don't know.
Yes.
Saturday, December 7th, the city of Homs falls as well. Sakar says Iranian envoy Ali Larijani is in Damascus. Assad attends the meeting without aides or staff. Is this when the message was conveyed that Iran would not come to the dictator's aid?
It's not only Iran, Hezbollah and Russia, but the Syrian army itself as well. We are talking about tens of thousands of soldiers and officers. None of them were willing to fight. I believe that after the opposition took control of Homs, he realized he had to go.
The following night, the stunning news that Assad was gone for good was broadcast from the loudspeaker of a Damascus mosque and made it all the way to Mazen Ayan's bedroom.
But he should be tried for like war crimes. I mean, like.
At 3 o'clock, I woke up and the sounds of shootings, bullets. Yeah.
So you didn't get the news from anything official.
No.
You just opened your window and looked outside.
Shootings, though. I mean.
The soldiers took off their suits.
You saw them removing their uniforms?
Yes.
Soldiers we spoke to confirmed that their commanders had vanished, leaving them abandoned to their fates. The regime finally collapses. Russian troops withdraw from the country, and Iran deserts its longtime ally. Rebel leader Ahmed al-Sharaa reaches the capital.
So if, say, peacekeepers would have gone in there and tried to help, they would have been fighting Russia and Iran as well. That's wow.
It is Sunday, December 8th. He now occupies the same palace Bashar al-Assad had ruled from for decades. Syrians now collectively holding their breaths and hoping these new leaders will keep their promises of freedom. Hala Gorani, NBC News, Damascus.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras? Well, we're kind of high level.
The worst of the worst end up here. And we're about to pay a visit to this place. It's called CCOT, the Center for Confinement and Terrorism.
Now, this is in El Salvador. And the title to this one is Inside El Salvador's Hellhole Mega Prison that Donald Trump plans to send criminals.
This is the very first time a foreign TV crew has been allowed entry inside these walls. And here's why. These are the pictures that have shocked the world. This super maxi jail, billed as the world's toughest prison.
They are all tattooed up. All these prisoners. I just...
holds up to 40,000 inmates in the most brutal conditions imaginable. But for El Salvador's justice minister, that is just about right.
Se metieron con el gobierno y con el presidente equivocado.
Because they mess with the wrong government and the wrong president.
That's it, no pity.
No mercy for them. No.
I want to know what they did, though. What each and every one of these people did.
Unbelievable conditions. You don't cry a tear for them at all.
No. Imagine the brutality that they treat our society. They don't deserve any type of poor people. No. They are not poor people. They are killer and has to be treated as a killer, as a terrorist. To be part of MS or 18 Street, you have to kill someone.
That's the initiation, sir.
This is the initiation.
So what is it, all gangs there in El Salvador?
We're about to see inside this fortress. But first, there are multiple checkpoints. And the entire area has state-of-the-art mobile phone blocking technology. The sheer scale and hopelessness of this place is staggering. Who would have thought The El Salvadorans would prove to be global masters of industrial incarceration.
Yeah, but of all these people, I mean, like, that looks like almost all of El Salvador in there.
All these blokes are members of one of either two gangs, MS-13 or Barrio 18. And for that privilege, they are facing a sentence of 60 years inside these walls. You guys all gang members? Yeah, all gang members. Okay. Your country has gone from having the highest murder rate per day in the world to now having the highest incarceration rate. Yeah. Of course. I'm not sure which title is better.
But if you have imprisoned the right guys, it's a good result. Minimum is 20 years and maximum is 45 years. If you were a leader, you receive 15 years in addition.
On top of that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you all been sentenced? No.
I want to know, like, why, what's going on in El Salvador? Like, and when did this happen? Like, this was 2 days ago, by the way.
Turn your best idea.
Right here.
Another move by the Trump administration is raising some legal concerns today. Besides trying to deport migrants accused of violent crimes, President Trump is now suggesting convicted Americans also be sent to prisons abroad.
I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat.
While there are a number of legalities, a new agreement between the Trump administration and the president of El Salvador could be paving a way forward. Trump's Secretary of State Marco Rubio says El Salvador will accept deportees of any nationality from the U.S. that have been convicted of a crime for an outsourcing fee.
If we could go a step further, in other words, we're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy.
Wow.
This announcement comes in the wake of El Salvador's continued crackdown on gangs. In 2023, the country opened a massive prison that can house roughly 40,000 people. Officials rounded up hundreds accused of gang involvement, with the move triggering accusations of human rights violations.
A special operation in El Salvador, Central America. A show of strength staged and filmed by the government. CCOT, the Terrorist Containment Center, has installed a high security system.
Decepción y suspende derechos constitucionales.
I have to read it. This is Honduras. I mean, this place is...
We bring you inside a place where women are under siege. It's been called the most dangerous place on earth to be a woman. And it's not a distant land oceans away. It's only 2,000 miles from Texas, which is why thousands of women are fleeing to our shores to escape a machismo culture racked by gang violence. We bring you...
Okay. So, if you're a woman from Honduras, and you're trying to escape what's going on, now you get deported and put in prison. Hi, Lisa. So women are fleeing from Honduras. This is 7 years ago, to the US. And now they're being rounded up, sent back to these places to be in prison.
To Honduras to investigate femicide, an untold war. A small town girl with a megawatt smile.
Me siento muy feliz y orgullosa de poder compartir todo esto con ustedes.
At only 19, Maria Jose Alvarado catapulted from obscurity to be crowned Miss Honduras.
Me gusta mucho modelar, cantar y bailar.
The first flight of her life would be to London, where she would compete for the Miss World title. But her tiara dreams were never to be. Instead, rows of weeping beauty queens sat mourning one of their own.
Maria, you are and will remain a star.
Just days before the competition, Maria Jose and her sister had been shot to death. Their murder.
Interesting. Doesn't Trump wasn't he hosting those beauty contests for a while? Interesting.
A national tragedy turned international headline.
Murders of the reigning Miss Honduras and her sister.
But even their devastated mother says she knows the bitter truth. The only thing unusual about their murders was that people paid attention.
Honduras. De las mujeres no valemos nada.
But here in Honduras, women aren't worth anything.
Is a tropical land littered with churches. Yet even under the ever-watchful eye of the Virgin Mary, women here are under attack.
We're going on a ride-along with the Casino, which is the military police.
We're getting a close-up view.
Now, can you imagine women who have come to the US to get away from that now being handcuffed and flown back? There's a huge difference between a migrant, an immigrant, and a refugee.
Of the drug-fueled gang violence that has turned this country into a virtual war zone. But even the cops say women are the most disturbing casualties.
His father was killed by gangs. His brother was killed at the age of 16. He himself was shot 3 times. And yet he says it's the violence against women that's out of control.
There's even a term for it, femicide. And with one woman murdered every 16 hours in a nation smaller than Ohio, Honduras has one of the highest femicide rates in the world.
Good night, Lisa. I cannot believe what a shame.
It's a perfect storm of a sexist machismo culture of gangs, guns, girls, and a government unable to cope.
This is a part of town known for gang activity, but it's 10 o'clock in the morning. And this is a murder that happened in broad daylight out in the open. You can see the body is sort of half covered right there. You can see his hand sticking out of the tarp.
Unreal.
Just a short walk away, another crime scene.
The kids seem unfazed by all this murder. They get used to it.
Here, a man's power is often measured in bullets. Even in this idyllic town, where a young, bookish beauty queen became the country's most famous femicide victim. The night
the little kid said he's seen about 30 dead bodies.
Maria Jose was killed, she tagged along to a party for her sister's boyfriend's birthday. That boyfriend, 32-year-old Plutarco Ruiz. Police believe he shot Sofia after a jealous argument and then turned his gun on her fleeing sister.
He shot her 12 times in the back.
Excellent student. Yeah.
Despite a slew of witnesses, police believe Ruiz then brazenly hid their bodies. They were found a week later in a shallow grave. Their oldest sister, Corey, was there. Their house, now a shrine. Cobwebs on trophies. Beautiful smiles, frozen in time. Teresa says were it not for her daughter's fame, the police might not have bothered investigating at all.
If she weren't a beauty queen, they wouldn't really be interested in trying to solve her murder.
I just can't imagine the people who are being rounded up and what they were trying to escape and now being like treated like criminals because of I can't. I just
Sí, porque como el machismo aquí en Honduras, fueron dos mujeres, si las mataron porque andaban en fiesta, me imagino que
they
eso,
kill them
pero no debe de
because
ser así.
Police
they're out
charged
partying.
Ruiz with the murders. He maintains his innocence, and now, nearly 3 years later, his trial is finally underway. In fact, a verdict is expected tomorrow. Now, Teresa and Corey are living in hiding, afraid of retaliation from the killer. They hope to get asylum in the US, but know their chances are slim. The unholy violence.
Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit?
Of Honduras has propelled a river of women and children towards America's southern border, part of what the UN has called an invisible refugee crisis.
We are living an untold war.
Nisa Medina is battling
Those are refugees. Trump doesn't care if they're refugees, immigrants, migrants.
Culture where women, she says, are disposable.
Men are getting away with not just brutalizing women, but literally killing them and not getting punished.
Because we are thinking that it's common and it's something that you can be expected of living here.
The threat, too often, comes from within a woman's own home. This is Haiti.
That's terrible. And people who are sitting there saying, you know, even myself included, I apologize because, you know, the more I'm learning about how it is in these other countries is I'm going to go on to Mexico next because they also have a femicide crisis.
Hernandez.
You know, and I don't agree with the gangs being here because there is M13 gangs here and stuff. And they've been here, and I don't know why they weren't cracking down on these gang members before. I mean, you can clearly tell they're gang members because they tag themselves as gang members. But the women, that's where the
Year-old mother of 5. She lives with the horrific memories of the night her abusive husband brutally attacked her legs with a machete.
Hubo uno que solo estaba pegado en una parte del cuero.
The attack so savage, her husband had actually severed both her feet.
And he cut you here.
He cut her feet off.
Cut you.
A ruthless attempt, she thinks, to steal her physical independence.
Do you think he went after your legs on purpose, or was he just trying to kill you?
Si hubiera deseado matarme, lo hubiera hecho, pero no lo hizo.
Haiti is a true survivor. Just a year later, she walks with donated prosthetics.
Oh, that's great.
And even plays in an all-male wheelchair basketball league.
Tiempo que sigamos adelante. Paremos los maltratos de los hombres.
What a shame.
As horrifying as her story is, in a heartbreaking way, she's actually lucky. Her attacker got 15 years in prison.
Despite soaring rates of femicide.
15 years, that's it.
Rape and domestic violence, an estimated 95% of these crimes go totally unpunished. We wanted to find out why so few women ever get justice here, so we went to the cops. Here, we run into another badly beaten woman.
She's here to basically report that she got beaten up by a neighbor.
Her name is Ingrid. She's 24 years old.
He hit you really hard. She said he hit her 30 times with a machete.
With a machete. What the hell is with this machetes?
Flat half of a machete, basically whipping her with a machete. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What did he say while he was attacking you? He said that he was going to kill you.
And if she came here, they'd be rounding her up and sending her back.
In front of your child.
Most women don't have faith in the police. Ingrid is one of the brave ones. She wants a restraining order, but knows it may not help.
Do you feel like men get away with stuff like this? Attacking women?
Promising to keep in touch, Ingrid limps away, her fate uncertain.
The restraining order is only as powerful as the police and the courts that are going to back it up.
That's terrible.
How powerful is that piece of paper in this country?
How powerful is a bullet? Is a bullet more powerful than
pieces of paper aren't even powerful in this country. Women here don't get any kind of justification either. for that. They don't get any justice either.
Paper, yes.
We'd heard the government had formed a special headquarters for crimes against women, so we came to find out how they handle cases like Ingrid's. But after 3 hours of waiting,
This is the point place for reporting domestic violence in a country where the numbers are off the charts, and yet there are less than a handful of people here reporting.
we asked the women's DA, Maria Mercedes Bustelo, to explain.
If women really believed that they could get justice here, wouldn't there be a line out the door?
Lo que sienten las mujeres en Honduras es impotencia.
She admits that filing a complaint can take weeks. Police lack basic resources.
The Mexicans call it the city of...
Okay, now this is 2003. This is Mexico. City of Lost Girls, November 2003. Mentorn, it's called. That's the city, I guess.
Lost Girls. Ciudad Juarez is held hostage by killers who've slaughtered almost 400 women. We're outside the factory, one of hundreds in Ciudad Juarez. It's almost midnight, so it's about time for a shift change. And these buses are lined up to collect the women on their way out. And the idea is that they take them safely from door to door, except it doesn't always work out like that.
Some of the buses are fake, and they fucking take them.
For 10 years, the pattern has been the same. Abduction, rape, torture, and then death. At least 15 victims this year so far. For women, this is one of the most dangerous places on earth. I'd come to find out who was doing the killing and why they haven't been caught.
Oh my God. I apologize. I apologize for my lack of knowledge. I can't even imagine that Trump cannot do his fucking research and see what he's sending these people back to.
Just across the border from Texas, Juarez is a city of 2 million people living in fear. Its prostitutes and bars cater for American tourists. It's become home to the Mexican drug cartels.
Sending them back to that.
The girls who were killed aren't prostitutes. Many are new arrivals, working in the maquilas, factories set up by US companies to exploit Mexico's low wage.
Oh my God. Factories set up by US companies there.
Wages. The week I arrived, the city had opened a new morgue.
They're doing the autopsy of a man who was executed by drug dealers, narco traffickers, and this is a multidisciplinary team. They deal with everything to do with forensic medicine.
But the team's priority isn't drug killings. It's identifying the remains of the murdered women. Some victims have just arrived.
And he's sending them back to this.
These are bodies that have not been identified yet. They're being stored here. The murdered women are often dumped on wasteland. It can be months or even years before they're found. It established that this girl had been strangled, like most of the other victims.
Yeah, and he's fucking sending them back.
Days before we arrived, they'd finally determined her identity. Across Juarez, I'd noticed little shrines marking where murdered women had been found. This is where 17-year-old Lilia Alejandra Garcia was found. Maricela Ortiz, her school teacher, met me there. She told me what had happened to Lilia Alejandra. Like many other victims, she was a factory girl.
Para ofrecer los productos a otras empresas de otros países. She was working in the maquila for 3 months before she died, and she was used as a model at one stage, showing the products in this brochure.
USA factories, too.
For a sales brochure for other countries. Aquí. Tuvo que cruzar sola, saliendo de la maquiladora, atravesar el lote baldío hasta aquellos camiones que se ven allá e ir hasta su casa. She had to cross this piece of land to get from the factory. It's a shortcut. She was picked up from this area, somewhere over there. And a week later, her mutilated, tortured, raped body was found, abandoned, dumped. She had broken knees, a broken nose, and she was raped many times by many different people, they think.
Now they can't escape, yeah? While the US still keeps their fucking factories there. Ain't that some shit?
We gave Maricela a lift home. On the way, she showed me a different side of life with worries. This is where you buy a house if you rise to the top of the pile. Maricela told me that no girls were ever abducted from these streets.
It's the rich neighborhood there that they're driving through.
Suddenly, a police car appeared behind us.
Fucking US be putting the factories in the poor neighborhoods so they can get cheap fucking labor. Unreal.
I was learning that in quarries, the rich get protection that the poor don't. We have been followed and stopped by the federal police to see what we're doing. A complaint has been made against us. We're just explaining what we're up to. There's not much you can do here without being monitored, without being followed, without somebody knowing whether you're talking on the phone or traveling somewhere. After a while, you start to feel quite insecure. Later, I headed through the shanty towns that make up most of the city.
And he's sending him back to that.
Quarries is where most murders occur. But I'd heard about a recent troubling case in the nearby city of Chihuahua. Most victims are poor, but this girl's father is a prominent trade union leader.
They shouldn't have that music on this, though. That's distracting.
16 when the killer snatched her from the city centre. I'd expected her father, Jose Reyes.
Now, this is 2 years ago.
Meet Niles Knurk. He's the owner of Gurney's. They're a seed company, and they've been selling exclusive varieties since 1860.
A police unit is assembling at a quiet residential compound in Mexico City. These are detectives from one of Mexico's new Femicide units, formed only 2 years ago to investigate violent crimes against women.
Terrible, huh, Asherdash? And he's sending them back to that. How terrible. How terrible.
Indicios, el caso, y enviarlos al laboratorio para su estudio.
Violence against women is increasing in Mexico. An estimated 10 women are murdered every...
It's increasing. Wow.
day.
The amount of blood visible here in the hallway tells a powerful story, not just of the violence and rage that was here, but the vulnerability of Mexican women in the supposed safety of their own homes. Why is there so much violence against women in Mexico?
Es discriminación.
Now, this is 1 year ago. 1 year ago. Since 2006, a bloody war between Mexican authorities and the drug cartels has been raging, which so far has claimed the lives of 300,000 people. And Trump, is it any wonder they would want to be here? Because it was safe. It was safe. Over 3,000 women are murdered every year. An estimated 24,000 girls are missing. Although the escalation of violence against women and girls in Mexico has reached critical levels, it has been normalized for so long that it risks being made invisible. Thank you, Asher Dash. I appreciate that. And now he's sending them back there in handcuffs. Wow.
It's Saturday morning, and we're on a quiet residential street just a few yards from the US-Mexican border. We've had a tip-off. There's been a shooting in this flat above a supermarket.
I understand a woman's been killed here, sir?
But the police aren't too keen to give me information. All we know is the woman's body's still in the apartment, and the area's now an active crime scene.
Unreal.
But we're in a city with one of the highest murder rates in the world, and the shooting's greeted with weary resignation.
Pero ya estamos acostumbrados, ya no le tenemos a la ciudad. Yo creo que nosotros venimos a trabajar y yo creo que si andamos bien, terminamos bien y caminamos bien.
The coroners here are busy, always, but what she's found inside this time is pretty horrifying.
Is the female 70, 75 years?
Female, 70 to 75 years old.
Oh, do you think she was somehow is a drug cartel? Yeah, this area. Yeah.
Even for Tawana, the execution of a woman in her 70s is a terrifying escalation. But this is the reality in Mexico today. No women, not mothers, not daughters, not sisters, not even grandmothers are safe from an epidemic of brutality that's killing
This is a year ago. So no wonder why if he's going to complain about the Biden administration and this and that. Well, perhaps somebody was having a heart. And this motherfucker is sending them back.
thousands of them a year.
I still think they should have been flying some American flags there and not saying, we made your country great. Oh, we do this, we do that. They should have been putting this story out there.
On the outskirts of the city is the largest refugee center in Mexico. Huge numbers of Mexicans are on the run, with nearly 380,000 fleeing their homes over the past 15 years. And the crisis is getting worse every day.
There's such a big difference between an immigrant, a migrant, and refugees. And he just doesn't give a fuck.
That is going to be our new shelter. It's a huge shelter, and all the families are going to sleep in there.
How many people can you take?
I think we're going to put 2,000 people in there.
Oh, and Trump, when he went over there and he handed Afghanistan over to the Taliban and those women and children. Whoa. It was terrible, terrible, terrible what was happening to them. And he didn't give two fucks.
Women and children here aren't running away from some cataclysmic natural disaster. This is all man-made.
What is it they're running from?
They are running because we have an internal war. All the cartels are killing the people from Michoacán, from Guerrero, from Guanajuato, and they're running to be safe. You are talking about the cartels, and they're going to your home, and they're going to kill women, the small children.
And Trump's just fucking sending them right back to it. What a bastard.
To kill everybody in your house.
All the women here have witnessed, suffered, and somehow survived this shocking brutality. Isabel's only in her 20s. She fled here from the south. And having seen what the cartel did to her brother, she's terrified.
Le dieron como 9 impactos de bala en la cabeza y en el cuerpo. Sí.
They shot her brother in the head 9 times.
Y pues ahí lo fueron a tirar, pues ahí en el puente de Tulcino. Ahí lo
They
dejaron a él
left him
con una
there in
bolsa.
a plastic bag.
Con
So
un hilo
even the guy,
alrededor.
even the men that don't want to be part of the cartels or the gangs are in danger, and he's sending them back. Instead of doing that, there needs to be something done. They need to get that those cartels that's been going on for so fucking long. Something needs to be done. Why don't you send Elon Musk there and let him figure it out?
Many of the women are too traumatized to talk openly about their experiences. But Yasmin's determined that we hear her story. She tells me how a drug cartel broke into her family home, kidnapped her, and held her to ransom for one very long week.
What happened during those 7 days? No, pues una tortura muy fea.
Torture.
Y con las pistolas, le dije aparte
They're
de saber el lugar
always
donde te quieren, o
armed
sea,
with
nosotros sabemos
guns, and they kept them hostage.
dónde
Kept
nos
us
tienen, porque todo
hooded.
el tiempo
Sorry, hooded.
estábamos encapuchados y también tanto nosotros como ellos estaban todo el tiempo encapuchados y no quieren que los viéramos.
And they
Pero le dijeron
always
que
wore masks. For all we know, it could have been, why would U.S. factories be there? So they're okay with negotiating with the government there for factories and cheap labor, but not for safety. That's gross.
When the authorities came looking for them, the consequences were horrific.
Pero por él, ahí se lo llevaron. Pero no veía, pues no me escuchaba
We were told
que
to
se los
stay
quedamos callados,
quiet and not make any noise because the National Guard was passing.
que no hiciéramos nada de ruido, que porque estaban pasando los de la Guardia Nacional. Y
They took
en
a
eso como
guy
pasaron,
and killed him in the bathroom.
se llevaron a uno y lo mataron en el baño. Entonces para el segundo
And
me
then they
dijeron que yo
told her
fuera.
she'd be next. Trump's sending them back.
Yo no quería ir. Entonces ya
Not too
cuando
late because they're still. And that fucking what's her, Katie Nome or whatever, the one that killed her dog, the puppy, Cricket, because it couldn't be trained. But it's a hunting dog, but it's, kill chickens when you want it to hunt, don't you bitch? But she's buying cowboy hats for $1. And then she gets them here and sells them and makes much profit. So she's fine with all this. Well, she's a fucking killer herself anyway, in my opinion. What a fucking bitch, walking around in the ICE outfit. The other day she was dressed in the full gear. She needs some more workers so she can buy some more fucking hats for $1 and sell them for profit. Fucking bitch. She should be fucking arrested for exploiting and for crimes on humanity.
el señor ya lo tenían, lo ahorcaron
They held the
primero.
man and strangled him first, and then they slashed his throat.
Pasaron el cuchillo, lo degollaron del.
So even the men that he's sending back. But they're not removing those U.S. factories, are they? Wow. Oh, wow.
Del cuello, pues, le agarraban la cabeza, la
They grabbed
aventaban.
his head
Como
and threw it as if they were playing with a ball. This is just a year ago. But it's not even just the women, though. If they don't want to be part of a cartel. You know what the odd thing is how are those rich neighborhoods just safe? That is very odd.
O si estuvieran jugando, o sea, con una pelota, con algo. Me siento culpable, la verdad.
Yasmin was beaten and tortured repeatedly before she was finally released by her captors. I'd heard of the cartel's reputation, almost delight for savagery, but this young woman's story really brings home the depths of their depravity. Yasmin and her children are now stuck in limbo. Like all the women here, she's far too scared to return home.
But Trump's making them. There's a big fucking difference between immigrants, migrants, and refugees. How disgusting is he?
For them, the refugee camp's the final stop on a journey they pray will deliver them to safety.
Oh, tired of ads and games too? Check out Hero Wars. It's one of the best ad-free games.
And this is why the women flee to Tijuana. Its proximity to the United States. This is the world's busiest border crossing.
You know, when they were doing the protests about the immigration and the ICE thing and everything, they should have been holding up signs about this and stating that, you know, instead of those cars that were going around doing smoke shows and shit. This should have been their main concern. That would have made all the difference in the world. No, because they're not close. They don't have the money to jump on a plane and go somewhere. What other country are they going to go to? Ever since, I think, you know, like the Iran-Contra affair too, where Reagan was in, I think that made a lot of problems over there.
And every day, hundreds of thousands of journeys are made between the two countries. For those looking for salvation from the violence in Mexico, crossing the border, either legally or illegally, is their last hope. But that's becoming increasingly difficult.
Oh, they're being sent back to that. They better take those fucking US factories out of there first. Instead of fucking exploiting these people and fucking getting their cheap fucking labor. That bitch that was walking around in that ICE outfit, that Katie, no. Hi, Nick. Yeah, right. And over there, where you were, you know, where your family was, that was Russia and Iran back and all that shit. Over there, it's the US that wants them there. I'm real, man.
The lack of protection for women means that record numbers are now looking to escape the country, and those trying to help them are utterly swamped. Nicole's a human rights lawyer who handles thousands of visa applications a year, and her casework is a catalogue of atrocities.
We've worked with women that have been burned, have been mutilated, have been gang raped, have been...
And this guy isn't even caring if they've got their visas, if they're here legally, but they don't care enough to get their fucking US factories out of there. Unbelievable.
sold. We work with women that are so terrified that they won't even leave the shelter because they feel as soon as they step outside those doors that they could die.
And the violence inflicted on Yasmin is not the only form of brutality many in Mexico face. Thousands of women in the refugee camps are also fleeing extreme domestic abuse.
They cannot go home. They can't. And that fucking bitch with her dollar, paying $1 for the fucking cowboy hats and selling them for profit here.
A crime that affects about 1/3 of the female population here.
Women in many circles are not viewed as persons of value, are viewed as property.
Well, of course, you know, because this guy just goes up and grabs them by the PUSSY.
Under the ownership of other persons, whether that's organized crime, whether that's their father.
Now, they knew those gangs were here. Doing nothing about it.
House. Women's lives don't matter. Women's lives are not valued here.
Maria knows what it's like to live in a world where your life has no value. Every day she was terrorized by the narco gangs who ruled her neighborhood.
And then they go into California and they start ruling those neighborhoods. And then that's unbelievable.
And every night she suffered at the hands of a partner who beat and threatened to kill her.
Pero él siempre me dijo que yo no, si yo me iba, él se iba a quedar con los niños. Y yo, pues era por...
He threatened her that if she left, he would get the kids.
Lo que yo tenía, que no lo dejaba hasta que agarró ese
Until one day
cuchillo.
he grabbed a knife and my
Y
son
mi hijo
saw.
se dio cuenta. Mi hijo lo
He
vio.
threw himself at him and shouted to drop the knife. And this guy wants to send them back.
Y sí, se le echó casi encima y le gritó. Le dijo que soltara el cuchillo.
This is what they should have been doing. Instead of setting off fireworks and doing smoke shows in their protest, this is what they should have been showing.
Permitido que hiciera algo así y le dije que soltara el cuchillo, él reaccionó y lo soltó.
The little kid says, and I told him to drop the knife, and he did.
Y después,
then he grabbed the knife and threw it away, and the father just stood there.
Y agarré el cuchillo y lo tiré y ahí él se quedó nomás parado.
You were right, Maria, listening to that. You've got a very brave boy.
Yo digo que yo le doy gracias
And I give thanks to God, because if it had not been for my son,
a Dios, porque si no hubiera sido por él, a lo mejor su papá
his
sí
father
hubiera
might have used the knife on me. And now he's just over there sitting there waiting for you to get sent back if you made it here.
Talking to this family and the others in the camp, it's more and more evident how extreme the violence is being meted out to these women, but also how much it forms part of their daily lives.
One of the most striking things for me, there's a sort of acceptance that something absolutely horrific is going to happen to them sooner or later.
I know, because of this guy. And bitches like fucking that gnome bitch that fucking kills the dog that buys her hats from there and sells them for profit. Bitch.
There's such a level of violence against women that not only do they feel that it's inevitable something will happen to them sometime, but they're probably right.
For tonight, at least, the camp offers these women and their children a place of
So they got here, and then, you know, well, no, because that was back in his reign where he was putting them in fucking cages and shit, and splitting them up.
From a world that holds often unimaginable terrors. And over the next few days, as we spend more and more time on the streets of Tijuana, we begin to get more of a sense of just how brutal that world is.
But it was okay when the guys were going over to Tijuana for their sex shows. Yeah, that was fine with the bestiality and shit. And then they'd come back with their buddies all laughing about it, yucking it up. Fucking assholes.
Once launched, this dental appliance received an explosive response and quickly became popular.
The border city of Tijuana is one of the most violent in the world. Someone in there. It's a magnet for both Mexican and international criminal gangs who battle to control the multi-billion-dollar businesses of drugs and people trafficking. In the first
Why aren't they fucking arresting them and sending them to El Salvador?
6 months of this year alone, there have been more than 850 murders.
Probably because Felon's company called Bore that was boring tunnels. He probably has something fucking to do with that, in my opinion.
The death toll for this weekend reaches a staggering 20. We just heard of another incident. Apparently, one person might have been shot dead, another badly wounded. We're back in the city's northern quarter, just a few meters from the border. The woman who lives in the house where the shootings took place tells me she heard a noise outside.
Well, they were barely coming in the door, and I was walking to open it because it had a lock on, and as soon as I was going to open it, I heard the gunshots, and, well, they were both on the floor.
Turns out the victims were Jennifer's husband and her brother-in-law. And they were gunned down whilst her 2 young children were in the house.
I just told my oldest, like, don't look, because I couldn't even open the door. They were right there. Like, they were in the way. And I was like, just don't look, you know?
The little girls?
Yeah, one is 2 and the other one is 10. Oh, my God.
Now they don't have a father on call, and he's sending them back to that.
So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the police are going to do.
Jennifer's almost numb with shock. In a few short seconds, a seemingly random act of violence has left her a widow and her young family without a father.
Well, I have I'm 5 months pregnant. And I have my girls. So I don't know. Right now, I really don't know anything.
Her devastating loss is a reminder that murder statistics only ever count the dead.
Does he understand what he's sending these people back to? Talk about what? Asher Dash. The guys that go to Tijuana to the sex shows and then they get to come back and act like they're fucking normal, decent human beings. Yeah.
Behind's impossible to measure. The overall responsibility for protecting the citizens of Tijuana lies with the city's 41-year-old mayor. Is it right if I put a microphone on you? Montserrat Caballero was the first woman to hold this position.
Oh, I think this is the woman who, when Trump keeps saying he's going to call it the Gulf of America, then if you do that, then they're not fucking, they're not illegals anymore if you want to call it the Gulf of America, buddy. Right? What do you do? It's the Gulf of America. You want to, but you don't want to call them Americans? Guys are fucking big.
She was elected 18 months ago on a promise she'd crack down on organized crime.
How are you? Nice to see you.
But now she's gotta deal with Trump too.
20 murders in the last 2 days alone. I'm already getting the impression she's facing an impossible task.
Big problem here is the guns. This month, I got 150 guns off the street. But what is the problem? The guns come all the time, every day.
Yeah. Probably from here, in my opinion. I see commercials all the time on YouTube for guns that you don't need any clearance for. And now the states are making machine guns legal.
I mean, that's crazy high numbers.
Yeah,
crazy high
it's
numbers.
crazy. I got to this year 1,300 to this year, just for this year.
So who's smuggling in those guns? It's us, in my opinion.
The city streets just aren't safe for a woman who's received countless death threats. But Montserrat insists it's important to be seen to be doing her mayoral duties. So for each public engagement, she's accompanied by a specialist team of armed bodyguards who travel everywhere in a convoy of bulletproof vehicles.
Now this turd ball is going to the Super Bowl. And so it's going to cost the Super Bowl $80,000 more for security for him. And did he pay for his ticket? I'm curious. And they've removed the Stop Racism down at the end zone and put something more love, or show love, something like that.
This is supposedly the most dangerous zone in the city, in the corner.
And you get your hair done in the most dangerous part of the city.
Exactly.
I mean, that makes sense. Total sense. Her job's no ordinary job, but then this woman is no ordinary woman. So her daily routine includes a trip to the hairdressers in the heart of the red light district.
But now she's got to deal with Trump.
And while these visits seem to make her security detail nervous, the mayor's determined to show no part of the city is off limits to her. There's something very cool about a mayor who comes to the most dangerous part of the city and gets their hair done.
I want to know what U.S. companies are fucking exploiting this shit. Sickened, right? I'm actually glad that I'm learning more and educating myself more. I just wish that when they're doing their protests, that this was their major concern, that he's sending them back to this.
So every day, this is my seat, every day.
The salon's popular with the female workers of Tijuana's booming sex trade. Many of them, like Montserrat herself, have fled from the cartel violence of southern Mexico. And it's this background that's made her somewhat of a role model for a new generation of politicians who are determined to bring an end to the bloodshed in their country. Your vision is a future without really heavily armed men having to patrol the area.
Yeah,
you get to a stage where it's safe enough without them.
Without them. You can walk and
I want to know where the guns are coming from.
you can come because some people feel scared about soldiers, but I hope someday we can walk like without them.
Can I really be compensated for caring for a family member? Yes, eligible caregivers can earn up to $1,500 per month. Your compensation.
I imagine you can't do a job that she's doing without actually hoping that you can make a difference and try and solve it. So she's got to have that firm belief. Like she says, she's been driven by her mother telling her all her life, you can do it, you can do something. So she's starting out to tackle a massive challenge, believing that she can do it. Can she do it? Well, it's going to be very, very hard.
I really want to know if when he calls that the Gulf of America, if he's going to start thinking, oh, well.
And I mean, she herself has got to be a target from some cartels. But it's not long before we face yet another reminder of the scale of the problems she faces. Traveling out of the city, we run into a group of demonstrators. Marches like these are a common sight across the whole of Mexico. These women are protesting that not enough is being done to help them find los desaparecidos, the missing ones. Both men and women have disappeared, but it's the female figures that are so alarming. They've increased threefold just in the last 6 years.
Now that's a year ago, this video. So in the last 6 years, so you figure Trump was in office when it started to increase.
Given the brutality of Mexico's narco wars, it's easy to guess their likely fate. But none of these women are giving up hope. So this one's gone missing in America. Olga tells
that one went missing in America.
Me about her daughter, who's been missing for just over 3 years. The last she heard was that she was stopped by a gang of armed men. Behind every missing poster, there's so many questions. But Olga's hunt for answers about her daughter is especially poignant. That evening, we travelled to the family home to find out more about the girl who vanished into thin air.
Bueno, ya el último año del kinder. Tenía entonces 6 años, yo creo.
And what was she like as a 6-year-old?
Era una niña muy inteligente.
Even though Selena's been missing for so long, her parents can't accept she may never come home.
Very pretty too.
This is her bed? This one?
Este es su closet.
You've kept all her clothing, you've kept everything.
Está todo revuelto.
Todo aquí de ella.
Sí, tengo toda su ropa, pero está todo revuelto. Todo está igual como ella lo dejó. Toda su ropa.
If you believe she's still alive, what's going through your head about what she's going through if she's alive?
Siento que la escucho todos los días, mi hija llorando.
Said she feels like she hears her daughter crying every day.
Siento que la escucho, que la daño.
I'll bet you any money they trafficked her.
Que siento que escucho su voz. Siento que la están dañando.
Beautiful.
Es una tortura para mí, es una tortura, pero trate de hacerme la fuerte por mi hija, por mi otra hija. Pero...
Thousands of families all over Mexico regularly come together to hunt for the missing ones. This is every parent's worst nightmare. But their determination never to give up is inspirational.
They're probably here.
Where is Olga? ¿Dónde está?
Espérame.
Can we walk up with you? Today, Selena's parents have joined a search party in the high ground surrounding Tijuana. These hills are often used by the local cartels to dump the bodies of their victims. The families spend hours looking, but it feels hopeless, mostly desperate. But late in the afternoon, a call comes over the radio.
Oh yeah. There was a movie about that. I feel like it was like Bored or something. I feel like, and the group was, they actually would go back and forth to America, and we're saying that it was like Santeria. She was a these people were saying that when they did that, they were invisible to the, they found loads of bodies there too.
Of a possible lead. Remains have been found abandoned in a storm drain. There's a flurry of excitement, but they turn out to be the bones of a small animal. It must be so disheartening for you when you keep on getting moved on and going from place to search.
La verdad sí, o sea, es triste, o sea, ir a lugares y regresar, como se dice, con las manos vacías. Pero pues siempre que vamos con la esperanza de poder, si no encontramos a nuestra hija, al menos si encontramos a alguien más, pues
If we don't find our daughter, at least we'll find someone else.
ayudamos a otras personas que puedan descansar de
Other people rest.
Today's search has ended in crushing disappointment. But Olga and Alvaro and all the other families will return, hoping that one day they may find the answer to the most heartbreaking mystery of their lives. Mexico's drug war means that while Tijuana is one of the world's most violent cities, it's still a popular tourist resort. Thousands of visitors cross the border every night.
Isn't that something?
Here they can stay in luxury hotels, and there are hundreds of bars and nightclubs, as well as an army of drug dealers. And there's another multi-million-dollar industry that attracts tourists and criminals alike: the sex trade.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in.
The sex
If you need to
trade.
sell your house for any reason,
Prostitution is legal here.
Well, you.
Some of the most notorious drug cartels have now branched into human trafficking. Women are transported from all over the country to Tijuana for sexual exploitation, either here or over the border in the United States.
Unbelievable.
This is where we would do our dances, you know?
How long was it? Going up. You wouldn't be able to stop you. V used to be a sex worker. She started as a pole dancer in one of the clubs in the red light district. And like many, her decision wasn't really a choice, but made out of economic desperation.
When I first started working here was because we were behind on rent. It was like, I think $900 that we were late on rent. It was a couple months past due. I had just had the baby. There really wasn't any other alternative.
What lady was hot? Oh, the one who was like the head of the drug thing that was doing that? Yeah. Fuck, that's crazy.
Within a short time, V moved from dancing to charging the men for sex.
Kind of loosen up with the customer, get to know them a little bit. Yeah, warm them up a bit, tease them a little bit. And then once their 10 minutes are up here, you just go back and drink, or they get the courage to go upstairs.
But with the extra money came extra risk. As her pimp savagely assaulted her, she didn't hand over her earnings.
That's beating after beating, and it was crazy. And eventually, like, that got to me. He just attacked me, you know, and he would just like hit me a bit with his bare fist.
And all the while, the American tourists are going over there and fucking having this and just, yeah.
I think I got like a really bad one right here, but it was like mainly all over my side.
So why is it we can cross over to there, but they're not allowed to? That just is.
This was like completely bruised, all of it.
The fear of beatings left V feeling unable to escape, even when one of her co-workers was savagely murdered.
I saw the pictures. I saw all the pictures.
What did it show?
She had no arms. She had no legs. You know, and it was scary.
Trapped and terrified, V became addicted to drink and drugs.
I just got lost, you know? You kind of just lose a part of yourself, you know? You lose a part of who you are, lose a part of...
And trust, it happens here. Because there's gangs here, too. And I don't know why they're not just cracking down on gangs. That's what they should be cracking down on.
You know, you give a little bit of yourself to every man that you come across, you know, and have sex with.
With the help of a family friend, V eventually checked into rehab and broke free from prostitution. An escape that she's convinced saved her life.
Girls who are still now in the industry, my heart goes out to them. I don't know how they do it day in and day out, you know.
All over California and everywhere. They're just, you know, it's happening. It's disgusting.
Same luck that I do, you know. There's girls that die, you know. They don't come back.
Got a fucking president now who sees a little kid on an escalator and says, she's 10 years old. And he goes, how old are you? She says, 10. He says, I'll be dating her in 10 years. That's disgusting.
But there is one person determined to protect the women on the streets of Tijuana.
I try to make a message for the city. These girls, it's same like me, same like you. They are not different.
Earlier this year, the authorities started to investigate Adelita, one of Tijuana's biggest sex clubs. A joint operation was set up by the mayor and the federal government to monitor criminal activity in and around the club, and in particular, the use of underage girls in prostitution.
I don't care who
And now she's got to be fucking defending herself against Trump.
is the owner. I don't care the problems I can have. If they have children's work there, I go too close.
It was a bold move that risked making the mayor many powerful enemies.
You must have upset a lot of people. How worried are you for your own safety?
It's very dangerous, but I don't feel scared because when you take you're a reporter, right? You go to the war. It's dangerous, but you have a responsibility.
They need to close down those U.S. factories that are there.
So I have responsibility to prevent, and I have responsibility to talk about these people. ¿Quién lo quiere ver?
The mayor's made it her mission to crusade against organised crime. But there's no escaping that she's taking on some of the world's most ruthless criminals. And that makes her very vulnerable, and me very worried. The growing exploitation of underage girls in the sex industry is deeply distressing. I want to get a sense of just how many of the most
send them back.
Vulnerable are at risk. This gives me an insight, a sanctuary for the child victims of extreme physical, emotional, and sexual abuse.
Are they all doing it, or just one of them?
Maestra, ¿todas participan o solo ella?
It's run by Alma Tucker, who for the past 30 years has been fighting against people trafficking and the exploitation of minors.
So tell me about this little thing's history.
We're so blessed to have this baby in this house, and her mom, his mommy, the uncle, started a first sexual assault on her since she was 10, to the point that he started bringing men to the house to have sex with her. She's here
Since she was 10.
now with us, and she's relieved. Then she's free, and also her baby is free.
After all their early trauma, Alma's determined to give these young girls a fresh start. But she knows it's going to take a long time for them to fully heal.
When the girls come to this home, they lost a lot of hope. They don't trust us. They feel, I'm here, but when they're going to take advantage of me.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat.
Good God, man, stop eating those. You're going to blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just...
We try to encourage them values in life.
I wonder how much it costs us to feed Trump and his big ass family that is fucking in there.
This picture represents those values. They respect, love, being strong, and have faith.
Alma's vocation is to give these girls a safe haven, but she has to be constantly vigilant. Many of these children's abusers still look for them, and she's terrified about the increasing role of organised crime in child sexual exploitation.
What we're doing if we don't stop paying.
How big is it in Tijuana?
So none of that is of concern for him. What's concern for him is that they're here. That's they're here. I want to know what U.S. companies are in Mexico. I want to know. I want to fucking know. Because, yeah, no, there's a problem. There's a fucking problem. There really is. I want to know.
I'm standing in front of the headquarters of a company that manages $10.6 trillion. That's more than half the United States GDP. Last time, I covered the shady consulting group McKinsey, and you guys asked for one thing: BlackRock. So here we are. BlackRock is the subject of a lot of speculation online.
There is a robot that
BlackRock
controls more wealth than any country on earth. Really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink.
They have stock in 95% of Fortune 500 companies, and they've been hired by governments across the world to help manage financial crises and even just conduct normal operations. That means that pretty much any time you interact with the economy, working, buying stuff, driving a car, going to the bank, anything, you're interacting with BlackRock. But
it's a monopoly.
that $10.6 trillion isn't really their money. Don't worry, we'll come back to that. And they claim they're just passive investors, which seems harmless, right? While I love a good conspiracy, and I know there was a cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo, how much of a conspiracy is this really? I wanted to get to the truth behind BlackRock and the other nearly identical asset managers, State Street and Vanguard, known as the Big Three. Are they actively controlling the world and shaping it in their favor? Or are
yeah, of course.
they passive investors just riding the wave of American economic expansion?
Do not trade options until you see this. Hi, my name's Scott Bauer, and I want to send you my option assessment.
Stay with me. We'll get to the spooky stuff soon, but first, let's talk through some finance basics that give BlackRock their power. What an asset manager actually does, the main product they provide, index funds, their favorite loophole, passivity, and their position in our economy, the not at all terrifying sounding universal ownership. BlackRock is an asset manager, and the service they offer is taking a customer's money and making more money out of it. Their existence relies upon an important invention of the 70s.
Now he's made a sovereign bank, wealth. This motherfucker. He goes, oh, well, I'll pause the tariffs if you put troops on the border. There was already troops on the border. You know, I typed in US companies in Mexico. US businesses expanding into Mexico. Mexico outlook for 2021. Okay, this is 1 year ago.
Want to speak real Spanish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at SpanishPod101.com.
Diego, tengo un amigo que
Okay,
quiere
well,
vivir.
we don't know that. We can't speak that. Speakers at this now, not talking. Can't seem to find that.
Once launched, this dental appliance received an explosive response and quickly became popular.
Donald Trump's cognitive decline was on full display Friday evening when he flew back to Mar-a-Lago on yet another taxpayer-funded vacation. He gave a speech at Mar-a-Lago.
That's fucking pissing me off too, man. How much money have we fucking spent on this motherfucker flying back and forth to Mar-a-Lago? Fucking drive, motherfucker, and use your own gas.
So this cognitive decline, folks, it is getting very scary. I mean, the things he's saying, it's very dangerous, but also his mental breakdown is a sight to behold. I want you to watch this speech that he gave at
Why the fuck is he giving speeches from Mar-a-Lago?
Mar-a-Lago, and here he's talking about groceries. Watch what he says. Play the clip.
I hear so much about the word groceries. I used to use groceries a lot on the trail.
This 5 hours ago.
It's like sort of an old-fashioned word, groceries. But groceries is the word that's the most accurate word. And the place
groceries is an accurate word? Fucking nutcase.
Groceries went through the roof. Bacon was levels like nobody's ever seen. You take a look at eggs today. I mean, the eggs are double, triple, quadruple. They're going through the
Yeah, you were supposed to fucking lower them, motherfucker.
roof. Now there's some problems that may, a little outside problem with eggs, maybe. But
A little outside problem? Fuck.
Inherited a mess.
Very odd. Again, he's saying
You didn't inherit a mess. You're making more of a fucking mess, in my opinion. Every fucking president has inherited a mess. Only one made it better. In my lifetime, Clinton.
Groceries. The word groceries, it's an old-fashioned word. And then he talks about how the grocery prices are going up when in fact he promised that they would go down. But he's so fascinated with the word groceries. I mean, the cognitive decline on full display there. And then he talks about the price of gasoline, and it is a bunch of word salad that you can't even follow. He goes, it was this price during COVID. And well, watch it for yourself and tell me what you think. Here, play this clip.
We had gasoline at $1.84.
No, you fucking didn't, you lying swat. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
We actually had it much lower than that for a little period of time, but we had it at $1.84. And then they took my policy and they really messed it up. And then they went
No, buddy. No. It has never gone down to that. It was $1.04 when Clinton was in.
to my policy. They always said, well, we were drilling just as much. What they don't say is, if I were there, we would have been double or triple that number. But they basically took my policy because it was going through the roof. They said, we're really in trouble. So they went back to my policy as much as they could.
What's your policy? Dude, what's your policy? Because Canada has cut us off from oil. So your policy is drill, baby, drill. You don't even care about the environment.
Not all the way back. And the energy is what caused us the problem. They went up at the beginning, if you remember. Then they went back to try and bring it down. They had to harness that horse. But they went back and it went up, and it went up really dramatically. And that caused everything else to go up. And energy goes up, and energy, when it comes down, we're going to bring a lot of things. So we're counting on you guys.
Come on. Show us what your plan is, bud.
To supply and demand to bring that cost of energy down. You bring that down, and everything else is going to follow.
If we bring it down,
again, horrifying. I mean, number one, the fact that prices are not going down and that all of his campaign promises were utterly false. Prices are going up. Housing is less affordable. There wasn't peace in Ukraine in 24 hours. Everything he's saying is a lie, but he can't even structure sentences together, beginning, middle, and end. It is a
because he doesn't know how to read, in my opinion.
Of mush up there, and I'm sick and tired of the corporate media and others normalizing that. I don't know if you have anybody in your life, if you know someone who suffered or suffers from dementia, but I'm not saying that's what it is, but if you look at it,
he's illiterate.
It resembles people who I think you probably know who suffer from dementia. Now, then Donald Trump talks about how the rich donors are upstairs with the Republican senators. I guess this was part of some Republican retreat. So they're now funding and paying him at Mar-a-Lago as well. So this is, again, taxpayer funded, where Mar-a-Lago and Trump, they're going to make all this money. Also,
wow. So all those fucking people are there paying him, and we pay for him to be unreal.
Trump's going there to play golf, and then he's bringing all the Republican senators there and the press, and they're all paying money at Mar-a-Lago. Just think about the cauldron of corruption taking place. Here, watch this clip.
Well, for the press, for the media, I just want to tell you that these are senators, and some of funders are outside. They didn't get in, actually, which is amazing. What happens when you win? You forget them, isn't it terrible?
What? Some of the funders are outside. They didn't get in. When you win, you forget about them. Whoa. This motherfucking prick, in my opinion.
But now we have some great funders, and they were upstairs, and they're having a meeting up onto their own. Just they feel so
They're just
good.
having a meeting without you. You fucking. Wow. Wow. This guy.
Good about this win, that they actually got together and said, what are all you guys doing? They're just people that gave money to the campaign, and they're here just to have fun together. There's about 30 of them, and I said, come outside.
Oh, fuck this. He don't give a fuck about nothing but himself and money.
And see the people you got elected.
Stop using poison to get rid of mice and rats. This simple but brilliant invention eradicates pests from any environment in minutes.
And then he just talks about numbers. He's speaking about criminals, and he just says numbers. He goes 3 million, 4 million, 21 million, 4 million, 3 million, 21 million, 4 million, 3 million.
Because this motherfucker can't read. So there's no speechwriter for him.
What is going on? Here, watch this clip. It's, again, horrifying. Let's play it.
There was no reason to allow millions of criminals into our country. Millions.
You motherfucking piece of shit with this again. While you're sitting there in your fucking marijuana. There was no reason to let criminals like you in charge. Or your fucking feline must. Ugh.
People that were, I'd say 3 million, 4 million, 21 million people all told, but
You don't even 3 million, 4 million, 21 million. What the fuck? Holy fuck.
3 million, 4 million criminals, many, many thousands and thousands of murderers, people that murdered people, killers, people that murdered.
Shut the fuck up. Those people are trying to escape murderers. Fuck.
2 people, 3 people, and even 4 people from in jail in solitary confinement. They let them out of jails.
No, they fucking didn't. No, that is not true.
All over the country, but really from all over the world.
Now, earlier in the day, before he went back to Mar-a-Lago to take his taxpayer-funded vacation. Oh, by the way, where's DOGE in all of this, right? I mean, they just seem to be taking constant vacations. I think, 45% of his presidency already, or almost 50%, has been spent vacationing in
Yeah, it has. And we got to just keep paying for it. And our Secret Service that provides him protection has to pay. They had to raise the budget of what they allowed for hotel costs. So because they have to stay in his resorts. Unreal.
Mar-a-Lago. I think that's going to be the trend right there. But then he talked about, in this moment during his speech, he confused Nippon Steel with Nissan. Nippon Steel and Nissan, he thought they were the same thing. He says he's meeting with the Nissan executives, he's meeting with the Nippon Steel executives. Here, play this clip.
Nissan's going to be doing something very exciting about U.S. Steel. They'll be looking at an investment rather than a purchase. So we didn't like the idea. U.S. Steel is a very important company to us. It was the greatest.
He doesn't even know what the fuck is going on. He don't know how to read.
In the world for 15 years, many years ago, 80 years ago. And we didn't want to see that leave. And it wouldn't actually leave, but the concept psychologically not good. So they've agreed to invest heavily in U.S. Steel as opposed to own it. And that sounds very exciting. And
wow.
We're going to meet with Nissan next week, the head of Nissan, very great company. And
oh my God.
To work out the details. I'll help. I'll be there to mediate and arbitrate.
And when I see photos like this of Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson at the White
Oh my God, with huge big baseball hats on. Big ones, though.
House with him wearing these like gigantic red hats, Don't you get the sense that they may be trolling him and trolling America at the same time? Like, he's not in on the joke. You know what I'm saying when you look at this photo? They're wearing their, anyway, I digress.
Oversized fucking baseball hats. They're killing us.
So then Donald Trump was asked about how whether or not these racist, they're not kids, I mean, they're young adults who DOGE was putting in to take your records at the Treasury Department and take control of our private information. You know, this group of like young 20-year-olds and 21-year-olds that Musk is sending to take all the information from the government agencies. Like the person who was put in the Treasury Department,
I think they should move there right away, in my opinion.
Promoting eugenics and saying the most like racist things imaginable on his like alternate account that was called like Big Balls or something like that. Like this is what we're dealing with. And so I think Susan Wiles, Donald Trump's chief of staff, got rid of this racist employee, but then Elon Musk and JD Vance fought to have the person back. So Trump's like, yeah, let's have him back. But like Trump has no clue what's even going on before. I'm like, watch it, just watch what you see. He's like, what did?
And then the other one who fucking stole information from the other company.
JD say? I guess the one time Donald Trump's taking JD's advice is to put the racist employee back in. Here, play this clip.
Part of this DOGE cost-cutting effort, one of the DOGE engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president.
And by the way, one of the things that JD Vance said.
Right, Nanette? It's very difficult, I'm sure, for, you know, especially the bigger channels that are doing this and stuff, but at the end of their shows they all say everybody keeps speaking out, and I know I'm just a little small channel, but I feel like for as long as we can speak out, I'm with them.
About that racist employees, he's just a kid. Come on, he didn't know what he was doing when he created the account called like Mr. Big Balls or Little Balls or whatever it was, and was posting about eugenics. He's just a kid. So he's just a kid when it comes to making racist statements, but now the kid gets access to all of our records, our Treasury Department, $5 trillion worth of transactions. The kid who gets access to, what in the world is going on here? And again, Donald Trump headed back to Mar-a-Lago, more vacation.
I can't understand how that motherfucker is putting down even the air traffic controller system, but he's fine getting on his fucking jet that we're paying for all the fuel and everything.
Right here. I just want you to think about this as well too. Like again, as you see Donald Trump's cognitive meltdown, his mental state. So Elon Musk wrote this to Donald Trump today. I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. And then you have Peter Doocy at Fox ask Donald Trump, what do you think about Elon Musk saying, I love you as much as a straight man can love another man? Here, play this clip.
Elon Musk said today, I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. What does the first lady think about that?
Oh, I think she'll be okay with it somehow.
I think Milana will be okay with it. Who gives a shit?
And look at him using the plastic straw right here as he bans plastic straws. This whole thing is incredibly weird stuff. I mean, this is some strange stuff. Here, Donald Trump's asked about selling LNG to Japan, and then he talks about he confuses Japan with China. Here, play this clip.
And we'll be able to provide it to our farmers who I like and they like me. I think they're going to be very, very happy.
The farmers don't like this guy no more.
We've opened the sale of LNG immediately. Actually, we did it a few days ago. China, right now, not only China, everybody wants to buy it. We have more than anybody, and they're all.
But he means Japan. But what is LNG?
Buying it, but Japan in particular, we're very happy that.
I think you get I could show you a lot more clips like that, but you get the point. Scary stuff. I mean, the things he's saying is dangerous, but we should have a talk about what's going on. There may be a reason, I think there is, why he's not releasing his medical records. Are we watching this? It's Friday night cognitive meltdown. Hit subscribe. We need to get to 4 million subscribers.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space? Enter your address and get a 360-degree satellite view of your home.
A federal court has stepped in at the 11th hour to temporarily halt President Donald Trump's decision to gut the humanitarian agency USAID. It comes as the United Nations warned millions of people would die if the funding was pulled as planned.
Yeah, well,
Senior
millions of people
correspondent
are
Lucy
going to die
Bramer
here.
reports.
Donald Trump is saying wrong is right. I wish I didn't have to make another video about Donald Trump. I'm getting a bit bored by him, but on the other hand, he is, in a very real sense, the man of the moment, in the sense that he is the person who is currently tearing the world apart. And therefore, I do have to pay attention to him because almost everything he does is changing the map of political economy as we know it. Political economy is about how power is used.
He's sanctioning lawyers who want to uphold the law.
To influence the allocation of resources in the world. And it is very obvious that Donald Trump is, even if he doesn't know it, an arch proponent of the art of political economy because he wields power in a way that almost nobody else has tried to do so for a very long time. Right now, he's done so by declaring that he is going to impose sanctions upon anyone who is involved with the International Criminal Court.
Wow.
The International Criminal Court was established by international agreement, and the UK was one of those who helped.
This is bullshit. He can't keep doing these fear tactics. It is, Nat. It is.
And I'm going to be probably meeting on that Monday or Tuesday, have an announcement, probably a news conference.
Yeah, these are just words. I'm just so sick and tired of this. It's terrible. $20 minutes ago, let's see these people this too. Oh. Oh my God, this guy.
And good evening, America Hill. In for Aaron Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. President Trump just moments ago announcing that he is removing former President Biden's access to classified information. Now, that includes putting an end to his daily intelligence briefings and also revoking his security clearance. The president writing there is, quote, no need for Joe Biden to continue receiving access to classified information. Going on to say he set this precedent in 2021 when he instructed the intelligence community to stop the 45th president of the United States, me, exclamation point, from accessing details on national security, a courtesy provided to former presidents. The Her report revealed Biden suffers from poor memory and even in his prime could not be trusted with sensitive information. He goes on to say, I will always protect our national.
Doing physical therapy for your dog's arthritis actually makes it worse. Here's what to do instead.
This is the most natural way.
60% of USAID's programming is life-saving humanitarian assistance or global health programming to prevent critical diseases and to help heal and treat people. 60%. And yet these again, falsehoods about projects that are allegedly going on here or there have come in such a short time to define.
Yeah, that's a lie about, 50 million for condoms. Like, come on, that's a fucking lie.
USAID's reputation, including with Republican supporters of USAID who have stood with the agency over decades, who have seen these programs in the field, who have offered great insight and wisdom about how we can strengthen these programs and make them more cost effective. So it's just really important that the misinformation be put to one side. I know this is easier said than done, and that people remember what USAID is offering the American people and what it has done on behalf of the American people for 6 decades.
We have some breaking news that came in over the break. A federal judge has just paused the USAID administrative leave after hearing arguments in Washington. Judge Carl.
Bottom line is that Phelan already went into all these offices and rewrote the codes and shit. It's already been breached. We've already been breached.
Says he will grant the plaintiff's request for a temporary restraining order or pause of the planned administrative leave for thousands of USAID employees.
They have to put restraining orders on Phelan, in my opinion.
Judge Dickel saying this, quote, I will be entering tonight, sometime between now and midnight, a limited, very limited,
How dare
temporary.
he want to be, we need transparency on every single American in the world, violating our privacy, okay? But he won't release his fucking financial records.
Restraining order that will be directed at the placement of the 2,200 or 2,700 employees on administrative leave, and then the accelerated removal of people from their countries. The administrative leave for 2,200 USAID employees was scheduled to begin tonight at 11:59 p.m. What does this mean?
Well, just
on a Friday night at 11:59, while they're all in Mar-a-Lago having their little party.
This is an extremely thoughtful
That's
judge.
why, because he didn't want them at Congress. Motherfucker.
So that he's landed on this is a sign that, what this administration is trying to do is probably well outside the legal and constitutional boundaries. In the last segment, Andrew used an important word, which was destruction, which seems to be the intention here. But I think it's destruction that's much broader than USAID. Under our constitutional law, under statutory law, the president is supposed to administer the program.
I think they're going to do it anyway. I wonder if they did actually, because that time's passed already.
That are appropriated by Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think this administration would like to change that. So I think what they expect to happen is this TRO just got granted. Maybe it becomes a preliminary injunction, and they're going to appeal that as quickly as possible.
He's made us vulnerable. Yeah, made us vulnerable.
And try to get it in front of a favorable Supreme Court, where they hope they can really rewrite the playbook in terms of presidential powers.
What precedent would they argue, though, for stripping away congressional? I mean, he was impeached for this, for stripping away congressionally approved funds.
Yeah, he was impeached for it. And then here he is back doing it again. Because he never got impeached. They didn't make him fucking leave.
Not a lot of precedent, but there has been a change in personnel on the Supreme Court.
That's a good way to put it.
It's very important that people vote in the midterm elections to try to turn the House over again.
What do you understand this to mean for the workforce of USAID?
Well, it extends this period of limbo, honestly, would be my gut reaction to it. Certainly, it is a stay. It's a reprieve from the imminence that they were facing of, having to put on administrative leave and the timeline of having to get out of country if they wanted the government to help fund their relocation costs. But it's not clear yet.
Hope to get out of the country if the government would fund their relocation costs. What the fuck? That's not even their...
what the end game is, right? I mean, we may be in this position for a couple more weeks, a couple more months. I don't know how long it would take this type of case to move through the courts, but it doesn't solve the final question of, what happens to this agency? And remember, if the agency goes away, the agency funds a whole lot of projects, an entire aid sector, basically, that relies on this money, these grants, these awards. There's radiating effects as well, because the United States has been pulling back contributions to various international agencies that do similar work. So
because they're just going to take the money and put it in his sovereign bank account that he started. Oh, something's got to happen, because this is some bullshit.
Again, as far as the workforce is concerned, the fears are stayed for a while, but I think they're probably still there, given that people don't know what the end game of this is.
And sort of the legal frame, there's tons of important things to say about the consequences, like why should one care about USAID? I'm not the person really for that. In terms of legally that we saw in Trump 1.0.
You know what else got blocked today? The Trump and Musk gambit that turned out these thousands of people at the Treasury building this week to protest. The news that Trump had let his top campaign donor inexplicably access the payment system at the U.S. Treasury that sent...
Because our country is falling apart. That's why, Nick.
Sends out everything from your Social Security check to your tax refund.
He's already done it. He's already gone in those offices, locked them out for the day, and fucking stole everything.
The government pays for. That news in particular had caused pretty understandable and pretty widespread freakout in this country. First, among Treasury employees, including the acting Treasury Secretary, somebody who's been employed at the Treasury Department for decades, who's a career, nonpartisan civil servant. He tried to stop them from getting their hands on this payment system, and then he resigned when he couldn't stop them. But it caused a big freakout inside.
I shouldn't have fucking resigned. Shouldn't have resigned.
Treasury. It also caused a significant freakout among members of Congress. It also caused a significant freakout among members of the public. We know that in part because members of Congress have been telling the press this week that as the numbers of phone calls to House and Senate offices have skyrocketed over this past 2 weeks, with people complaining about Trump's actions and demanding that their members of Congress and their
senators are getting 1,600 calls a minute.
Senators stand up and do whatever they
are blowing up Congress's phones, and that is what we should all do.
And to stop Trump. A significant proportion of the calls they've been getting, according to members of Congress, are, quote, panicked calls from regular Americans, specifically about this thing at Treasury, about the payment system at Treasury being handed over to Elon Musk's little unsupervised playgroup. And this was made worse, frankly, when Trump's newly confirmed Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, assured everybody repeatedly that the access that he had allowed Elon Musk and his team to this particularly sensitive...
They shouldn't be allowed to nothing. If we can't see his fucking financial... This is bullshit. Nobody voted that prick in.
Payment system at the Treasury, he assured everybody that their access to the system was read-only, meaning that they weren't even trying to use their access to the system to cut off any payments of any kind.
The fastest growing scam of 2025 is spreading like wildfire and wiping out bank accounts in seconds.
They'd never even had that in mind.
Sure.
Well, despite those assurances from Scott Bessent, reporting in the Washington Post and in the New York Times and in the Associated Press and elsewhere would now seem to indicate that Scott Bessent was either lying or wrong.
This fucking guy.
When he gave everybody those assurances that their access was, quote, read-only. In fact, according to this recent reporting, from the very outset, from their very first demands to get access to that incredibly sensitive system that partisan actors have never before had
to put some AI program. No, Nat. And he had that fake fucking college, Trump college, fucking scam. Can't even fucking read. Guy can't even read.
Access to. Elon Musk's people made clear that the reason they wanted access to that system was specifically because they intended to use it to stop funds from going out. On their own say-so. Funds they thought shouldn't go.
It's not their funds. It's not their fucking money.
So we're starting to get a sense, 2.5 weeks into this new Trump term.
2.5 weeks. Can't let it go longer.
The fact that pushback definitely works, but the different forms that pushback can take. So, like in this case, with the Treasury payment system, we get direct action. We get a big, impressive, basically impromptu protest organized on very short notice.
Yeah, but I mean, still, he rewrote the codes.
At the Treasury. We get Treasury officials doing what they can to stop what they're trying to do and then sounding the alarm about why they resigned when they weren't able to stop it. We get regular Americans calling their members of Congress and blowing their stacks about this. We then get Democratic members of Congress blowing their stacks.
And then we got Trump and 30 Republican senators yucking it up at Mar-a-Lago. Yucking it up at Mar-a-Lago on our dime. Unfucking real.
And going to the protest and calling press conferences and demanding answers from the administration. We get the press blowing up. The press doing reporting.
Renee Marsh is with us now. Renee, tell us what you're learning.
Well, Boris and Brianna, federal workers just got a Hail Mary from this federal judge. He has effectively paused the Trump administration's buyout offer, as well as that midnight deadline in which federal employees had to make a decision on whether they would resign. That was the offer that the Trump administration had offered. Again,
or be fired. That's intimidation.
And this federal judge pausing that completely. And now in this hearing, the government will have to send out a mass email to federal employees to let them know that and let them know that that midnight deadline to make a decision on whether they will resign from their post is no longer in play, at least not for now. We know that
that is fucked up.
Another hearing will take place this upcoming Monday at 2:00. The reason for this U.S. District Judge George O'Toole, he is a Bill Clinton appointee, said that he needed more information to determine whether this buyout offer that the Trump administration.
Bill Clinton, the last good president.
is offering to federal employees should be blocked altogether. So while he gets that additional information, he's
Motherfucker
putting a pause
harassed the shit out of Hillary about declassified information on an email. Yeah, okay, sure. And all he's done is fucking declassify all the information. We are so vulnerable right now.
On the program as well as that midnight deadline. And just to recap for viewers, the Trump administration sent out this February 6th midnight deadline telling federal workers that if they decided to resign, they would be paid through the end of September. And they would then be able to leave federal government, and then also warn them if they decided not to take the buyout, they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to keep their jobs.
Guys, here's what's going to happen. You just saw there, Trump and his team are violating the law as it's understood. Who knows what the Supreme Court's going to do? But they are violating the law as understood.
Well, then if they're doing it, then arrest them. Stop talking about it and fucking arrest them.
This
If it's
dental
illegal,
appliance
then
received an
arrest them.
explosive response and
What's the
quickly became
holdup?
popular.
But we begin tonight less than 3 weeks into this new administration, and we are already facing what is rightfully being described as a constitutional crisis.
Oh,
it comes
when they swore in, I think that Bondi or whatever, Trump removed a line from the Constitution. The one about birthright citizenship, was that the 14th Amendment? Removed it. Removed it.
It's not from the man elected to sit behind the Resolute desk, but from the unelected one, who appears to be pulling all the strings, tech billionaire Elon Musk. It's happening in real time, thanks to Elon's made-up Department of Government Efficiency that he and a handful of young adults from his private companies have unleashed on this country with nearly
He's been in how many fucking companies and shown us nothing.
access to any agency or database they choose to infiltrate. In this short time, we've seen them all but abolish the U.S. Agency for International Development, with plans to reduce its workforce from 5,000 to what's expected to be about 600. And it's being done without congressional authority, which is required given that it was Congress that passed the law.
Okay, so if it's against the law, arrest them. What is going on here? Arrest them. Arrest them.
That formally established the agency. So, of course, this is just the start. With little pushback, Musk and his minions are gaining access to more and more U.S. government agencies every day. Just today, Trump said he instructed Musk to check out the Pentagon. And those people gaining access to the most sensitive systems are not the best and the brightest. Yes,
the Pentagon. The Pentagon. When people have put the law into effect, they don't get to fucking vote on it then to see if they're going to arrest somebody or table it. They don't get to pick and choose who gets to be prosecuted by the laws that they fucking put in place. There should be no reason that these people who put the law into effect have to vote on it. You already did. It's in effect. If they keep saying it's illegal what they do, and then the very next day they're free to do it again, then they're just going to keep doing it. That's why he's hitting so many of our government agencies, because it's like when we see in those movies where they stick a hard drive in something, or little, fucking, what do they call it? The little file drive, whatever the fuck, and they download everything onto it and then they leave. Then they're going to sell, in my opinion, everything. Everything. Wherever they move to. We saw Mexico, the rich neighborhood, the rich neighborhood has no problems. The rich neighborhood, practically in anywhere, has no fucking problems. They're gated communities. Hi, Louie. Well, I don't know, I mean, I'm fired up about the illegal things that are going on in our country. So I have a hard, I'm telling you, this is a nightmare.
Yesterday, one of Elon's little henchmen resigned from DOGE after his now deleted racist social media posts resurfaced. According to the Wall Street Journal, the posts from 25-year-old Marco Elez included such gems as, "Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity."
I can't believe that Trump's real estate guy is the one negotiating peace. I have to believe in my heart of hearts. I have wondered and wondered and wondered and wondered why the Iron Dome was off that day and how they knew. And while everybody's at a concert, and it's a holiday too, and the Iron Dome has worked for years, those satellites that motherfucker has up there, he did something. He fucking did something.
And normalize Indian hate. And this morning, right on cue, Vice President James David Vance said Elez should be brought back onto the team, posting, "I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life." Oh, okay, so now he's just a kid who was given direct access to Treasury.
His wife is Indian. They don't have, yeah, you can. You can inherit it. You can get loans from your dad. You can, I don't think it's common sense to use child labor in the mines in the Congo and pay them a pittance. That's not common sense. That's inhumane.
Department systems responsible for nearly every single payment made by the U.S. government, including Social Security checks that people rely on. A kid? I thought they were highly trained professionals, man, not kids.
It's a surprising reason people were healthier in the 70s. Chuck and I were both around in the 70s.
Yeah.
People just look.
To no one's surprise, Elon jumped on his personal version of Truth Social and tweeted in agreement with JD and announced Elez's triumphant return this afternoon. This after spending much of yesterday.
Hurt is human, to forgive is divine. That motherfucker. Motherfucker. Piece of shit.
Joking with his Twitter stands about another one of his junior henchmen who on his LinkedIn went by the name Big Balls and who also had access to millions of Americans' personal data. The absolute unseriousness.
Big Balls. Big Balls. Yeah, it kind of is the U.S.'s fault because the U.S., he was in front of the court in the U.S. along with two others. I think it was Volkswagen and BMW or something. Two other car, but the U.S. companies that were accused of using child labor, they got prosecuted and fined. But enough wasteful spending. What wasteful spending have you seen, Louis? You don't think it's wasteful spending for us to have to pay for him to fly back and forth to Mar-a-Lago for golf? Do you think everyone has fraudulent claims? Do you think everybody does? Yeah, that we pay the gas for. We pay the fuel for it. And the Secret Service that protects them has to pay the budget had to be, you know, lifted on that because they are forced to stay at his resorts. Do you? So whose fault would that really be? Because when you think about it, there's employees at those places that there's checks and balances should be made, right? So who really would have dropped the ball? Just like how this guy's getting away with going into these, you know, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law. No, he's not. The gravy jobs. You think the Pentagon is a gravy job? You think the FAA is a gravy job? Cracking the whip? Really? So you must have been for slavery then, right? Cracking the whip on the slaves and shit. Get it done. Get it done. I mean, you must be a real fucking dream, huh? You sound stupid.
Of these people stands in stark contrast to the dead seriousness of what they're doing to our country and the many
You think
unknowns.
somebody named Big Balls? What's he cutting? Everything. You think people, a 19-year-old with the name Big Balls on his social media account that already has admitted that he got fired from a company for stealing their information and giving it to a competitor with no clearance? They're not lowering taxes for us. Are you kidding? There's not going to be lower taxes. There's not even going to be the next one he wants to hit is the IRS. There's going to be. Are you kidding me right now? There ain't going to be fucking tax refunds. There ain't going to be nothing. This motherfucker's going to they're going to steal the money. And that's a fact. And if you don't believe me, I don't care. Well, you think cracking the whip on gravy jobs? Like, you didn't even answer me. You think working at the Pentagon is a gravy job? A plane crashed into it. You want to tell them that was a gravy job that day? But you must be, because you think it's okay for child labor to be mining his cobalt. Elon Musk won't even show. He doesn't even pay taxes. Like, come on. Gravy jobs. You act silly.
What they could be doing with our data. Meanwhile, the acting U.S. Attorney for D.C., Ed Martin, who earlier this week said he would pursue legal action against anyone who threatens any DOGE employees, something that he offered no evidence has happened.
He'll prosecute anyone who threatens people with no security clearance. What are you talking about? Who said soldiers in the military? What are you talking about? Who said anything about the military right now? You think Trump loves our military? Who said something about that? Though, who said anything about the soldiers in the military? Okay. See, I knew you were just some stupid douchebag. I gave you more tolerance than you fucking deserved. Because you don't know anything what you're talking about. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Fucking weirdo. Yeah, definite troll.
is now saying that he is beginning an inquiry into those supposed threats after a referral from Elon Musk, who apparently now, in addition to wielding the power afforded to Congress in the Constitution, also has the power to order federal criminal investigations. Martin wrote directly to Elon, "We will investigate them and we will chase them to the end of the earth to hold them accountable. We will not rest or cease in this. No one should abuse American taxpayer dollars."
No, motherfucker. Uh-uh. No, no, no. You are incorrect, buddy. Nobody's getting hunted to the end of the earth, buddy.
Nor American taxpayer workers. Are these American taxpayer workers? I don't know about
Yeah, they already got booted. They were a troll, Joe. Yeah, and even if they weren't a troll, I feel like unless somebody who voted for this because I guess they just hate America or something, and even if they didn't hate America at the time, even though they already knew, people know that anybody who walks around saying, I just grabbed them by the PUSSY, you know, even though they know, I mean, this is a joke. We're a fucking joke. They're just pushing the envelope over and over and over. And you know what it is? It's a true battle between good and evil. That's what I think. That's what I think, you guys. That is what I think. It is a true battle between good and evil. And I don't know who this fucking U.S. attorney is because I ain't seeing no name or nothing. Why don't you state your name, buddy? Because you're not going to threaten people who know what the law is. They're not going to violate my privacy. And you think you're going to fucking hunt people down to the end of the earth? Yeah, why don't you get your fucking ass to Siberia?
that. We don't have any evidence of that. And by the way, we've heard no such pledge from Martin after a conservative website funded by the Heritage Foundation published what they called a DE.
Funded by the Heritage Foundation. The people who wrote a, over 800-page manual and basically groomed Trump. He couldn't lose because there was too much at stake. He couldn't lose. And that whole Israel, I'm telling you, I really think, because they're giving like a reprieve to HAMAS. They want to wipe out the Palestinians and turn the West Bank, the Holy City, like into Trump's fucking debauchery, fucking nasty bullshit playground. Pave over Abraham and Sarah's tomb. Pave over. I'm not yelling at you guys. I am so disgusted. They want to pave over streets where Jesus walked. Where Abraham walked. His bones are there. He was a real person. Sarah was a real person. In Genesis, the first book of the Bible, it says where they're buried, and they're still there. And they want to pave over it. Or what? Put it amongst a fucking casino? I find it really fucking hard to believe. But see, this is the thing. I think that fucking fella turned off the Iron Dome. That motherfucker. That motherfucker. Hi, Zane. That motherfucker. Because he is a motherfucker, man. And now he's got every bit of information that any other country has always wanted. And he has no loyalty to us. He doesn't care about us. He thinks this is a fucking game. I am so fucking disgusted. They just have to have the cops waiting for him and arrest him. Start exercising their fucking power of the country. Because this is going to turn real ugly. It's going to turn real ugly.
AI watch list with the names, photos, and identifying information of federal health workers involved in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and that at one point describe them as targets.
They fucking sent all that to what? Wait, what? So the Heritage Foundation that wrote Project 2025 did this? What?
Identifying information of federal health workers involved in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and that at one point described them as targets.
Oh.
Apparently in Elon and Don's America, the federal
Hold
government...
up. Wait a minute. I'm going to need to hear that again. You've got to be fucking kidding me right now. So they're already selling all the information. They're not even selling it. They're just using it for their own fear tactic. This is awful.
Identifying information of federal health workers involved in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And I don't know about that. We don't have any evidence of that. And by the way, we've heard no such pledge from Martin after a conservative website funded by the Heritage Foundation published what it called a DEI watch list with the names, photos, and identifying information of federal health workers involved in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and that at one point described them as targets.
They've got to be arrested. They've got to be arrested. They've got to be arrested. So he's already done all that. They've got to be arrested. They've got to do it. This is fucking, in my opinion, that is criminal right there. And all the FBI people too. They put out all the FBI people. Oh my God, I can't even.
Apparently in Elon and Don's America, the federal government is no longer here to protect you. It is here for one purpose and one purpose only: to empower and protect Elon Musk and his friends. Joining me now is Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland, ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee. I do want to start with that threat from Mr. Martin. Your thoughts on that? He has not offered any evidence that anything has happened other than these names being published by Wired and other journalists. So whatever.
They have to arrest them.
Could he mean by pursuing these so-called threats? He's not given any evidence of it, and no one should threaten anyone. Let's just be clear about that. What do you make of his threats?
I mean, he didn't utter a peep when Enrique Tarrio, recently pardoned, issued a social media statement on X, I believe, with the name of the female FBI agent who he accuses of various nefarious crimes, and says that she should be arrested and put in jail and bringing.
So the leader of the Proud Boys put out the name of the prosecutor for his case.
all kinds of social pressure on her. He's not done anything to try to insulate the FBI agents who've come under attack by all of the Free Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and Three Percenters and violent insurrectionists. So that guy is a J6 enthusiast. He's a J6 lawyer, and he's doing everything in his power to exact retaliation against the federal prosecutors and the FBI agents.
That's what this all is. See, for Elon, it's some fucking game like the game of Risk or whatever. He just wants to control the world. Nobody has said another fucking word about those people up in space that were supposed to be there for 7 days, and they've been there for 9 months. Nothing. They're just out there in space for 9 fucking months now. You know he knew that he was gonna fucking do that. He's just waiting to see how long they'll fucking survive. I can't believe those poor families. I cannot believe it.
The cops who simply did their jobs for America.
You know, I still recall, and it's still sears in my mind, Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss saying that you can't describe the feeling of your federal government coming after you and training the entire awesome power of the White House on you as just an individual person. What we have now is the U.S. Attorney from Washington, as well as the Heritage Foundation, through its donation to this watch list group. You know, the people on that list, they put their faces in there, they put their identifying information.
That's terrible. That fucking whole foundation needs to be broken down, man.
Some of them have gotten unsolicited pizza deliveries so that people letting them know they know where they live. People have gotten swatted. I don't hear any impetus from this federal government under the Trump administration to protect any American who, as you said, are being threatened. And they are also demanding to know the identities of these FBI agents, as you just said. And who knows whether those will just wind up in the hands of Elon Musk, who seems to think this is all hilarious. At this point, what protection do ordinary
think it's all hilarious? He fucking does.
Americans who are not Trumpers, what protection do we have at all?
Well, the Association of FBI Agents went to court yesterday to try to protect not hundreds, but thousands of FBI agents who are within the scopes of Donald Trump. And
but they did it. They released it.
His team of people trying to whitewash January 6th. They consider it essential to completely rewrite the story of what happened and turn these criminals, who they called political prisoners and hostages, into heroes and patriots, and then turn the people who enforced the law to defend the democracy, including cops who were wounded and injured and hospitalized, turn them into the villains of the story. It's just so outrageous. And, you know, they have spent the last few years talking about—
It's terrible. It's fucking terrible.
The weaponization of government without any evidence for it, all obviously to prepare for their weaponization of the government to make people think that this is normal.
It's kind of bizarre watching our country sort of descend into this sort of, you know, what in the past would have been called sort of third world sort of junta behavior, but it is happening in real time. And I will note that Marvin Dunn, you know,
and we're laying it. Just fucking arrest them. Before it's too late. Arrest him.
The former police officer Dunn, not Marvin Dunn, as another Dunn,
with no bail.
These J6ers in the street, Harry Dunn, in the streets of DC, you know, by one of them. But anyway, let me move on to the actual thing. I think that people are really freaking out and terrified about these unelected people. They're not government employees. Nobody knows. You know, DOGE doesn't exist. It isn't real. They now have access to maybe hundreds of millions of people's data. The Congress passed a law trying to stop TikTok from operating out of fear that the Chinese government would get Americans' data through TikTok. This is now a group of people, some of whom have expressed openly racist views, you know, that are particularized against certain communities, or who are just unserious.
It's crazy.
In some of the goofs they've done online, don't seem very like serious people. They can do whatever they want with this data. by the time the courts adjudicate this, won't it be too late? Won't they maybe have already downloaded it and repurposed it for whatever?
Exactly. So fucking arrest them.
Well, that's why we need the courts to move so quickly and to enjoin any further
They've
leakage.
already said it's illegal. Arrest them like you would anybody else if they were doing it.
Or any corruption and misuse of this data while we can. And it may be getting late. I mean, you mentioned the Chinese government, and Elon Musk is, of course, very much in bed with the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party. So if they want any of this data, they've got a very clear channel by which they can get it. And it's an absolute violation of the Privacy Act and a whole bunch of other federal laws that are being violated. But Elon Musk has been sending his juvenile fascist night.
But Elon Musk, no. Don't say it's fucking illegal on a federal level and sit back and let him do it. What are you waiting for? Do it. He is not the president, so he is not like above the law. He's not even like, he doesn't even have security clearance. Those kids don't have security clearance. Arrest him.
Through to federal agencies and departments throughout Washington, including coming into my district, to NOAA, to NIH, the FDA, in order to get not just all the financial records, but personnel records at NIH, patient records.
What the fuck? You guys see what he's doing with them? Putting them on lists, releasing them. Fucking arrest him. What's the holdup?
Records from various studies and various grants. So they want to run roughshod over the entire legal infrastructure, protecting the privacy rights of the people.
But you're not, you guys aren't protecting them. So who was protecting them? Who was supposed to be protecting them? Where's that person? Who's enforcing these laws that you guys passed? Nobody? What? Is he just going up and grabbing you guys all by the pussy? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
All for their own purposes, which may be governmental, they may be corporate, they may be private, they may be political.
Okay, if you guys don't know, if I came in there and was just like, hey, you guys, I'm locking you out, I'm taking all this shit, you wouldn't allow that. So is all the security from all these places gone? Stop it.
And right now, all we've got is the opportunity for courts to step in to say that.
Oh, fuck that. If you said it was illegal, it's illegal. Now you bring them there. Then they get held till they go up in front of a court because they are flight risks. They've got the money for it. So no bail, no bail. No bail. I mean, as he does it one by one, you guys are getting weaker and weaker because he's got all your fucking information. All your information. All your information. If you know all this is going on, stop it. Don't sit there waiting for the courts. What are you waiting for the courts? If somebody else breaks the fucking law, they don't wait for the courts to fucking be like, Jesus Christ, if somebody's speeding, they get pulled over and get a ticket. These people are making us weak. He has our nuclear codes. He has our nuclear codes. and rewrote the code for us to even get in. But you can't get back in. They have our codes. We are so fucking vulnerable right now. It's not even funny. And you guys, the lawmakers, are doing nothing.
This data must be returned to the government, and we've got to end this raid on it by Elon Musk.
I want to just note for the audience that Donald Trump has announced today that he's going to fire some January 6th investigators, calling them, some of them, corrupt.
Who the fuck is Elon Musk to be firing it? Anyway, they don't work for him. When is somebody going to put their foot down on this? And this is one guy with 6 little twerps that as soon as they see him get arrested, what do you think they're going to fucking do? They will sing like canaries about what he said and what they've got. Do to them just like you do to any other fucking criminal. Separate them. Don't let them fucking talk. Seriously.
You responded actually to this normalized Indian hate guy. And it's sweet that you don't want to ruin a kid's life, saying to JD Vance something to bear in mind next time you oppose gun safety laws. But does that mean that this kid should have access to private data of tens of millions of Americans? And I will note one more thing just for the audience. The New York Times is reporting that the Treasury Department has installed an ally of Elon Musk in a key position overseeing the nation's payments
So they've installed.
System, replacing a career civil servant who had resisted granting Mr. Musk's cost-cutting team access to payment data. The payment data seems particularly important and particularly sensitive. By the time, again, if the Supreme Court gets this case, and I have no faith, I'm being honest, that John...
It's going to be too late. I mean, the guy could be emptying out the fucking U.S. Mint right now. What the fuck?
Roberts won't just enshrine this under law and say that Donald Trump does have the unitary authority to spend America's money and it's not Congress. By the time it gets there, again, won't it be too late? They have the payments.
No, he doesn't. Where do you think that money came from? The fucking taxpayers. Why the fuck would the president have the right when he just signed an executive order today for a sovereign wealth account? Jesus Christ.
We got the normalized Indian hate guys back on the job. Can we even stop this?
Well, I mean, speed is of the essence here, again, for the reasons you're saying, Joy. It is an overwhelming amount of information about a huge number of people. And so if the courts move with dispatch, they might be able to prevent a lot of damage from being inflicted. But nobody should normalize.
But in the meantime, put them in custody. They don't have clearance. We didn't hire them, people. There is no DOGE.
What's going on here?
Some fucking bullshit with this bullshit. Honest to God. Like, what the fuck?
Three things you should never do.
Imagine that this is going on.
60% of USAID's programming.
And good evening, America Hill. In for Aaron Burnett. Out front tonight, the breaking news. President Trump just moments ago.
Don't even call him that. I mean, seriously. It's some bullshit. Fucking guy's off the chain. In that case, in my opinion, it's the same. Just saying.
Amazing reporting that just came out yesterday about one of the Doge teens who owns a website called Tesla.sexy LL. Doge is in the systems that oversee our nuclear codes. I'm gonna say that again. Doge is in our systems overseeing the nuclear codes. These 22-year-olds are in there with little oversight or guidance. These people probably couldn't have passed a background check. So before we get to that,
They've never had a fucking job. They're fucking like 19 and shit. Unbelievable. 23-year-old. 23-year-old. Oh my God. Oh my God.
talk about who these people are, because there's been amazing reporting that just came out yesterday about one of the Doge teens who owns a website called Tesla.sexy LLC and worked at a startup that has hired convicted hackers. A young technologist known as online as Big Balls. Yep.
Big Boss, another Big Boss? What the fuck? Unreal. They think this is a fucking joke.
Who works for Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, has access to sensitive U.S. government systems, but his professional online history is called into question here. Tesla.sexy LLC controls dozens of web domains, including at least 2 Russian registered domains. One of those domains, which is still active, offers a service called Healthy, which is an AI bot for Discord servers targeting the Russian market.
This is crazy. This is unreal.
And while operating of a Russian market website would not violate U.S. sanctions with companies from doing business with Russia, it could potentially be a factor in a security clearance review. So we have hackers in our system who are associated with Russia, but that's not all. This person said there's little chance that he could have passed a background check for privileged access to government systems. So Donald Trump and Elon Musk are completely subverting the systems we have in place to keep us all safe from folks like this when working in the government.
That's 2 people. We're talking about a shitload of employees in the government and security officers and stuff like that. And nobody fucking could arrest them. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me right now? I'd like to know why they got rid of that. And then we don't hear nothing about him anymore. That Vivek Ramaswamy, whatever. Yeah, what happened to him?
And there's more. This to me is the most concerning. Potential concerns about Korstein extend beyond his work history. Archived Telegram messages shared with Wired show that in November of 22, a person using the handle Joey Crafter posted to a Telegram channel focused on so-called distributed denial of service attacks. These are like hacking attacks that bombard victims' sites with junk traffic to knock them offline. In his
This is terrible. We've been briefed. Why don't they just fucking arrest them for the right reason?
messages, Joey Crafter, which records from Discord, Telegram, and the networking protocol BGP Indicate, was a handle used by Korstein, writes that he's looking for a capable, powerful, and reliable L7 that accepts Bitcoin payments. That line, in the context of a DDoS for hire Telegram channel, suggests he was looking for someone who could carry out a layer 7 attack, a certain form of DDoS, a DDoS for hire service with the name dstat.cc was.
Why doesn't it tell us exactly what those things mean? DDoS, what is that? So pissed.
Was seized in a multinational law enforcement operation last year.
The fastest growing scam of 20.
Seized in a multi-law enforcement operation last year. Holy shit. Just last year. Why is he even out? Why was he not prosecuted? What's going on here? Oh my, these are fucking criminals. Oh my god, this is so gross. So fucking gross that they're letting them do this. They're letting them put our country at risk. All of us, we are all at risk. And anybody who is still on board with this guy, I don't understand why you hate America so much. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand why you hate America so much.
25 is spreading like wildfire and wiping out bank accounts in seconds without victims even realizing.
My stomach.
All right, if you're like me and you're like, what the hell does that all mean? I'm just going to put it as plainly as possible. This person was looking to hire someone to attack someone else using computer technology. That is the simplest way I can put it. It is a form of attack. It is likened to hacking. It's not getting into something, but it is very much so cyber criminal activity. Okay, so these are the people who Elon Musk.
This is terrible.
Has hired, who currently are going through the code of our government, and as this reporting from CNN says, are now being allowed into the IT systems that oversee our nuclear codes. A representative from Elon Musk Department of Government Efficiency was granted access to the Energy Department system on Wednesday by Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Two people with knowledge of the situation told CNN. Wright granted access
I can't.
to DOGE Representative Luke Farrader, a 23-year-old former SpaceX intern, even over objections from members of the department's general counsel and chief information offices. The people told CNN. The DOE Chief Information Office is the department IT and cybersecurity office. Members of the general counsel and chief information offices said this is, quote, a bad idea. Understatement of the century, because Farrader hadn't had a standard background investigation needed to access the department system. One of the people told CNN, he's not cleared to be in DOE on our systems.
That's fucking illegal. Arrest these motherfuckers. Oh my god.
None of these things have been done. Here's how Elise Jordan, former Republican, I think she's either former or current, regardless, compared it to Joe Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan, saying
that wasn't Joe Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. Oh my god, you fucking assholes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is necessary.
Is this the way to do it? Absolutely. The execution here is terrible. I have been thinking that this reminds me a lot of the Biden administration's Afghanistan withdrawal. It needed to be done. It was done terribly and in a way that could have been.
Okay, you stupid bitch. You stupid fucking bitch. Okay? No. That's not what happened. Okay? Okay. I can't even. I can't even believe that. This is looking like this motherfucker. I mean, because. This is a fucking.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat.
Good God, man. Stop eating those. You're going to blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just keep going down, bro.
So thank you very much, everybody. Johnny Infantino is the head of FIFA. He's the biggest man in soccer. And we are, as you probably know, getting the World Cup in 2026 for the United States. Some of it is a partnership with...
How would he know that? Huh?
Mexico and Canada. And it's coming into the United States for a large percentage of the...
Just the way he said that, though. We are getting the World Cup for 2026. I just don't even...
games, and we're very excited about it. Plus, Johnny and I just had a meeting on women's soccer and what everybody's going to do to make that even better and more equitable, et cetera, et cetera. So, Johnny, thank you very much. We had a great meeting. Very big, though. We're getting the World Cup in 2026. So that's a big thing. Johnny, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, indeed, it's fantastic to be here and to boost even more soccer in this country. Soccer, which is the #1 global sport. World Cup 2026 taking place here, but we start already now. It's the biggest event ever. It's more than 4 billion viewers all around the world, and we will make it the biggest, not only sports event, but the biggest social event that we can think of. Soccer, which is a big part of this country as well, and women's soccer, where you are world champion. There is much more to do. The president was saying this to me, and he's right. And
What does this got to do with anything, really?
we are working on that, and we will announce very soon some new initiatives. Thank you.
Well, Johnny, we're going to have to extend my second term because 2026, I'm going to have to extend it for a couple of years. I don't think any of you would have...
Excuse me, your second term would have been 4 years anyway, so you still wouldn't have been in fucking office for 2026. This guy can't even do math.
No problem with that. But I hope you're going to remember me in 2026.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You take care of yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Say it. They're dead. They're dead. As far as I'm concerned, they're dead. They thought that they had to kill people in order to put themselves in a little better negotiating position. When they did that, they killed 12 people. One happened to be a great American soldier. A wonderful young man from Puerto Rico, families from Puerto Rico. And you can't do that. You can't do that with me. So they're dead as far as I'm concerned. And we've hit the Taliban harder in the last 4 days than they've been hit in over 10 years. So that's the way it is. Said what? No, actually, in terms of advisors, I took my own advice. I like the idea of meeting. I've met with a lot of bad people and a lot of good people during the course of the last almost 3 years. And I think meeting is a great thing. I think that meeting with, you're talking
He said something.
To fight a war in Afghanistan and win it. I could win that war in a week. I just don't want to kill 10 million people. Does that make sense to you? I don't want to kill 10 million people. I have plans on Afghanistan that if I wanted to win that war, Afghanistan would be wiped off the face of the earth. It would be gone. It would be over in literally in 10 days. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to go that route.
That's right.
These knives sell out faster than tickets to a Garth Brooks comeback tour. Why? Because we just announced our buy one, get one for 15.
Recent reports that the United States is planning to reduce the number of troops in Afghanistan have raised concerns that U.S. plans for a withdrawal could weaken Kabul's hand in the peace talks. Asked about Afghanistan Wednesday, Trump questioned U.S. involvement in that conflict.
What? Yes. So he withdrew the troops. Not Biden. He did.
Why isn't Russia there? Why isn't India there? Why isn't Pakistan there? Why are we there? We're 6,000 miles away.
Trump said the 9-year war the Soviet Union fought in Afghanistan in the 1980s was justified because the terrorists from that country were entering the Soviet territory and causing unrest. But he said the war has bankrupted the former Soviet Union and caused its collapse. He questioned the purpose of further U.S. spending on Afghanistan.
General Mattis,
Do you think that Russia was collapsing? Really, buddy? Yeah.
Me profusely for getting him $700 billion. He couldn't believe it. General Mattis thanked me even more the following year when I got him $716 billion. He couldn't believe it.
You got him $716 billion. What the fuck are you even talking about, dude? What is this guy even talking about? Why is he back? I don't even understand this.
$1 billion. He couldn't believe it. But what's he done for me? How is he? General Mattis thanked me even more the following year when I got him $716.
I want to know what
spending on Afghanistan.
General Mattis thanked me profusely for getting him $700 billion. He couldn't believe it. General Mattis thanked me even more the following year when I got him $716 billion. He couldn't.
Who's General Mattis? What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck is he talking about?
Believe it. But what's he done for me? How has he done in Afghanistan? Not too good.
Trump also criticized some of the U.S. military strategy in Afghanistan.
We have an area that I brought up with our generals 4 or 5 weeks ago where Taliban is here, ISIS is here, and they're fighting each other. I said, why don't you let them fight? Why are we getting in the middle of it? I said, let them fight. They're both our enemies. Let them fight. Sir, we want to do it. But they go in and they end up fighting both of them. It's the craziest thing I've
This fucking guy.
ever seen.
Trump said U.S. military plans should
What
not
are you
be
talking about? I want to know what the fuck he means. $716 billion.
made public and available to the enemy. U.S. officials met with Taliban representatives last month in the United Arab Emirates in an effort to arrange peace talks between the warring sides. A spokesman for U.S. and NATO forces in Afghanistan said there is a good chance of ending decades of fighting in Afghanistan this year.
2019 brings a special and unique opportunity in Afghanistan. I think we've all seen the progress of peace talks, and the Afghans and the Taliban have
some of the U.S. soldiers are still there. And Trump won't let him come back.
Real serious opportunity ahead of them, an opportunity for peace.
A peace agreement would effectively end 40 years of warring in Afghanistan. Zlarica Hoke, VOA News, Washington.
What the fuck?
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras?
Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating.
We're on a routine patrol with the Afghan National Police in Wardak province. They say that they're very limited in terms of the equipment that they have. And in fact, over the past couple of months, they've lost around 20 men carrying out these operations. This area is controlled by the government, but further on is Taliban territory. And it's these guys.
This is just so fucking crazy.
August the 31st, 2021, the day the final US military plane left Kabul airport, bringing to an end 20 years of American presence in Afghanistan. The US left behind stacks of military equipment from aircraft to guns, adding to the haul of weaponry the Taliban had been gathering in recent
Why? Why would they do that?
months, taken from the Afghan army as it retreated. So what kind of equipment do they have now, and how dangerous could it be? Taliban members entered the former US military section of the airport just hours after the withdrawal. These fighters, members of the elite Badri 313 unit, can be seen inspecting CH-46 Sea Knight helicopters. This is one of 3 hangars in the military zone of the airport.
Now we're seeing a counter-attack, if you like, against friends of Putin.
No, did you hear me? I said hi. I said hi. I'm sorry. Hi.
Yesterday, there was obviously a reported attack on a prominent Russian individual that has been alleged and associated to a number of death squads and quasi-military, paramilitary operations in Ukraine, Armen Sarkisian, who was killed in his exclusive apartment block in the center of Moscow.
So this was 2 days ago.
Initially, obviously, information was leading to how he was attacked, but inevitably it was a very well planned, well thought out, and extremely well executed attack. And as information is now emerging, it would appear that the attack was delivered by a suicide bomber. And from the forensics that have been initially carried out, they've established that the individual has some Armenian nationality associated to them, which draws out some very interesting connotations. One of the greatest concerns is that this very prestigious, very luxurious apartment building, which is made up of 4 separate buildings, which were only recently
Because town hall with defense secretary. Oh shit! I fucking didn't plug it into the computer. Like stupid. Town hall with defense secretary Pete Hegseth. Super mean. I plug it in the. Dumb. I plugged it into here and not in there. But it's at the Pentagon, so it's not really a town hall. It's at the fucking Pentagon. Oh, fucking tangled. How you doing, Angel Baby? You getting ready for? Oh no, you don't have to work today, do you? Find the plug. Fuck, really? Okay, come on, this way. There we go. All right, I thought you would ask me like when my birthday is. It's February 25th. February 25th, I'll be 27. 27. Just kidding. I'm gonna make some ham and broccoli, I think. Maybe I'll make salmon. Make something. I'm so pissed that I didn't have it plugged in because I want to see what the fuck that turd ball was gonna say. Fucking. I can't believe the bullshit that's going on with these people is like. People should be able to retract their. You know what? People should be like, like employers or employees. They're like on a trial basis sometimes, when they get a job and they're on a trial basis. That's what they should be doing with people like this. Even the president. Seriously, that's what they should do. They should. They should have them on a trial basis. All right, come on, buddy. You're not that important to be making people wait. In my opinion.
Once launched, this dental appliance received an explosive response and quickly became popular.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn o'er the ramparts we walk, and of the free?
I don't think we're much of the land of the free anymore, in my opinion.
Let us pause for a word of prayer as we bow our heads and close our eyes. It's the capacity to do not just what is good, beyond and through.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 29th Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth.
Fox News talk show host or whatever. Fox talk show host.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. I want to echo what the chaplain said.
Everybody's in their fucking uniforms except for this fucking guy. Jeans, shirt and tie, no jacket, and everybody else is in their uniform. Everyone else in uniform except for this fucking guy.
All glory to God. I wake up every morning praying for the wisdom to see what is right and good and true and the courage to do it.
And why aren't you dressed in your uniform, buddy? Huh? You don't have to wear it much lately at all. Why aren't you wearing it? Oh, wow.
I know many of you do
let
the
me
same.
guess. Because it's not the correct attire for someone who is the defense secretary. That's just my guess. So you wore that.
And it's an absolute honor to stand in front of all of you. I'm grateful. I'm humbled. Just the 2 weeks that I've been here is a solemn reminder, in a couple of instances, but a solemn reminder of the very special nature of what the Department of Defense does. And I've seen it in the Office of OSD. I've seen it across so many I've had a chance to interact with, and so many more I want to interact with. The solemn commitment to the constitutional duty that we all.
Why can't you be in your uniform? I just don't understand it. Oh, I can't even take you serious. Every other one was in uniform, all decorated with their bars and everything. I can't even. Their medals, everything. Where's yours, bud? Oh, you don't have one, do you? You don't have one, do you? He doesn't have one. Doesn't have one. Remember Schwarzkopf, Colin Powell? Look at this guy.
All have, to protect and defend the Constitution. That one administration leaves and another administration comes in, and that can mean a lot of changes in the course of
Not
that
to
based
the
on
fucking Constitution, buddy.
elections that happen and new leaders and new executive orders and new directives and lawful
I
orders.
know, but not firing fucking departments and shit. No.
But what I've been so incredibly impressed by is the professionalism of the men and women throughout the ranks who recognize who we work for, which is the American people and the defense of our nation. So I want to thank everybody watching, everybody here for a part of that, being a part of that transition, which I've certainly recognized a great deal.
Hey, would you mind addressing why a 23-year-old little fucking criminal has the nuclear codes? Could you address that, please?
I spent a lot of my career in the military, which is not as much as so many of you, trying to run away from the flagpole as quick as possible. Now it appears I am the flagpole. I recognize and understand that distinction. But what I want to bring to this job and to the ethos is a recognition of the men and women who do the dirty work all day long for us here across.
Right, but your president just told Elon Musk to go for the Pentagon next.
Across the world. Every time I speak, or every time in my previous profession, I was on television, and I got the bright lights and spotlight, and people are looking to me. I always step back for a second and think about the men and women that I served with, the folks that are never going to be introduced,
weekend a month in the National Guard.
never going to have a microphone, never going to be heard from. The men and women that you know that you've served with, who are the best of the best in our country. That's who we serve. I was on the phone late into the night last night talking
You
to.
understand that your president just told some douchebag to send in his twerks to take all of the Pentagon's information. You understand that, right, dude?
Families of 2 soldiers who had a rollover at Fort Stewart. I was on the phone with the families of the 3 that were lost in the UH-60 outside of the airport here in Washington, D.C. Like, the costs and the consequences are very real, and you know that. One of the things I wasn't prepared for is
the costs.
Every couple of weeks we do an orders book at OSD where we literally approve the orders that go out. It sounds like a formality, but having been on the other end of those orders where those dates really mattered and what the mission was really mattered, I stare at my orders and say, where am I going and what does it mean and how long am I there? That's like struck me like.
Was he ever in anything other than the National Guard? I'm not sure. Was he?
God. Every one of those signatures affects a human being whose mission needs to be important and vital to the national interest and to our department before I sign that book. And that's very much my commitment to you. It's also my job to be, as President Trump asked me, to not maintain the status quo. We're going to take unconventional approaches. We're going to move fast. Think outside the box.
Why are you going to move fast? Why are you going to move fast? Why can't you, when you dismantle one, fix it and then move on to the fucking next one, huh? Or you just think all of them just being all fucking breached by people with no security clearance? Do you think that sounds normal? Do you think that sounds normal?
Be disruptive on purpose to create a sense of urgency that I want to make sure exists inside this department. And that's not to impugn anybody who's been here or anybody who's sitting here or anybody who's watching. I don't have to tell you all that we live in very dangerous times.
Oh, now we do. Oh, now we do. Because they were calling Trump a peacetime president, but now we live in very dangerous times. Now we do. Now we do. I didn't feel like we were in danger of being attacked until now. Now, everyone's fucking petrified of the enemy within. We have been breached, and you know it, buddy. And you're just trying to prepare these people. Do you know that a briefing isn't something that Trump even does? They used to do it, but then it was just like, this fucking guy. Yeah, it's scary. Now we're scared. We didn't trust and believe. The only danger that we thought we could possibly be in danger of was if Trump lost and his fucking militias coming after people. But we were prepared for that. But instead, the Heritage Foundation got together a whole big plan with this fucking feline piece of crap. And now we're petrified. Everybody hates us. Yeah, everybody fucking hates us now. Now we are in danger. Everything's look at fucking how many plane crashes, trains, fires, fucking everything going on. And in the meantime, protests and everything. We're in an uproar in 2 fucking weeks because of turds. Fucking turds. Because Trump walked up and grabbed him by the pussy. Disgusting.
With ascendant powers, who, if they had their way, would love to be on the rise and reject the forces and capabilities and beliefs of the West. America is at the forefront of that. And wearing the uniform here at the department, it's our job to ensure we create.
You're not in the uniform. You're not wearing your uniform. Where's your uniform? Show us your uniform.
Deterrent effect that maintains American dominance in the world. And there's a lot of folks, namely, and I've name checked it in public as well, the communist Chinese, who seek through their ascension a very different view of the world. And so we have to be urgent and we have to be ready about what that means. And we're going to do that.
What it means is that we just gave them all of our FBI agents' information. Stuff they would try to hack for. Now they don't even have to. Start out there. Made public.
Part of how we're applying that is I've come in with 3 pillars that I've repeated before, but I want to say again of how we're approaching this from my level. Number 1 is restore the warrior ethos. Make sure that we get back to basics. Our job is to deter conflict and, if necessary, defeat and completely destroy, demoralize, and defeat our enemies. That's what
we did. Okay. They referred to Trump when he got in office as a peacetime president because we were in peace. Who does? We're done. Every time they don't arrest Felon going in and downloading, they're just going to sell all that information. And Trump will get his money. In my opinion, Elon will get his money. We're collateral damage, man. We're nothing. We are nothing. We'll become slave labor till we die, like the gulags. We're nothing. And then we got fucking idiots who will. Well, yeah, but Trump loves Putin. Trump loves those people, in my opinion. Yeah, he does. And we got idiots who are like, he's cutting out the wasteful jobs. Like, no, he's not. That's why he's doing it so fast. What's Slab City? Where's that? I never heard of it.
We do warfighting here at the Department of Defense, and we want to restore that through a laser focus on readiness.
You know that Elon Musk is going to go in there and download everything from the Department of Defense, right, Pete? that's the next one that Trump told him to go for. You do know that, right, Pete? How much of a breach do you think that is, bud? That is a fucking breach.
Lethality and war fighting across the spectrum. I was on with the superintendents of West Point, Annapolis, and the Air Force Academy yesterday. Hey, what are we doing there to drive those core principles? What are we doing here to drive those core principles? From E1 to, I guess, is it O10?
What are you talking about, dude? Why don't you tell them that they're going to be locked out of there so that a group of teenagers and a prick can come in, download all of our Department of Defense secrets, everything, and sell them to the highest bidder? Huh? Does anybody there look like they believe you or like they're happy about what you're saying or anything? You couldn't even show up as a decorated serviceman to speak to them. Because you're not one. You don't have the outfit. You don't have it. Yeah, but what, on like a slab or something? I mean, I will look it up. I will.
Irene said that. And I know this room is 06 and below, which I was told was junior. Where I come from, an 06 ain't junior. So this is a new role for.
Huh. Where you coming? 06 ain't junior. Okay, Angel Baby.
For me too, in that perspective. And I went out to Fort Bliss, met with, intentionally said, hey, E7 and above and 03 and above, or 04 and above, move out. I want to hear from the folks out here on this border mission. How is it impacting you and your family? What is your mission?
Are you border mission? You have a beautiful day too. Two weeks ago.
Every crisis has one thing in common. People scrambling for water. Be prepared before the panic starts. Pull safe, unlimited drinking water from the air around you.
This isn't just any tunnel.
We can get 100, no problem, but we'll take it easy. Elon Musk is known for thinking big. SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, and more. His companies are reshaping the future. But did you know he's also trying to change how we get around on Earth? His underground project, The Boring Company, has big plans that could transform cities, starting with a tunnel system that could change how we travel forever. So, what's going on with this project, and why should you care about it? Let's dive in. What is The Boring Company? The Boring Company isn't just some random idea Musk had while drinking coffee. It was born from his frustration with LA traffic. Yes, you read that right.
So in California, close to the border.
Musk was stuck in traffic, and instead of complaining about it, he decided to do something about it. The result? An underground transportation system that could potentially eliminate traffic jams above ground.
Maybe there's been tunnels and subways built underground, buddy. You're not doing anything new. But are you following, like, environmental laws? Are you not creating sinkholes? I mean, like...
That's right. Trains or cars running underground at high speeds. Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, doesn't it?
No, it sounds
How
like
does
the
it work?
subway.
The idea is simple but powerful. Imagine fast electric vehicles moving in tunnels below busy cities, bypassing all the chaos on the streets. The vehicles would travel on electric skates at speeds of up to 150 miles per hour, cutting...
Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Oh my god.
down commute times drastically. Musk's ultimate goal is to connect major cities with high-speed underground travel. But to do that, he'd have to invent new technology that makes building tunnels much faster, cheaper, and more efficient than ever before. Now, here's something interesting. Why is making tunnels so important? Building roads takes up a lot of space, and cities are already packed. But underground, there's a lot more room, and you can build beneath the buildings and streets. It's like having a whole new...
Yeah, they've done that, but they've done it underwater too, you know. It's amazing, isn't it? Amazing.
Elon Musk's Boring Company has a secret. Deep in the ground underneath the Texas Gigafactory, Tesla is harnessing the power of the Boring Company to move vehicles in a way that you have never seen before. The thing about Elon Musk is that he has virtually zero self-control when it comes to blurting out important secrets about his many companies. He's literally been sued for this. But when it comes to the Boring Company, Elon is unusually tight-lipped about what they are up to. Clearly, they're up...
That's bullshit.
Do something with this mysterious Giga Texas tunnel, and I think we might know what Elon isn't telling you about the Boring Company. Okay, so what we are looking at is the beginning phase of a Boring Company tunnel that will run from Tesla's Giga Texas factory underneath the relatively new toll road, Freeway 130, also known as the Pickle Parkway, which is not named after the food, it's named after J.J. Pickle, who was an Austin political representative from the mid-60s to the mid-90s. Fun fact. Anyway, the new tunnel goes from the southern tip of Giga Texas under the Pickle Parkway and into a parking lot. This parking lot is located on another large plot of land that mirrors the Gigafactory site on the other side of the road. The west side property is much smaller than the main lot and has so
For what?
far only been used to hold shipping containers.
Introducing the new EcoPower Plus 2-stage snowblower, a heavy-duty workhorse with unmatched power from the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor.
What's really interesting here is that at the same time, the Boring Company Elon Musk's Boring Company has a secret. Deep in the ground, 60s to the mid-90s. Fun fact. Anyway, the new tunnel goes from the southern tip of Giga Texas under the Pickle Parkway and into a parking lot. This parking lot is located on another large plot of land that mirrors the Gigafactory site on the other side of the road. The west side property is much smaller than the main lot and has so far only been used to hold shipping containers. What's really interesting here is that at the same time the Boring Company operation is getting underway, Tesla is in the process of 2 new construction projects, one at either end of the Boring Tunnel.
This is some fucking bullshit.
On the Giga Texas side, Tesla has been hard at work on a massive expansion that will bring the south end of the factory all the way out to the edge of the retaining pond and the ring road that surrounds the plant. On the opposite side, Tesla has constructed a large warehouse building with a supercharging station outside, and adjacent to the warehouse, Tesla is laying down a massive parking lot to use for holding newly constructed vehicles as they wait for shipping. We know from Gigafactory Texas scholars like drone pilot Joe Tetmeyer that the southwest corner of the factory where the boring machine will surface is currently being transformed into a general assembly area for the Tesla Cybertruck and will...
Okay. You said the Texas side, though. What's on the other side?
Probably be used for their next generation compact SUV as well. The general assembly for Model Y is further up towards the north point on the same side of the building. So by now, it should be pretty clear why this new tunnel is being dug. It's a transit route directly from Tesla's general assembly wing of their Gigafactory over to the storage area where new vehicles are prepped, charged, and staged for final shipping. Now that begs the question, why does Tesla need an underground tunnel when they already have their own road that runs underneath the Pickle Parkway and connects the general assembly area to the
Yeah, they already have their own road.
staging ground parking lot? Okay, so the answer to the secret tunnel is two parts, really, because there are payoffs here for both Tesla and the Boring Company, and they really need to be looked at separately, or else this can get pretty confusing. So here it goes. Part 1, Tesla. So on the surface, it might appear stupid to replace a short drive on the road with a slightly shorter drive through a tunnel, but that's missing the point of Giga Texas. This is the largest vehicle manufacturing plant in the world, and right now,
how close is that to the border, I wonder?
Oh, it's only producing a few thousand Model Ys per week and maybe a handful of Cybertrucks. This is what, like 10% of the total volume that this factory will be capable of when it's brought up to full operating volume? They'll be producing the majority of North America's Model Y inventory, all of the Cybertrucks, and the new Redwood compact EV. When that time comes, there will be a constant parade of new vehicles streaming out of Giga Texas 24 hours a day, at which point, sending them all down the road and under the highway overpass isn't going to work so well, is it? And you can't just keep building more roads leading out of Giga Texas, but you can dig more tunnels. Do you see where we're going now? One tunnel from Giga Texas over to the staging lot is not particularly useful, but what about
what next?
A series of tunnels all along the west side of the factory, linking the general assembly floor directly into the delivery lot? And not only can tunnels run side by side, but you can also stack them vertically. Obviously not too deep, but it's probably reasonable to have 2 or 3 layers of tunnel. And of course, because these are closed tunnels with no access from the public, Tesla can have all of these new cars driving themselves autonomously from one side to the other. Logistically, this should make the process of moving vehicles from production to delivery much, much cheaper, faster, and more efficient.
No, it wouldn't. The delivering the whole tunnels is not this is so bad.
Part 2, the Boring Company. Now, here's what the Boring Company stands to gain from this whole Giga Texas tunnel network. They get to flex. Hear me out. The beauty of the Giga Texas site is that the whole thing is owned by Elon Musk, and it's already zoned as an industrial manufacturing site. So, within reason, of course, the Boring Company can do pretty much anything they want. The only point where these gigatunnels would intersect with public land is obviously when they go underneath the highway. Through this area, the Pickle Parkway is running on top of a large berm of earth, so there's plenty of room to go underneath. And the Boring Company have plenty of experience now digging under roadways. They've run 2 tunnels under the highway at their Bastrop testing site, and they've crossed the street in Las Vegas 4 times now to connect their LV Convention Center.
There's more to that. They're not telling us.
Elon Musk says that the future of humanity is on the planet Mars. And as the richest person on Earth, Elon says that he is dedicating all of his resources towards the end goal of building a city on Mars. We are doing it. 1 million of us are going to live under a giant space dome and form a utopian society.
Who the fuck wants to do that?
All of the losers are stuck back on lame old Earth. Sounds great, right? Well, in theory, yeah, but I've got to tell you, the deeper I look into this whole situation, the more I'm thinking that there's something Elon Musk isn't telling us about Mars. Elon Musk likes to talk about this idea of a window in time. Life on Earth has existed in one form or another for over 3 billion years, and it's only now in our lifetime that the human species has achieved the technology required to leave the Earth and visit.
We don't want to. We quite like life on Earth, motherfucker. Sorry if you've got so much money, you're so fucking bored. You're fucking boring, like trillions of dollars of tunnels to drive some stupid car that nobody fucking wants across the street.
An entirely new planet. While that makes us an incredibly special generation of people, it also shoulders us with an incredible new responsibility. A window has opened for the first time in 3 billion years, but we have no way of knowing how long it will stay open. And if we squander this opportunity now, it may never come again. So Elon proposes that we send 1 million people to Mars, along with 100 million metric tons of supplies and materials to help them establish a self-sustaining.
Well, they left those astronauts up there. They were supposed to be there for 7 days. They've been there for fucking 9 months.
City on the red planet. All it's going to take is a fleet of 1,000 Starship rockets, all flying back and forth from Earth to Mars every 2 years to achieve this great crossing. It's all a bit heavy, potentially even a little cult-like, but it does make a decent amount of sense.
No,
But
it doesn't, unless you're planning on destroying the Earth.
why the obsession with Mars? Well, when it comes to choosing a planet B, we don't have a whole lot of options at hand, unfortunately. There's the cold, gray wasteland of the moon.
Why the fuck? Where do we get off just thinking we can just go to another planet and do this? This is some fucking bullshit. $66 trillion plan for Mars. This stupid fucker. Stupid fuck. What a fucking idiot, man.
What's going on, guys?
This isn't easy to say.
Your mother and I think you're hooked on phonics.
It's preposterous.
So as we've been discussing in previous videos, Elon Musk and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency have been doing a full court press against American institutions and democracy without any sort of accountability or checks and balances whatsoever. And the bad news just keeps coming in. But one of the leaders of the resistance is a friend of the stream and a Democratic Congressman, Maxwell Frost. Congressman, how are you, sir?
I'm okay. That's the new answer, but we're pushing. It's good to be with you, though.
Yeah, listen, you've been pushing quite a bit. Let's start with this for a minute. So, actually, first, let's recap some of the things that Elon Musk has done, and then we'll get into the push because, there's been a lot of criticism recently of the Democrats, not so much in the past couple of days, but over the past few weeks about a lack of energy in the movement overall. But you guys have been picking up steam over the past couple of days. So, again, want to be respectful of your time. Can you give us an overview of what the hell Elon Musk is doing that should be freaking everybody out who doesn't already know?
Long story short, we got DOGE, which is the fake Department of Government Efficiency.
Yep, fake.
It's not a real department, it's really an X account. And then Elon Musk and a small group of less than 10 DOGE bros, which are these young kind of computer hackers that he's hired. They're going from department to department, going in, getting into the IT system and having complete access into everything, and then providing the recommendations to Donald Trump on what should happen. And he's pretty much doing it. I actually, for one thing, Elon's really calling the shots here. It's why on the Time magazine cover today it has Elon behind the Resolute desk. He's the unelected president of the United States.
Don't even call him that. Call him the criminal.
And the reason everyone should be concerned here is, number one, he has everyone's information now. He has your social security number. He has all the private information that the government has on you. And it's concerning because there's absolutely no oversight. There's no one looking over his shoulder, making sure he's not stealing money.
He's just locking him out. Arrest him, then. If you feel like that, arrest him.
Making sure he's not stealing your data and using that for his social media company that makes money from exploiting the data of Americans. There's none of that in place. And so because there's no accountability, that's terrifying to me. The other thing that's going on that should be terrifying is they're completely eviscerating the federal government department by department. And that's really concerning because they're doing it to allow these billionaires and corporations to run rampant and have no accountability. So
sounds illegal to me. Arrest him.
This is really something everyone should be concerned about. We have been, this week, we started just pulling up to these agencies, which isn't normal. Usually, as a member of Congress, if I want to talk to somebody from the Treasury Department, if I want to talk with someone from the Department of Education, my staff emails them and someone comes to my office and we talk. But there's been no communication. So that's why we had to just start pulling up.
So there's so much to unpack there. And honestly, developments from just the past few hours and quite frankly, Congressman, with all the stuff you have going on, I'm not even sure if you're aware this has been reported. So a couple of things. Number one, which is Donald Trump during a press conference today with Japan's prime minister was asked by a Fox News reporter of all people about, DOGE's access to the sensitive information. And, he's like,
yeah, he don't even give a fuck. He don't know it's he ain't coming and reporting back to him.
Does DOGE really need all this access? And I assume he thought, given it was Fox, that it was a layup, and Trump was going to be, oh yeah, this is why Musk needs all this information. And Trump admits on camera, well, no, there's really no reason for it, but we have such weak security, anybody can access it. What does that say about the dynamic between?
Are you fucking kidding me right there? Holy shit. This is gross.
Musk and Trump, that Trump is admitting, yeah, actually Elon doesn't need to be doing this, but he is, and Trump seems unconcerned. Like, does he have any leverage over Trump at this, or over Musk at this point?
No, it's the other way around. Musk has the leverage over Trump. Number one, with his unlimited amounts of money that he's flowing into Republican campaigns and his campaigns. But I think that he's the one.
I thought that shit was illegal. I thought there was a cap on how much people could donate.
The shots here. He told Trump, I want to do this. And Trump is saying, go do whatever you want, get whatever information you want. And again, the biggest thing that concerns, I'm a member of the House Oversight Committee, and now I'm a ranking member on one of the lead subcommittees. And so usually if someone would come up to me and say, is the X happening in the federal government? I could usually answer that with a pretty high degree of confidence and certainty. If someone came up to me now, as people have been asking me, is Elon Musk stealing data or stealing money from the federal government? My answer is, I don't know. We literally have no idea.
Wow. Then arrest him. Arrest him. If that was anybody else, if that was a poor person, they'd be fucking arresting him.
Idea. There is no system of accountability or oversight on what he's doing right now.
So what's interesting on that is not only was Trump's answer like, yeah, Musk doesn't need to have it, but security is so low, suggesting that again, like, did Elon just brute force his way in, or did Trump give him permission? It's so ambiguous. We also have a report from CBS News that Musk is refusing to turn over his financial disclosures, not only to the public, but also to Congress. So according to the reports, that it's a confidential financial disclosure. And when the reporter who broke the news was asked on X, does that mean that it's kept from senators? She says, correct. So a couple of things. Does Elon Musk have a way to keep his financial disclosures?
That's some bullshit. So he gets privacy, but we don't?
Disclosures from even you, not just us in the public, but you as an elected representative, because of course one of the primary concerns is we need to know what his conflicts of interest are, and if we don't know, at least you need to know. So can you unpack this a little bit?
And that's the problem with what's going on right now. Elon Musk is more powerful than any of these Senate confirmed positions, any of these cabinet members. He is more powerful. What Donald Trump has done is there are few.
Why? He's not an elected official.
Using this category of federal employee, I forget the name. I think it's like special federal employee, something like that. And it's a position that was made for when a president wants to bring in someone from the private sector or bring in someone from whatever to help advise on something and give them a little bit of access to the White House or whatever for a certain period of time. They're able to do it without going through a lot of the typical ethics requirements that top staff in the government have.
Why? Now that's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard in my life. That is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Go through so we can make sure there's no conflicts of interest. So this happens a lot with, different owners of companies, or it could be an artist on some arts thing, right? Something like that. They're abusing this designation of the position, which allows Elon Musk to pretty much completely evade oversight accountability from Congress and from the presidency. So there's a bill, Hakeem Jeffries, it has either filed or it's about to be filed, but he spoke about it in a press conference that would
Hi, Sharon.
help us put this leash on Elon and make sure there's more accountability.
Well, that's really terrifying. It's bad enough that, Musk talks a big game. Trump talks about a big game about DOGE being.
So, okay, but when he changes his cabinet, those people have to go in front of the Senate and be questioned and stuff and then approved. So those people are from outside. So it's the same with fucking Elon. He's assigning him to some government position. He should have to go through the same thing.
All about transparency and efficiency. Meanwhile, apparently it's kind of like Supreme Court checks and balances, how this rogue Supreme Court likes to impose checks and balances on others, but won't receive any. Musk loves to talk about efficiency and transparency for you all and for other elements of government, but he doesn't want to be subject to any.
You gotta trust them. You just gotta trust them because.
Okay. Maybe she'll see that on here.
He's a very trustable guy that, grew up in apartheid and completely made all of his money from being a Nepo baby and leeching on government contracts, for sure. You just gotta trust him.
And making some very strange hand gestures in front of crowds. Yeah, it's very suspicious. Yeah.
Just not to everybody. Just trust them.
It's really disturbing. You all did in House Oversight attempt to force a vote to hold Elon Musk accountable by issuing a subpoena. And it was a pretty clever move based on the reporting I've seen, where there weren't enough Republicans, or you thought there might not be enough Republicans to outman the vote. And it looks like it was.
Yeah, it didn't sound, I mean, really, they were fucking
overruled by a vote of 1. Do you expect Elon Musk to...
Nobody counted that.
To testify under oath at any point before you guys, or do you think he's going to fight like hell to avoid it?
Yeah, that's a bullshit.
This is the quickest way to pee out fat. Good God, man, stop eating those. You're going to blow up. No, I'm not. The numbers on the scale just...
I think he's going to fight like hell to avoid it. I mean, he's been tweeting at me randomly. If I was the richest guy on earth, the last thing I would be doing is tweeting 28-year-old Congressman Maxwell Frost. But he's always tweeting at me and other people. And I told him on Twitter, I was like, come and speak to us. Come and speak under oath to the oversight committee if there's nothing to hide. But I don't think he's going to do that. And so that's why we moved to subpoena him. And it was Ranking Member Jerry Connolly who went forward with that. I thought it was a good move, and he called it at the right time. The Republicans were too far.
They were all yelling and screaming.
But, you know, they ran like hell to go and block that, to go and shield Elon Musk from any accountability. But here's the thing. It can't be the last time we do that. You know, we're going to keep doing other things. We're going to be strategic about it. You know, some people online have said you should, you know,
he's breaking laws. I'm sorry, he's breaking laws. Just arrest.
Move to do that every day. Well, the problem is if the Republicans catch on, they'll just stick around. And we don't have the votes in that committee. So we have to be tactful, and we have to do it at the right time. But we will catch them slipping, whether it's with that vote or something else.
Yeah, no, it's one of the things that I know everyone is calling on Democrats to do more, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. But numbers are numbers, and right now the math is not on your side, so you have to be pretty clever.
Arrest them. He's breaking the law.
About when and where you deploy votes. But let's.
I just got a text from my comms director that Elon just tweeted under my tweet about getting Department of Education, and he said no such department exists in the federal government.
You fucking piece of shit. That piece of shit. That piece of living shit. He doesn't get the right to do that shit. We didn't vote that motherfucker in.
So, I mean, is that him breaking news that the Department of Education doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah, is he saying that Trump has done what's rumored to be on the agenda, which is try to abolish the Department of Education by executive fiat? Is he trolling? Is he just dumb? That's the problem with Elon Musk. It's like when you're trying to figure out, is he an authoritarian? Is he a troll? Or is he stupid? He does all three of these things very well in terms of impression. So, yeah, they've been rumored to be doing a full court press on the DOE, and I'm sure they're not going to stop there as well. So
I don't understand.
Let's turn to the topic of Democrats pushing. So, you know, again, math is math. You don't have the White House, you don't have the House, you don't have the Senate. I know the House margins are thin. They're going to get thinner as, you know, people leave Congress and special elections take place. So there might be some leverage coming down the pipe. Right now, what you all have is messaging and rhetoric and trying to energize a quite frankly demoralized base. From my outside perspective, the first 2 weeks, congressmen, with very few exceptions, yourself among them, the Democratic Party was not showing its best. They seem to be exhausted. They seem to be missing in action. But over the past couple,
they're trying to exhaust people. They are. They're trying to fucking exhaust people. Well, this motherfucker's all hopped up and shit.
Couple of days, you guys have held rallies. You showed up in front of government buildings. What's like the game plan? Was it like, did you take a couple of weeks to strategize? Was this kind of a spur of the moment thing, saying, you know what, we got to get off the mat? What can people expect moving forward?
I think a big part of it, and this isn't like an excuse sort of thing, but I think important for people to know, I think a big part of it is that when we came in, certified the election, and then we had about a week of session while Joe Biden was still president, and then it was before the inauguration, and then we went home. We were out of session for, I think it was like a week and a half or something like that, and I think not being in DC and just kind of being disconnected in that way created the situation where, yeah, a lot of people
shouldn't have, because he told you on the first day he was going to be a dictator. You knew it.
We're seeing things go on, and people are asking where the Democrats, and it's, you know, we were in our districts at home, and so I think that's a part of it, not the only thing, but I think it was a part of it. But I do think people were hungry for that direction. I love, you know, Hakeem Jeffries put out a letter with a 10-point plan that I actually think is really good and explains all the things we can do, and I think that's important. But the most important thing that you brought up that's really started this week is showing people that we're willing to fight and getting caught fighting. And we know
arrest them.
That being not having all the seats we want in Congress makes it so that way we're limited, and a lot of the institutional things.
If Congress passed these as laws, why do you need to vote on them again? You don't get to vote on, oh, it's a law, but we're gonna vote on the ones that we want to prosecute for it. No. No. Bullshit. In the meantime, he's putting everyone in jeopardy, and that stupid dweeb is saying, now hit the Pentagon. Our Department of Defense. Are you fucking kidding me right now? He's got the nuclear codes. This has got to stop. It's infiltration. It's espionage. It's treason. Stop it, in my opinion. It is all those things.
Things we can do. And so our options are limited. However, when your options are limited, is the answer isn't, saying there's nothing and walking away. The answer is saying we're going to do those limited things full out all the time. And that's communication. It's obstructing things that are going to hurt the American people, making sure that we are delaying, using the person.
I muted myself by accident. In the meantime, Trump ain't looking worried. Because he knows that he's got all the information on all those employees. And if he wants to, they'll just harass him. He's fucking gone golfing both past weekends. Does he look fucking worried?
You keep going with it. You do all these things and you do them at the highest level, and then as much as you can. And that's how I've been saying this. We're not the minority. We're the opposition, and that's the way you got to think about it over the next 2 years.
No, I think that's great.
Over the next 2 years, you think we can fucking last 2 years of this? Seriously, dude? Really?
Unfortunate, Democrats, for better or worse, have had a long institutional memory of trying to act in.
You guys all talk about protecting the Constitution. And one of the very first things that he did was delete the government site of the Constitution. So you're already not doing your fucking jobs. Come on now.
Good faith, because they're really the only party that does. I've started to see signs of increasing ruthlessness, which is good because, quite frankly, it's what your voters like me want. We want to see you guys obviously not take it to the extent that Republicans do. My God, they tried to stage a coup. But to start to play the game of politics hardball, a good example of this has been on the debt ceiling. I want to give you and Leader Jeffries and your colleagues in both chambers a lot of credit because
I don't understand, though. We all know it's illegal to not have security clearance, to have conflicts of interest, and blame dwarfs and disabled people for plane crashes. We all know this is fucking not okay.
I was concerned at the end of last year that you would fold to Donald Trump's demands to raise the debt ceiling on President Biden's watch and just that way basically give him a blank check to cut taxes for the rich. And instead you said, no, you're going to extend the political capital to get this done. You have your mandate, you have your landslide, you get it done. Will that attitude persist?
You get it done? No, that shows that you knew before he was coming in. He was already making demands before he was even president. And you're telling him, no, you'll win, you get your majority, you get it done. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You should have raised the alarm.
Once the debt ceiling comes up, because that's going to come up, or in the near future, do you expect that Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffries will say, you know what? No, if you need our votes, you will make concessions to us?
No, because by then, he has all the information. He could freeze your accounts, stop your retirement payments for years and years of being a politician. What you went to school for, political science. Two fucking freaks are taking all that away from you. And you're letting them. Because they're gaining information that can blackmail you or ruin your life, do anything at all. They could make fake stories up and create computer generated stuff and fucking, oh my God, I just can't even with this shit. I mean, why are they letting this happen? I'm just so like, what the fuck? People are kind of sick of being petrified. Really. It's true. People are being, tired, just tired of being petrified. So sad, in my opinion.
Five words you pronounce wrong 2 years before your brain starts shutting down. Dementia is now.
$300,000 roughly to join the club. What people want here is security, legitimacy. They want quality. The product
$300,000 to join the golf club. What Trump did on one of his golf clubs, I think it was one in New York, he filed for it to be a cemetery and he gets tax breaks. Buries Ivanka there. No stone, just like one of those flat ones in the ground. All grown over and everything. None of her kids even got to clean it or nothing. But he gets tax breaks on the rest of the shit. That's some shit.
Presented us with an opportunity to work in an emerging market.
100% privacy. Nobody can overlook you. Never.
You need lots of water to facilitate the golf.
Devastating environments around the world.
And we do not have much water around here. Lake Las Vegas, the man-made lake, is filled with over 3 billion gallons of drinking water. The lake has to be refilled every year. Golf courses just pound water on them, and that drives the chemicals into the root zone. Where is the clinical evidence? Not an opinion, an empirical assessment. Will you share it with the commission?
Wow. Breaking the laws for so long.
You know what? I think I'm a lot more of an expert than the people that you'd like me to hire.
Golf course number 2 is going ahead without any environmental impact statement being produced.
Wherever you see large-scale environmental injury, you'll also see the subversion of democracy.
Now that is RFK Jr. right there. Looks much younger, man. He has aged.
You're dealing with a lot of corruption.
Why not? I don't care about your opinion. Why?
Mr. Blankenship, why did you resign when you were indicted on corruption charges?
The question arises is, what is the role of people in the community?
Viewing that hypocrisy, that absurdity.
I consider myself to be a great environmentalist.
It just made it so clear cut for people.
It was unexpected, totally.
If you're going to receive an award from your own organization, it kind of devalues that a little bit.
He received an award from his own organization. Jesus fuck. Oh my God.
Who's going to pay if something catastrophic happens? There's truth as you see it, there's truth as we see it. And I'm sure even my answers will be cut short and will be highly inaccurate. That's why I have a camera watching us.
Just for a minute, you mentioned about the environmental.
What are these things that we're doing right now that are really...
Now this movie was 11 years ago. 2 years before he became president the first time. All these warnings. Holy moly, Ollie. When did fucking anyone think this person could relate to them?
Just stop eating for a little while. Like some people haven't gone an entire 12 hours.
I'm just in shock right now. Disclaimer, I do not own all this audio. I am using it within the fair set guidelines. It's authored in speed, being used for commentary, educational, critiquing purposes only. Wow, all over the place. No more golf courses, no more Trump. 2 years before he became president.
This is a letter I just received from San Francisco. Though I do not know you, I wanted to send a note to let you know the vast majority of Americans would agree with your opposition.
For 8 years, residents have fought Donald Trump's plans to build a luxury golf resort in Scotland. Oh, but he did, though. Yeah, he did. I think I might have seen this one. Actually, if this is all about the Scotland one, then I've already seen it. This is
The FBI is the investigative arm of the Department of Justice.
Now just remember,
its special agents.
He has fucking, this is 2018. All of our secret, the FBI, they're like, they do investigations that are secret. People aren't even supposed to know about it. And he's put out 5,000 agents. Their information.
Take an oath to protect the U.S. Constitution.
That's
I do solemnly swear.
And they take an oath to protect the U.S. Constitution. Holy shit. And this motherfucker just removed a line out of it. And removed it off the government website. Unreal.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith.
To do this, its director has traditionally been afforded a 12-year term to guarantee its political independence. This is the story told by insiders.
So they're guaranteed a 12-year term. At least. And now with this motherfucker. So those promises just fell to the wayside. Wow. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? And now they're in now they're in trouble. They're in danger.
Of how this world-famous brand co-inhabited and then clashed with another brand. That of Donald J. Trump.
These were dirty, filthy cops at the top of the FBI.
A clash that will have lasting consequences for the US.
This is why it's retribution. Oh my God, this is so fucking disturbing.
Under the Trump administration, what we're learning is the importance of norms. And there's nothing written down, and there's nothing that prevents someone from tossing them out the window. And Trump has broken a lot of norms. And one of them is...
Oh my God. Why would there be... If you knew that before, then why wasn't it fixed? When something was... He was doing things that were unprecedented. Then... Why didn't you set the fucking precedent? Why didn't you make the laws when you saw someone could be sick enough to just throw them out the window? They're looking at us like, you fucking dummies. Over the last 4 years, that fucker's been getting groomed to do it better the next time. With all that money behind him. Unreal.
is to start to intrude on the independence of the FBI. The president used Twitter to attack the Bureau's credibility. He said that the FBI's reputation is the worst in history.
You're going after the FBI and you're going after the Constitution. Because he has no respect for the separation of powers, he will keep pressing his advantage till, there are no institutions in his way.
This is Michelin quality olive oil. This was starting at $16.
God, there was a
single origin olive oil.
Pushback? When he came, I can't even.
We go into the J. Edgar Hoover building, which is the FBI headquarters. It's always great to return and see that building and remind myself of what a 31-year career that I had, what a joy that was. And
31-year career. And some motherfucker with no experience who just wants to do whatever he wants. This isn't about making America great again. This was about making this Trump's world. And we're all just squirrels trying to get a knot. That's my opinion.
how much of it depended upon the leaders at FBI headquarters as to how we could maintain our independence. It was a very special time, and I had no idea where it would lead, but it led to a career that I wouldn't trade with anyone.
Wow.
Ex-Special Agent Myron Fuller has been intrigued by Donald J. Trump since he first met him over 40 years ago.
I was a fucking prick then, too. Unreal. This guy is getting his fucking retribution. See, he got no repercussions. He got revenge. So justice was never served, but revenge was. Wow. And we, as the American people who could ever, any of us, join a $300,000 a year golf club? Would you even want to? These people could throw you $1 million and it wouldn't even it's like chump change. Fill on change. Fill on. Could you imagine having 460 something billion dollars? And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I am just so fucking disgusted. Everybody in the world knew Trump was a dick. All of us that grew up, people in my generation, high power people in my generation, throughout his whole life, he's been a dick. This guy in the FBI met him 40 years ago, and I'm going to find out why. We're going to listen.
I was assigned to the New York FBI office from 1972 to 1983. I like New York because it didn't feel like a bureaucracy. It felt more like a bunch of people who had kind of formed their own system of how things operate. So it was around 1976 that I met Donald Trump for the
bargain.
First time. It was a direct request from the Miami FBI office to ask if I could conduct an interview of Donald Trump regarding an interest that they believe he had in purchasing the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami Beach. The Fontainebleau had long had the reputation of being owned or run by the mob.
What was he doing? Going to fucking purchase it cash? I mean, like, you know, that's another thing too. Like, if any of us went in and purchased a fucking car cash, there used to be a time they'd be like, really? Like, yeah, it was, I always rose, you know, so if he did that, if he rose some kind of alarm bells, I mean, he must have. Pretty sure that if the place was for sale, unless the guy would, we gotta listen.
That means that the hotel may be by name owned by someone, but part of it would be organized crime that may be running the operation. I asked him straightforward. I said, Mr. Trump, here's what we've heard. We understand that you have an interest in purchasing in some way, either financing or representing to be an owner for the Fontainebleau Hotel. And to that question, he said, well, I looked at it, but I decided, he said, not to go forward with it. If I wasn't working with the mob and someone asked me if I was, I'd have maybe more of an exclamation in my response as to, why were you asking me that question?
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses.
I would say in retrospect, I regret that I did not open at least a preliminary inquiry into Donald Trump at that time.
Well, yeah, but if they knew that the hotel was being run by the mob, what did they do anyway? Like, what was it, like just about Donald Trump? Or like, is there, you know, did somebody ever get prosecuted if they knew that they were, you know, it was a crooked place, it was being run by the mob? I mean, like, come on, you know?
I think he somehow skated on us, you know, for several years.
Myron was enthusiastic about helping unravel Trump's past relationship with the FBI. For him, it was unfinished business.
Okay.
The first
but initially, why did he get on the FBI's radar? Or were they just picking him out? Hi, Tander.
Up was Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, Trump's heartland, where it all began. It was here in Beach Haven that the Trumps first got into trouble with the feds.
Okay.
Fred Trump, Donald Trump's father, built about 16 or more of these apartment buildings. He wanted to rent these buildings apparently only to white people, because it wasn't long after he got going that the federal government filed a suit against him for discriminating against black people. One of his
So, to me, it sounds like Donald Trump, they remembering everything. So now he cuts that whole, like he hits the black people. He's hitting FBI. I mean, this motherfucker hadn't forgot a thing.
His residence was Woody Guthrie. Guthrie moved into the apartment in 1950 and moved out in 1954 because he could no longer tolerate Trump's discrimination against blacks and.
I just played Woody Guthrie the other night. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Islands. From the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me. How ironic.
Other minorities. He let it be known by writing a song about Fred Trump, calling it Old Man Fred Trump, and was not very kind to him.
I don't like the way my landlord's treating me. I don't like the way Mr. Trump is treating me. I don't like the way
Donald Trump, when he and his father.
I never fucking knew that. Did you guys know that? Some night we're gonna have to listen to that song. I don't like the way my landlord's treating me. I don't like the way Massa Trump is treating me. Damn.
Other were being sued by the Justice Department for discriminatory practices turned to the same lawyer as most of the big mobsters in New York. And that was Roy Cohn, who was in many ways Trump's mentor.
Roy Cohn was a legendary figure in American politics. He was sort of the dark satanic prince of the McCarthy era, which was a vicious.
I'm gonna assume that guy's Jewish.
Anti-communist, right-wing era in the 50s here. Roy Cohn was a guy who said never apologize, deny, and attack. Always attack and counter.
Wow. Wow. Never apologize. I don't agree with it. Deny. That I do. And attack. I don't.
That's pretty much been, Trump's way of doing business ever since.
Never said it, never thought of it. It is fake news. It's more than fake news. It's corrupt news.
I know nothing about 2025. Ain't that some shit? That motherfucker remembers everything. Yeah, I'm sure he was, coward, but it must have been a good fucking lawyer. That's all you want to be if you're defending the mafia. Those would be ideal advice for like mafia bosses. Never apologize, because fuck that. First of all, that's kind of like an admittance of guilt, to be honest with you. If you're in court and you're like, oh, I said sorry to him. I mean, like, okay, well then you're admitting you did something. Like, that's no, deny. Yeah, okay, I agree. And if you're in the mafia, attack would be the norm too. So, and this guy is defending like the worst of the worst. Kind of weird though that the FBI would get involved with like a discrimination case. Maybe because it was like the 70s or something, and yeah, could be. I'm sure like probably, well, here's Woody Guthrie making a song about him. I'm sure like the Trumps are already pretty famous, I bet, in some kind of way.
It's a whole hoax. And you know who's playing into the hoax? People like you. And that's enough. Put down the mic. Are you talking to me?
Who else are we talking to? You're the one at the podium with the microphone, motherfucker. It's a press conference to see you.
In the late 1970s, New York was bankrupt. It was taken over by Wall Street financiers. Trump became the providential young man that they sponsored to turn it into a paradise for the rich.
The father of regentification or something. And look at him and his father looking at each other. Two evil motherfuckers looking at each other. That's a weird picture. I love you, Daddy. But not really.
Using his father's capital, Trump portrayed him.
Not using his father's capital. That person on here earlier. You gotta have some common sense to be a billionaire. Not really, evidently. But what he does do is he fucking remembers everything that was done to him. It's like he's not happy about anything. He just remembers everything that was done to him. And what makes him happy is getting revenge.
Himself as the savior of the Big Apple.
I had a great faith in New York. Primarily, our purchases have been in New York. And about 5 years ago, New York was not considered very hot, and cities in general weren't considered too hot.
He went on to buy the iconic luxury.
Yeah, but who was that mayor? Began with a C, like Cone or something like that. He was really like, in the public eye. Didn't he like kind of fix up New York? That's what I thought. Maybe not. Maybe during his reign it got graffitied up. I don't know. Who was the mayor in the late 70s?
Store Bonwit Teller demolished it and transformed it into the Trump Tower. These projects came to fruition at a time when New York construction was totally controlled by the Italian mafia. Ron Fino is the son of a mafia don and spent his life infiltrating criminal organizations for the FBI.
I had graduated.
Price is alive. So, well, sorry, not then. Maybe, I don't know.
From high school, and like other children, I had to get to work
He looks alive. I don't wear a sweater and stuff. Got pictures behind him.
make a living. My father brought me to Freddie Rondaccio. Freddie was the underboss to Magadino at the time, and Freddie arranged for me to become a member of the Labor's Local 210. And then I started realizing how powerful the mob was and how they controlled labor unions in the Western New York area.
Trump clearly had very, very few alternatives to dealing with the mob and getting his profit.
No wonder he wants to fucking destroy unions too. Oh, this motherfucker, he's got... Yeah, Ed Koch. That's it. Ed Koch. Ed Koch. Was he a good one or a bad one?
Projects built. You could say he couldn't have gotten his projects built without the mob. That's the way it was in New York at that time.
Have you ever knowingly done business with what I like to call organized crime?
I have met on occasion a few of those people. They happen to be very nice people. You just don't want to owe them money.
Yeah, I understand.
Don't owe them money.
I heard of Donald Trump being a friend on a number of occasions from different mobsters. Yes, he was a friend.
Trump was...
Well, because he could pay. And there was no choice because... But now you don't really see much of the mob anymore, huh? Hey, hey. Bada bing, bada boom.
Was hip deep in mobsters. He even said during a panel discussion once years ago that he didn't want cameras filming him in his office because mobsters came into his office and they didn't want any damn cameras around.
What's the deal with these ads promising solar panels for free? Well, it's not true. You can't get solar panels for free. But
In the early 80s, Walter Stowe, a colleague of Myron from the New York office, working on organized crime, became very close to Donald Trump.
During the time you and I were in the New York office, there were so many major cases going on that you weren't intimidated by taking on big cases. It was fun. We ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Walter Stowe ran a high-level informant, Dan Sullivan. Dan was a Trump advisor and his go-between with the mafia.
All this because they wouldn't let black people move in. I think that, I mean, but that's fucked up because if he wants to build something and you have no choice but to deal with the mafia, because although the FBI knows the mafia is running all the construction stuff and, you know, just because he can pay them, because he has to if he wants something built, because you guys aren't really doing your job. Like you're not stopping it from happening. So, okay. So what years was that in, Tanger? Because I feel like this guy is taking credit for saying, you know, like, I beautified New York again, when I think yeah, like it was that mayor. That's what I've been historically told or seen or read. BRB. 78, late 70s, yeah. Late 70s. Yeah. But Trump was going, oh yeah, I'm gonna beautify the city again. I'm gonna fix the city. I bet he takes credit for that too. BRB. It is fucking cold. Very cold. By the way, if you haven't already, please thumbs up if you like the live streams and the content. I know they're not as dramatic as the commentary about, you know, the community, but there's too much going on in the world that, you know, like I said, after every time, you know, I'll watch these videos and they always say, keep spreading the word, you know? And I know I'm not a big channel or anything, but still, it is encouraging that to thumbs up, subscribe if you aren't, and, you know, leave positive comments. If you're in the position, if you like to support the channel or tip your host or just whatever, it does help. It does help. So, well, thank you, Tanja, for sharing that. But, you know, and yeah, you know, I mean, it's exhausting, really. I think it's exhausting for everyone in America right now, and they're trying to exhaust us by, you know, doing this all so quick because they know that eventually we're going to be like, hey, fuck this. And by then, you know, when they've purged all the information on, you know, our Pentagon, the DOD, and Treasury, and everything, and taken everything, then it could get to a point where they're like, you know, hey, if you don't vote for us, we're going to freeze your bank accounts. And yeah, your bank account might not have too much in it, but it's what you got. You know? It's a real sad, scary thought. And I don't know. I'll do a little more longer, and I got some things I guess to do.
I was in touch with Sullivan on a pretty regular basis, and periodically he would introduce me to people who the FBI might have an interest in. He said, there's a guy I want you to meet in town. He's a developer. His name is Donald Trump. Sullivan explained that Trump was thinking about getting involved in the casino industry in Atlantic City, and that Sullivan, thought it would be a good idea if Trump had contact with the FBI. So
I don't understand that. Oh, yeah, Karen, that's cool. Was there like a band there? You know, it sounds like the mafia is shaking Trump down. Like, that sounds like the only people that he's ever paid was the mafia, because he was like, well, you don't want to not pay him, though. And really had no choice. FBI clearly knew that they were shaking down everybody for any materials or going into, but, you know, they had a real heavy presence. And I know that's another thing. I want to go to the grocery store. I was thinking about buying some chicken wings. I'm going to a Super Bowl thing too. And I make really good homemade chicken wings. They're really good. I make my own sauce and everything. But he I don't know. And then on the flip side, you got the FBI who wants to intimidate him into being a snitch. So if he doesn't, then he's paying the mafia, which really nobody has any you did try January? What does that mean? Try January? I don't know what that means. So they kind of had Trump between a rock and a hard place. And then every business venture he wants to do, I don't know. I mean, oh, no drinking. Oh, okay. I get you.
I agreed to meet with Trump, and FBI organized crime supervisor named Damon Taylor and myself met with Dan Sullivan and now President Trump in his office. And we talked to him about his plans on getting involved in Atlantic City in the casino industry. And my recollection of the meeting is both Damon and I said, you know, you really need to be careful if you're going to get involved down there.
Huh.
The mobsters were involved in the casinos because of the unions. The labor, the hotel restaurateurs and other unions were controlled.
To build a casino.
See, so in his mind, the unions are crooked too. He remembers everything. This guy, and he was getting the like squoze from both ends.
Casino, Trump had to undergo a thorough investigation by the New Jersey Gaming Commission. Despite his known ties to the mob, he was granted a license in record time.
But his known ties. I mean, like, come on. They were shaking him down like they were any other person who needed building things, building permits, building materials, anything. What was the FBI doing about it, though? It seems like, you know, maybe they should have been arresting the FBI instead. I mean, not the FBI, the mob, the people who were doing those things. Then they wouldn't have to worry about this guy's known ties to the mob, which he really didn't have any choice. That's some shit right there.
We sort of suggested to him that if he decided to get involved in the casino industry, it might not be a bad idea for the FBI to put an undercover operation in the casino. That way we could perhaps see whether any organized crime activities were going on.
Yeah. Man, they must have been getting kickbacks from that's just my opinion. They had to have. Sounds like they're doing some organized crime with the mafia. You know they control every fucking little bit of everything. Then anybody who wants to have some kind of business venture is going to have ties to them begrudgingly, involuntarily. Like, what the fuck? That's some shit.
On the periphery of the casino.
They'll get him killed.
Years after being propositioned by the mob to take over the Fontainebleau, Trump finally entered the world of casinos.
Anybody who owns hotels is going to be an interesting person for the FBI to know, and somebody who obviously has the international connections and business relationships that somebody like Donald Trump has, I'm sure would be of interest to the FBI.
Furthermore, according to my
Elon Musk wasn't of interest to the FBI. Hi, Sharon.
my sources, Trump was considered a friendly source to the FBI, that he cultivated FBI people. And that's, well-known behavior by people who swim in dangerous waters. They want to have a get-out-of-jail card. And that get-out-of-jail card is having friendships or being a good source for the FBI.
I had occasion to meet with Trump on strictly personal.
Actually, he would have rather arrested the mafia that was harassing him everywhere.
Matters. He called me a couple of times. I had lunch with him at one point in time. He took me to lunch at 21 in New York.
Tear up your car insurance bill and try this instead. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole that...
We talked about the possibility of me going to work for him. He got the feeling through our conversations of how dedicated I was to the FBI. And at a point in time, he said, you know what, you probably are better served to stay in the FBI and we'll just, we'll remain friends. And pretty much that's what happened. We weren't close friends, but periodically throughout my FBI career, I might get a call from President Trump having to do with really not much of anything. I left New York in 1983, and I continued to have periodic conversations with him over the years. But it's likely that, you know, people like Jimmy Kallstrom, for example, might have had a similar relationship with Trump at the time. And he might have felt like if he got pressure from mob guys on construction project that he could contact the FBI.
James Kallstrom was from this point on Trump's man in the New York office. Trump would cultivate this relationship. Kallstrom.
Huh. I don't think he trusts any of them.
Is a difficult man to reach. Myron eventually made contact with him, isolated in his Connecticut home.
Hey, Jim.
Can you see me?
We do see you.
We have to build a whole series of capabilities that were not existent. I was involved in that very thing, in upgrading the technical capabilities and building from scratch the surveillance capabilities. And we went from virtually nothing to 12 surveillance squads in the New York office. We were incredibly successful.
Kallstrom was one of the most powerful men in New York, supervising all the major investigations for over 2 decades.
The location of the United Nations there, an international city, high-level crime, expanded Kallstrom's
United States
responsibility to virtually every building, every apartment building, every commercial building in Manhattan. That gave Kallstrom a unique and broad responsibility that no other agent in the FBI anywhere else would have had.
In the last 4, 5, 6 years, there have been more convictions, more.
Now that's Rudy Giuliani right there. So he came after Edcott, 83 to 89.
Imprisonment and more damage done to the structure of organized crime in America than ever before in our history.
The mafia was soon forced into retreat by Rudy Giuliani, U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, from 1983 until 1989. James Kallstrom's surveillance teams from the New York FBI were central.
So he fucking rats them out, basically, by saying that, even having a press conference, saying that. That's like exposing, to me, I would think. That's like exposing what the FBI is doing. Oh, a secret surveillance program.
His success. They brought down John Gotti, the local mafia boss, who was eventually convicted through the betrayal of his lieutenant Sammy Gravano. Gravano famously mused about his power over Donald Trump.
I literally marvel at the sight of Manhattan when I see it because I controlled it.
Because he controlled it. It is fucking weird. There ain't really much mafia in there anymore, but I think Trump is controlling things.
Literally controlled Manhattan. I think of Donald Trump and everybody else who couldn't build a building if I didn't want to build it.
Trump Tower was
controls the world.
From its inception inhabited by organized crime figures.
Trump
The New
Tower
York
was
FBI
inhabited by organized crime figures.
and Kallstrom in particular could certainly not have ignored Trump's activities.
Because he knew what the FBI was doing at the same time. He's got them all in his building. That's some shit. Nurturing friendships on both sides, not just on me.
Trump, in search of cash for his real estate empire, turned to the Russians. Through successive waves of immigration, they had transformed Trump's heartland in Brooklyn into their homeland.
Whoa. Interesting. But he's not booting out any Russians. through successful ways of immigration. And that's who he had to go to. Immigrants. For money. Wow. But he didn't go to the mafia. Ain't that some shit? Whew. Wonder why he needed money. If he thinks he controlled it, why would he need money?
Which was now home to a cash-rich Russian mob, protected by the Italians.
A Russian mob protected by the Italians?
Now, the Russian mob, when they moved in, they really didn't start moving in immediately. They came in gradually from Brighton Beach and in the other areas. And yes, there were relationships. There were relationships, and they developed them because the Russians had access to cash.
Wow. Immigrants, but they had access to cash. You know why? Because they were immigrants, so they had cash back home. That's the difference. A migrant crosses the border, works, goes back home. Yeah, but somebody was shaking him down. There's a reason why. Why would he need money? He's got that huge Trump Tower, all those offices. And what's going on there? A casino. Like, what is going on there? Oh, yeah, he's a dick. No doubt he's a dick. But he doesn't forget a fucking thing.
The Italians, who protected the Russian mob, ceded control of some of their operations.
Ain't that some shit, though? Because the Italians were the mafia. And they send them off to go to the Russians to get money. But they're calling them the Italians, not the mafia. That's fucking weird.
They made a deal with David Bogadin, a Russian mob boss, to run one of their favorite scams for a commission.
When the Russians arrived here, their first big scam was known as the Red Daisy gasoline tax scam. And what the Russians did was they established hundreds and hundreds of shell companies. They would buy gasoline stations, and just before the tax ban would come, they would declare bankruptcy and sell it.
Oh. Maybe this is why. Because just before tax time comes, they declare bankruptcy. Maybe he learned that from them.
To another company. So when the tax man come, they'd say, oh, that was a previous owner.
Oh.
And they did establish hundreds and hundreds of shell companies. They would buy gasoline stations, and just before the tax man come, they would declare bankruptcy and sell it to another company. So when the tax man come, they'd say, oh, that was a previous owner. And they did this, they started in New York, where they were skimming about $1 billion a year. In the 80s, that was an awful lot of money. And they spread to one state after another doing the same.
Wow. How the fuck were they getting away with that shit? Just spread from one state to the other. $1 billion a year.
Same thing. And at a certain point, they had so much money that they had to launder it. And that's when you see David Bogadin come in and meet Donald Trump and say, okay, I'll take 5 condos.
He's our president, by the way. Isn't that great?
Trump liked to deal with gangsters. I mean, it's really good to sell to gangsters because they'll pay top dollar and they're not going to sue you. And so Trump came away from that first transaction, and there were many, many more to follow, sold under conditions that set off the alarm bells if you're investigating money laundering. So if I have $10 million I made from selling cocaine, I can just put it on the table, and we can use the ABC corporation or LLC, some anonymous corporation, to buy these. And when I need to sell it, I can sell it. And if anyone asks me,
they can do that with the gold right now too. Do it with the gold too. Well, yeah, by shaking down people in illegal ways. Same thing. It's illegal. Because if he was ever fucking really bankrupt, he wouldn't be the president right now. There was never a time we saw Trump poor. We don't see the mafia, though, anymore, really. They're not real prevalent.
where I got the money from, I said, well, I sold my condo. So the money has become clean that way.
Jim Mooney is a longtime friend of mine, a former FBI agent.
One of those crowns I have here fell. I put some like kind of a cement.
Jim and I served in the same office in New York City in the early 1980s.
In the FBI, you have to have a next.
Well, yeah, but even when he was rich, he only paid $750 in federal taxes. And when Kamala said something to him, Kamala or Hillary, one of the two, said something to him, he said, I got away with that because I was smart. It didn't even nobody skipped a fucking beat. It never came up again. In fact, Obama paid the most. $750 is what he paid. And he was quite fucking proud of it. Elon Musk won't. Elon Musk doesn't even pay taxes.
For conducting an investigation. It's a federal violation within our jurisdiction. What was the nexus when you weren't hearing anything about it? So he's getting away with it. And the city wasn't telling us about it. IRS.
I thought you guys were fucking surveilling him. I mean, come on now. Not anymore.
Know anything about it either, I'm sure. So his condo, that Trump Tower, was set up perfectly for laundering money. Perfectly for laundering money. They could bring in all the cash they wanted and pay for it. And nobody would ever know who it was or where it came from.
There's a legal concept known as intentional blindness, deliberate blindness. And if there's a pattern, you can prove deliberate blindness. And in this case, Trump did it at least 1,300 times.
Deny.
And I think it's one thing if he did it 2 or 3 times. 1,300, you might say, is a pattern. Oops, I loaned money again. Oops. I'll have to check next time. Oops, I did it again.
No, if he was saying, oops, I did it again, then that's you guys' fault. If he did it 1,300 times and just kept admitting it, then that's their fault. What the fuck? That's their fault. Don't blame him. Blame yourselves, man.
During the 80s, Trump tried to get close to Gorbachev, convinced he could bring peace through commerce.
If you look at the Gorbachev era, to most Americans, we saw a very genial general secretary of the Soviet Union who was making things much, much more friendly. There were perestroika and glasnost. We won. Everyone was celebrating. In fact, I think something very, very...
And he said he was gonna. Months before, or not even, just weeks before, months before, I don't know. He said he was gonna. Before Biden, was out of office, he said he was gonna. And he was demanding, in fact, that, these members of Congress pass it even before he was president. And the guy said, no, you get your majority in, and you win the election, and then you do it on your own time. Like, come on, that's a fucking warning bell right there. So they're like, so we know he's going to bring it up, you know, on abolishing the national debt. But I feel like, I'm sorry, but I feel like he signed that in one of the executive orders on his first night, where he clearly told them he was going to be a dictator. So on the night of his inauguration, instead of them being home on vacation, I think, you know, he pretty much told them everything he was going to do. Just like, you know, I was sitting here listening to this guy say, you know, oh, you got away with it 1,300 times. Like, come on, that's you guys dropped the ball.
Very different was going on beneath the surface. Once the Soviet Union crumbles, essentially the floodgates are open. And billions and billions of dollars are out there. And that money desperately wants to be part of the Western banking system.
The fall of the Soviet bloc concentrated what little wealth could be gleaned into the hands of predators who had little concern over the necessary frontier.
And that's what's going on now with our money. For sure.
Between crime and capitalism.
You got capitalism. It's right in front of us.
Jim Moody convinced the FBI of the impending danger and set up a joint task force with Yeltsin's police.
One of the meetings I was in Russia on, the first deputy minister gave me the name of a mythical, legendary Russian organized crime figure, Yapanchek, which means little Japanese, guy by the name of Ivankov. He told me that this guy had been sent to the United States. He was a thief in law, been sent to the United States to take over all Russian organized crime and get control of it. And we didn't even know he was.
Yeah, Clinton sure did. There was like a $236 billion surplus. And Trump Jr. saw that and said, I'll take that. I'll take that. You're talking to a man with a swagger here.
He was here. So use that information. They talked to the New York office. They set up a Russian squad. And they started trying to find Ivankov. And they had a heck of a hard time finding Ivankov. But they finally found him, and he lived in Trump Tower. Here's this mythical Russian organized crime figure living in Trump.
Okay, now, how hard could it be? Like, why wouldn't you have looked at Trump first when you always had him in your fucking sights, it seems? You knew he was doing that shit. Why wouldn't that have been one of the first places you looked? That's some shit right there. Someone was turning a fucking blind eye, or these motherfuckers just weren't doing their jobs.
Tower. But he's traveling down to Trump's casino in New Jersey all the time, losing hundreds of thousands of dollars. So,
and you didn't notice that either. Some shit.
They start really zeroing in on him. Ivankov learned of it, and he moved out of Trump Tower and went back over to Brooklyn.
Ivankov was eventually arrested in Brooklyn by Kallstrom's New York FBI agents.
If you know New York, 721 Fifth Avenue, Trump Tower is one of the most prestigious, chicest, glitziest addresses in the city.
But you don't look for your criminals there.
You don't expect it to be a high crime area, but there was a lot of crime.
You did, though. He was laundering money by renting condominiums there. He was renting offices to fucking high crime, organized crime people. Like, come on. You said it throughout this.
I'm going on there.
Hey, husbands, Valentine's Day is coming. And if you found the love of your life, get her this.
There was a huge high-stakes gambling ring in one of the top floors, all but run by Russians, and it was busted by the FBI. I think it was 29 people were rounded up. Trump had his home and his office in Trump Tower. He was there all the time, so he had to know about this.
Did you arrest him?
Despite successive interventions, wiretaps, and arrests, the New York FBI investigations never homed in on Trump, as if he was protected or off limits.
Why is it there's a level of white collar criminality that doesn't get the FBI's attention.
Special Agent
And
Mike
still isn't, and still isn't.
German is convinced that white-collar crime is a threat to national security and has always escaped the authorities of a country obsessed by profit.
And he's the president now. Jesus. What's this guy think now? I'm gonna finish this up another time. I find this really interesting because I just do. So I am gonna continue this. Maybe it's not up everybody's alley, but I like it, and I think now is a time to be united. Definitely don't divide on things. Definitely do your research. As I said, I wasn't as aware of the femicide that's going on in Mexico, and like I said, I do think that their protests could have been better used to focus on what Trump is sending them back to, and that they were looking at this place as a safe haven from brutalities, and they don't have anywhere to go back. Those are refugees, and I don't know. This live stream was about so many different things tonight, like Syria and the pills going on there. Like, whoa. And man, there's just, I learned a lot tonight. An overload of information that hopefully, I don't know though. I don't know. For them to pass laws and call things illegal and then to sit there and wait for courts to, names be breached and everything, to the point where people are just too scared. These people have had, 30, 40 years in their political career, and they could lose everything. And this person who's got conflicts of interest at the yin yang has no security clearance, has no transparency, and has no need for this job, basically, like, other than for nefarious purposes. And I feel like Trump just remembers fucking everything. And he's just out for revenge. He's just like, now I rule the world. He doesn't care. He's like, I just rule the world. That's it. He'll do anything. And Elon Musk is like so fucking rich that nothing excites him anymore. Everything's a fucking game to this motherfucker. And he walks around with that kid on his shoulders, in my opinion, as a human shield. In my opinion. That's just my opinion. I'm sorry, it is. His, own father has 2 kids with his own stepdaughter after she lived with him for 4 years, and we're letting him be above the law. Like, his last presidency, they're like, we've seen that he just throws on anything out the window. Everyone saw this coming, and they didn't change any laws. They didn't change them. There has to be checks and balances on a person who is in control of everything. There has to be. To not have changed any of that, based on the fact that he set the precedences of just throwing it out the window, and now he's even better at it, and backed up by somebody who their common interest is profit, wealth. They don't care about us. Nothing. $300,000 a year golf course memberships. We don't have nothing in common. He's talking, old-fashioned word groceries. What are you talking about, dude? Old-fashioned word groceries. Yeah, because nobody fucking said, this guy did it. Maybe nobody else has ever fucking thrown the shit right out the window and didn't give a shit. But now we got to put some laws in place. He shouldn't have been able to run again. We saw what he did the first time. Now backed by, I thought there was fucking caps on how much somebody could. This fucking stranger on stage, breaking all kinds of environmental, child labor. And people were just like, make it. Now Elon Musk is walking around in like an oversized red baseball hat, almost like mocking it, like, and our shit is being siphoned off, breached by people with the nickname Big Balls. That's some shit. That's some shit. That's some shit. United we stand, divided we fall, and this time is the most important time of all. And peace, love, and tacos for all. Please thumbs up. Show your love. Have a great day. We will continue this movie, though. It is scary.